for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow.
Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
It's a new day beginning.
Breaks the pace. Has a shot. Makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a glassy finish.
That is sensational.
Can he slot it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed the incredible goal.
Tries the bend off. Got him. Takes him to ground.
Baction out Nui. Second don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on Mo down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest.
The razzle dazzle has arrived. That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
Orderberg kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, a great mark.
Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. That's off a single step and bounce it through.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Sunday afternoon footy from the MCG. It's the grand final rematch for a second occasion as Richmond try to keep their finals hopes alive, taking on a team in which many pundits think is perhaps the best sides in the competition in the moment, Geelong. Hello, welcome to Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch, alongside the chief footy writer for The Age, Jake Nile, with a chance to take some of your calls, talk through some of the biggest stories of the weekend's footy and the big stories floating around from the week of footy. There's been no shortage of news doing the rounds just in terms of keeping the competition going with 5 rounds to go in the home and away season. 3 borders closed at the moment, meaning the obstacles of trying to continue the season once more provide a challenge for AFL head office, but they've found a way to get through so far, and no shortage of talking points as well. Jake, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. It's been a really interesting round, and I think that we fascinating to see what Geelong and Richmond, what Richmond in particular show today, with their finals position on the line. Fair bit of pressure on the Tigers. I think that's one thing, and then of course we're still reeling from the whole Alistair Clarkson, Sam Mitchell, Jeff Kennett. 3 very interesting characters all coming to terms with that enormous change. And Alistair Clarkson's press conference on Friday, I think, was an amazing sort of spectacle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting your thoughts on the Hawks. There is a late change for the Cats. Sean Higgins, who was meant to be one of a number of milestones across the weekend. David Mundy obviously playing his 350th game. We saw Travis Boak back on Friday night. Ned Curnow. Higgins, unfortunately, is out of the Geelong lineup with knee soreness. So Brad Close comes in for the Cats. So I think Chris Scott described it best. He's a talented player, but someone who's had to persevere with a number of injuries throughout his career. So he'll have to wait one more week for that milestone.
Yeah, earlier this year, it looked like Sean Higgins was really teetering. Of the recruits that they'd brought in, Jeremy Cameron, star, obviously. Isaac Smith has given the best value, and Sean Higgins has been the one who's been under scrutiny. Cameron had the injuries, but we all know how good he is. And Smith has been very consistent, and I think he'll finish very high in their BNF. Higgins has been, not as good, but it's starting to show signs of his class, which he's still got.
Absolutely. And with the Cats, very much in top 4 calculation, very much in top 2 calculation. There's a chance for him still to find his best form as the season progresses.
Yeah, I know. Geelong are the flag favourites going into this round. I think that if you look at what they don't have and what they can bring in, they're the team to beat at the moment, bearing in mind experience, because they're by far the most experienced side. The Bulldogs were impressive last night, but not as resounding as I think as some of the recent Geelong performances.
As always, a chance for you to get involved and drive the agenda on the talkback line, 1300 558 222. If you want to give us a call, Matt Clinch and Jake Nile here, or on the SMS 0437 774 774. There is the early match taking place from the Gold Coast. Sydney taking on Fremantle. We've just ticked into the second quarter, keeping us across that. Brett Sprigg.
Clinchy, yeah, the second term just getting underway. Freo 4-4-28, Sydney 3-3-21. No change to our quarter time score as yet. Goal kickers so far for the Dockers, Darcy, Mundy, Schultz and Taberner, while for the Swans, Franklin, Goulden and Rowbottom. So in the opening 30 seconds or so in the second term, Freo 4-4-28, the Swans 3-3-21 at Carrara.
And the big takeaway from the opening quarter in a bit, Spriggy, I guess we're all interested in the emotional rollercoaster of the Swans last week against GWS, whether that would take a toll, especially given the Dockers' disappointment against Geelong the week before.
They appear to be settling, the Sydney Swans, having won 3 in a row coming into this game. And as I say that, in fact, they just kicked the second goal. The Dockers, Taberner's kicked his second goal, so that's now a fifth for them. They got a 5-4-34 to the Swans, 3-3-21. But yeah, Freo with the patchy 4-1 over the past month or so. If they can stay in front, they will go into the top 8 after this game. But certainly, yeah, a good start for them in the second term. 5-4-34 the Dockers to the Sydney Swans, 3-3-21.
Thanks, Spriggy. Of course, the Swans did concede 6 goals in the opening term last week before turning it around, a 14-5 match from that point onwards. Interesting, the Swans, they're going to have the hardest road, it feels like, being away from home for a long period of time, and yet this young side under John Longmire seems to be finding their best footy.
They've been the best, probably the team in the whole competition that's performed above what the pre-season mark was for them. I think at best some people thought they could maybe push the 8, but I don't think anyone saw them in top 4 calculations, probably including themselves. So great effort by the Swans. That core of senior players, though, shouldn't be underestimated.
No.
They've still got a lot of players who were around in 2014 and 2016. Josh Kennedy, Luke Parker in particular. And, of course, Buddy Franklin. Rampy is a fantastic player. They've still got those players that the younger players, and Mills and Heaney are now mid-20s players. So it's not, the youth is excellent, but it's not all. It's that core of players, and as with other teams that are up there, they have a lot of injuries.
Yeah, exactly right. Last night, the Western Bulldogs winners by 20 points over Melbourne to jump on top of the AFL ladder. Adelaide too strong for Hawthorn by 19 points, joining the West Coast Eagles, Brisbane, and North Melbourne as the winners so far for round 19, alongside Port Adelaide back on Friday night. The big takeaway so far for you, Jake, from the weekend of footy?
Oh, look, I suppose you've got to go to the Western Bulldogs and Melbourne because that's at the pointy end of the ladder. We can focus on Carlton. There's going to be a lot of discussion of Carlton and the North Melbourne game, one quarter, but Carlton aren't a contender. We've got to look at the contenders first, and the headline out of that, of course, is Marcus Bontempelli. You look at the on-ballers for the Bulldogs, they've edged the Melbourne players. Petrarca and Oliver have played very well. They're great players. But Bontempelli has that element of class, I suppose, and Dustin Martin-like interventions when the game was on the line in the last quarter. Couple of bits of play. He snapped that goal at the stoppage over in front of where we're looking now at the Ponsford stand end. Classic Marcus Bontempelli goal. And, of course, as he streamed out of the middle, he's kicked it on his right foot and put it down the throat of Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
Looks good on the lead, Jamara, when he's getting delivered. Then again, most players do when they're getting that sort of silver service. But, yeah, 31 disposals, 10 clearances last night alongside the goals as well. But
I'm not sure he was... He wasn't dominant. I mean, if you look at the numbers, he's not... I mean, for instance, Clayton Oliver's had, I think, 25 contested possessions, and Petrarca's been, 17 and had a lot of the ball. As usual, Jack McRae had a lot Bailey Smith did. It's Bontempelli's... when he did things at the end, that has marked him as the best player in the competition. And come September, I think that's going to be a big plot line as to whether he can, be the difference in them winning the premiership, getting to the grand final and so forth.
So Melbourne having won earlier in the season, the Bulldogs have now won late in the season. Sets it up nicely for the finals. Melbourne not quite at their best, and their forward line will be their big concern. Their scoring has been down. They scored just 65 points last night. They've averaged 70 points over the last 5 weeks. Ben Brown with 2-2 last night. It was more the shots he missed as much as he looks like he's starting to find his way in this Melbourne side.
They've got to keep going with Ben Brown. He presented well, I thought. I thought he contested okay, and he took a couple of good marks. Shanked a terrible one in the last quarter when they had a bit of a sniff, but at the Punt Road end. But Sam Wiedemann's not done enough to earn that spot back, and I think they've just got to keep going with it and hope that it clicks and that the connection between their mids and their forwards is at best. At their best, Melbourne, the hallmark has been they've been difficult to score against. So if they can get above 80 points, they'll win nearly every game they play.
The D's obviously having won one of their last 4 matches, though, so a bit of concern there. Karen's given us a call from Sunshine on 1300 55 822. Karen, welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm a big Cats fan, and I think we're actually going to win the flag. But today, I think we'll beat Richmond by about 35, 40 points. We've got so many good players. Look, you've got Rowan back in, you've got Dangerfield, Hawkins, and many others. But, they can kick those goals. And it used to be last year, they seemed to want to wait to the end of the match and then come good. But now they seem to be firing up from the beginning to the end. So I think that they've really improved a lot. And do you know what time it is, that match today?
Yeah, the game gets underway at 3:20 Australian Eastern Time, so we've got the call coming up on ABC Radio this afternoon, so keep the radio on, Karen, and we'll bring it to you. But, the Cats, they seem like they're coming good at the right time, Jake. They've been such a consistent side. They've missed finals once since their premiership era. Feels like they've had the ability to reload. Jeremy Cameron's not there, so they will get better, but with a couple of the top sides starting to lose form, even though Brisbane won yesterday, it feels like Geelong are a side who know what to expect when finals roll around. Yeah, and they've got most positional bases covered. So if you sort of look across the ground, they're strong in the midfield. They've got the best 1-2 key forwards in the competition if Cameron's playing. Even with just Hawkins, you have Gary Rowan when he's playing as a very dangerous third player. At the moment, they're playing without Cameron, and Mitch Duncan is a very good player. Yeah. Bit touch and go, I think, whether Mitch Duncan gets back for the finals. That's yet to be seen. But it's a formidable side. Tom Stewart, of course, a dominant player. You can get them with speed at times, but they're strong-bodied. They're very experienced. They control the ball very well, and I think they are, as we've said, I think they are the team to beat, and I agree with the caller. It is probably the one interesting part, isn't it, around their goals, because last time they faced off against the Tigers, it was a dominant display from Jeremy Cameron with 5 goals. Mitch Duncan was amongst the best with 30 disposals. So they've got Tom Hawkins, who's been so used to carrying the load, and maybe Patrick Dangerfield plays a bit more forward. Yeah, until they've got Cameron, that's probably how it plays out. You use Dangerfield in the forward line because they should be able to get the edge over even without Duncan, they should have the edge over the Richmond midfield, which is now getting younger. So Richmond are a transitioning team in my view now. It happens. It's amazing, Matt, how quickly clubs flick the switch to development now. The voice of Jake Nile alongside Matt Clinch on ABC Sport. As always on a Sunday, you control the agenda. 1300 558 222. And Tom's given us a call from South Australia. Tom, welcome to ABC Sport.
Yeah, how you going, mate? I'm a bit frustrated. I just want to get Jake's thoughts in a minute. Where it comes and what's going to happen with regard to the list trading. Because I can tell you one thing now. They were just showing a bit of highlights of some of the players. Not laying tackles. One thing I asked Joe, where is he set for Chelsea season? Because I reckon he might come under the mic to trade. To be honest, he's not doing enough to me. It's really starting to really tick me off. And more so, same old press conference with David Ting. It's really starting to, not just me, it'll be a lot of supporters, mate. Where's this club going? Because I can see North Melbourne, Hawthorn, and going past us, where we were supposed to be, and also to a certain extent, who's the other club? Maybe even Collingwood. We're going to get our act together, but this is starting to sound so boring, and really, to be honest, I don't know where the club's at, because I'll tell you what, if they start they'll get behind all these LA Crows too. Where we're supposed to be in front of them.
Yeah, no, I take your point. I can hear the passion in your voice, Jake. I'm sure he's not alone in Carlton fans on a Sunday morning who are looking for some meaning.
No, they had a good performance last week. Harry Mackay, obviously that was a big loss. Patrick Cripps had to spend time in the forward line.
Started at full forward.
And that weakens their midfield. I mean, really, the most worrying thing of this game, the game against North, was the ability of North Melbourne to move the ball from behind the ball and score. I think there's some astonishing number. It's about, they kicked about 10 goals from moving the ball from behind the ball, and that's not easy to do. So Carlton's defensive mechanisms under David Teague have been an issue, and I'm sure that is going to come up, Matt, in the review that Jeff Walsh, Matthew Pavlich and Graham Lowe are doing on behalf of the board, and in particular the incoming president, Luke Sayers. So that's part of it. Petrevski-Seton is out of contract. I think his future is a little bit up in the air. I would say that, it depends a little bit on how the review shakes out with what happens to David Teague, and indeed maybe other people in the footy department, what position they take on Petrevski-Seton. But I think he has got talent, and I don't think he's fulfilled it. Paddy Dow at the moment, though, in a more of a positive, was an early draft pick in 2017, pick 3, starting to show signs that he can perform in the midfield. He's a long way back, but he's starting to come through. Carlton's midfield really lacks depth, and you see that when yesterday Jai Simpkin played on Walsh and had the better of him, really. And the reliance on Walsh as a third-year player is quite something.
Yeah, I called that game yesterday with Carlton and North Melbourne. 7 goals to none in the third quarter, and the Blues, who led by 2 points at quarter time, all of a sudden were so far behind in the game that it was unlikely they were going to work their way back into it. And the centre bounce clearances were something like 22-8, and it was an absolute smashing in the middle of the ground. So for North Melbourne fans, they'll feel like they can see the direction in which the side is going, but Nick Larkin...
North have got some good young midfield players. I mean, you look at Davies Uniacke, you look at
Simpkin,
Phillips. Yeah, they've got a group coming together on top of the old warhorse Ben Cunnington, who can get it out to those players and get it out to the likes of Jaden Stevenson, who can use their pace. There's a bit to work with, but Carlton's midfield is very thin, and I think that's something that people look at the goal-to-goal line. You take out Mackay, you take out Curnow, who hasn't played for 2 years effectively, and it looks like a much thinner side. When you bore down into the players that were out on the field yesterday, I know what your views are, Matt, but I think it's a bit thinner than people think.
Yeah, I don't think it's as strong a list as what people think, but you throw, as you said, Charlie Curnow, Mitch McGovern back into that forward line alongside Harry Mackay. They haven't had all the pieces available very often, but calling the match, it did feel like it was a significant afternoon for David Teague. For all the momentum in which they've had since the bye, trying to build and suggest that they're heading in the right direction, that felt like their biggest loss since 2019. It was a hard day at the office for Carlton fans.
Well, one of the issues, when you look at coaches that come under pressure, what happens is there are clubs in... Carlton are in a phase that you would describe as building towards contention. So they think they should be in the finals. That was their expectation this year, absolutely. They see themselves as positioning themselves into the 8 and then in the coming years being in contention for the premiership. They're not at that level, and they're losing sometimes to teams that are in flat-out rebuild mode. Now, the gap in the competition is not much, but if you get that view of where you are wrong, you hell to pay for the coach and for others.
There's a number of areas, though, that have to be questioned around Carlton. The recruiting for Zach Williams, Adam Sard, they've gone after...
Halfback flankers
to complement what they've got, feeling like they have the key position with Wiedering and Jones and Mackay, McGovern, Charlie Curnow, who we touched on, but Sam Walsh in the midfield is their bright light, their shining star. But I agree with you. I think their midfield needs a bit of work still, and they need a hardcore defensive coach.
Yeah, well, the defensive mechanisms have to tighten up, and of course that's one reason why I think from outside, and I'm going to just make this clear to the listeners, there's no sense I have that this is going to happen, but Ross Lyon's name comes up because I'm putting a line right now through Alistair Clarkson to coach Carlton next year. As I've written and others, and what Clarkson said, I just do not see that happening. I think Clarkson's, unless Hawthorn push him out, which would be a hell of a thing to do after everything that's been said.
Jake Noel with you alongside Matt Clinch on ABC Sport. We're at the MCG ahead of Geelong taking on Richmond this afternoon. We're taking your calls. We're going to get to the Hawks, I've got no doubt. 1300 558 222. David's given us a call from Launceston. David, welcome.
G'day guys, how are you?
Very good, David. How about you?
Good, thanks. Good. Just my question goes back to the Adam Simpson interview. I only just heard it about the risk takers and private school ratio. I've got a couple of questions. What is the percentage of AFL players that have been private school educated to non? And then again, looking deeper at that, what percentage of AFL captains are private school educated and from a safe family?
Righto, David. Good question. Jake, do you have the answers?
Well, I wrote a piece about this at the end of 2019, and I'll just give David some of the numbers that I had. In the draft of 2017, because this is before the 2019 draft, 20 and 2018, the number that came from APS schools, Associated Public Schools of Victoria only. So that's only the 11, that's Melbourne Grammar, Geelong Grammar, Scotch, Xavier, St Kevin's, Carey, those schools. And the pin to that was that in the draft of 2019, Matt Rowell and Noel Randerson went 1 and 2, both from the same school, Carey Grammar, an APS school. Just from the APS, which is 11 elite schools in Victoria, there was 25% of the 2018 draft and just under 25% of the 2017 draft. Haileybury College had 20 players on AFL lists. I think Caulfield Grammar had, 18 or 19, and Melbourne Grammar and Scotch was about 17. The numbers were enormous. Many of these players, the numbers may have dropped a little since with COVID, with scholarships, etc. A lot of this was through recruiting. So when Adam Simpson made his comments about the soft cap is what it was in relation to on 3AW, he was talking about resourcing in football departments and the difficulty of taking a risk on players. We should bear in mind that many of the players that are at private schools are recruited from backgrounds that aren't necessarily affluent. So there's a number of players we could talk about in this. There's a lot of players that have been brought down from the Northern Territory, for instance, from Indigenous backgrounds to Scotch have recruited players. Melbourne Grammar.
Jamari,
that's right. Not guys. Now, I don't know the full ins and outs of their family backgrounds, but I know that they're from Indigenous backgrounds where there is a higher levels of disadvantage. So I think it's not as simple as that, but there is an issue that the AFL and the AFL Commission, they should be looking at this very closely. And I think Adam Simpson's comments, however you construe them, should spark a wider conversation about the backgrounds of players that can play the game, the soft cap, and whether you need resourcing around people. And that goes from, they've had the NGAs, the Next Generation Academies, to try and get players from multicultural and Indigenous backgrounds into the game. But really, it's got to go even wider than that, and they've got to look at who is it harder to come through if you're from a disadvantaged background? How much harder is it?
It was a interesting point, very poorly made by Adam Simpson, but I haven't heard the Players Association response in result of that as to whether the coaching and recruiting elements is being affected by the soft cap. That'll be the next stage, I'd imagine, as to how we can try and address this issue to make sure there aren't talented players outside of the traditional means missing out on opportunities.
Another thing is I heard Lauren Arnell speaking very passionately before about state schools, and state school sport is this is a much bigger thing than football, but it is an issue for some people, and there shouldn't be impediments to people because of where they went to school to their ability to be an AFL footballer. The AFL relies heavily on the under-18 system to get players in, and they do get them from all sorts of backgrounds. But it would be a worry if that was skewed towards, people who have more affluence or more ability to drive kids to sport, more capacity to coach them, etc., etc. So they're big issues for the AFL to grapple with. And if I made a little criticism of the AFL, many of the AFL executives live in a private school bubble. I think that's a flat out truth. That's the background of many of them. I went to some of those schools. I know people of those backgrounds. And the AFL executive itself is disproportionately people of that background, I think, over the years.
Jake Noel alongside Matt Clinch on ABC Sports. Second quarter action between Sydney and Fremantle on the Gold Coast. Brett Sprigg keeping us across it.
About to hit time on in that second term. Clinchy, Freo 6.440. The Swans are 4.832. Isaac Heaney a short time ago took a great hanger over Luke Ryan and then put away the goal from about 25 metres out. That was their most recent goal. And now Tom Papley is lining up from the pocket and he has brought it back absolutely beautifully. So the Swans are closing the gap. It is Freo 6.440. Sydney now 5.838 as we hit time on in the second term at Carrara.
Thanks, Spriggy. Some of your thoughts on the SMS coming through as well. 0437 774 774. Add a comment to these, Jake, if you wish to. Good afternoon, team. As a North Melbourne fan, I now look back at the mid-year coach stackings a couple of years ago. North, Carlton and St Kilda. Only St Kilda fans would give a pass mark saying their coach selection was the right one. North made the change for the better. And maybe Carlton should do so now with the spotlight on their coach. Some of these replacements never work. A thought on which how North Melbourne are tracking with David Noble?
Very well. North have improved. They're the most improved side based on the first 8 games or so of the season. You look back to that Bulldogs game where they got massacred and Josh Bruce kicked 10. Where they've come since then is tribute to David Noble and to the senior players and the North Footy Department. I think they've improved out of sight. They beat West Coast in Perth. They've done what they did to Carlton the other day. Really, Ben Cunnington didn't play against Essendon. You look at that game, Matt.
Yeah. They led at half-time.
Yep. They weren't far away from winning that. No, they've been good, and they're building around the midfield, which I know is Scott Clayton's and Brady Rawlings' sort of plan, is to do it that way. They're tracking very nicely, and they've gone the Chris Fagan route in their coaching appointment. They've gone for an old head.
Yeah. Nick Larkey was picked 73, key forward, so not someone who they've picked in the top 5 or top 10. He kicked 7 yesterday. The review for Carlton won't be pretty. Some of his goals were pretty easy, but, I mean, he looks like he's starting to feel more and more comfortable in that role with full forward alongside Cam Zerha. And Taran Thomas is the other one who is an absolute star. Em from Melbourne, who's a regular listener. Hi, guys. Glad the show is on. Jake, can you comment as to who are in line for the Pies coaching job? I believe from the start of the season that Sydney have been the dark horse for me.
Well, yeah, I think on the Collingwood coaching job, there's a few options. One is Don Pike clearly is a candidate. If he wishes to pursue it, he's on the list. They've had some contact with him or his management. Obviously, they're looking at Adam Kingsley. They're looking at the Richmond senior assistant. They're looking at, I think Brad Scott will be certainly looked at. And, there's 3 to start with. I think Adam Uze will get a look in. I think Jamie Graham from the West Coast Eagles will be spoken to. He's somewhat of exceptional character. Maybe is he ready to be a senior coach? That's unclear, but he's done 10 years in the system now. He's only 38. There's some raps on him. So they're going fairly wide, but I think it'll narrow fairly quickly down to about 5 candidates. And interesting that Graham Wright, though, the head of football at Collingwood, is in no rush. At the moment, there isn't another club. And as I said, I don't see a race for Alistair Clarkson, because I think Alistair Clarkson has been so adamant, Matt, in his position, invoking not only his relationship with players and commitments he's made to players and staff, but also the, talking about personal traumas of losing his brother. When you bring that stuff into a conversation, I don't think you can turn around and leave unless Hawthorn push him out.
So I wanted to come to this. Yoshai sent us a text message wondering exactly that. G'day, guys. Around the Hawthorn stuff. Sorry, I've just lost it from my screen. Surely Jeff Kennett has overstayed his welcome at Hawthorn. Surely his presence is no longer helpful for the club's future, and the club need a more patient build-up as it climbs back up to the top group of clubs. Kennett expects too much too quickly. So I wanted to hear your thoughts as to how it's played out at Hawthorn during the week. He mentioned Alistair Clarkson. It almost became a sermon. He decided he wanted to address the issue at the start of the press conference, didn't want to take any questions, spoke for 13 minutes in all sorts of different directions around some of the trials and tribulations he's gone through in his personal life, the time in which he met his wife, which was a very tough time in his life, and then his loyalty and his connection to Hawthorn and his support for Sam Mitchell. So it got there. 2 very different characters, very strong characters, all involved, whether you throw Jeff Kennett into that conversation as well, but especially Sam Mitchell and Alistair Clarkson with a shared love of Hawthorn. If they find any ground, it's around their love of Hawthorn.
Yeah, look, I think Jeff Kennett has been of the view for some time that you don't have someone at a club, whoever it is, for 2 decades. Now, he's himself had 2 stints, and he's clocked up quite a few years over those 2 stints, but he did have term limits. So he'll go at the end of this term. He did stretch himself on for another when he initially came back and said he was only doing 3 years, and he's now doing a second term, so he'll end up doing, sounds like that'll be 12 years. Jeff Kennett it's been clear, the writing's been on the wall for some time that he wanted Alistair Clarkson to finish up at the end of this contract. He signed, I think it was a 4-year deal, and Clarkson had actually invited Sam Mitchell to come and join the panel and said, if all goes well, words to the effect, if all goes well, you'll be you'll succeed me. There were no guarantees, it seems, but Hawthorn very much had that in mind. So that's clear, although it wasn't like the Buckley Malthouse one, which was actually set down in a contract. So you look at that, Jeff Kennett has I suppose, got his way. And Alistair Clarkson had agreed conceptually to a handover, but I think the timing of it was not of his liking. So at the moment, he's upset. He's, the word I used in a column today was gutted. But having said that, he's accepting of it. And he's philosophical, and he will move on to the next phase, whatever that is. There's a chance, I think, at the end of 2022 that he would take a year off. I don't think he necessarily has to jump at the first thing. But having said that, sometimes coaches have got to be careful how long they're out of it too. So my big uptake out of this is that he won't be coaching Carlton. I'll be very, very surprised if he coaches Carlton, and I'll be very, very surprised if he coaches Collingwood, for all the listeners out there who've been wondering about that, because he looks like he's available. And he is available if Hawthorn were approached by one of those clubs and Clarkson agreed to it, he would be theoretically available, but I don't see him backing out of it. No. I think he's gone to a level now. What I'm interested in your take too, Matt. I think he can.
Everything he said has been to his word. He hasn't changed his approach. He's committed to Hawthorn until he doesn't have a contract. So the circumstances have changed, but everything he says is that he's going to honour that contract and be there till the end.
The other part of this is the money that he's the highest paid coach in the AFL. He's contracted, I believe, for, you take COVID out, the COVID cut, whatever he got, it's about $1.2 million. Yeah, and a soft cap of 6.5 next year.
So Adam Romanascus made the point yesterday that Hawthorn could pay him out if they wanted to. They're a club who are financially reasonably sound. The question I wasn't sure of was, would that be considered part of the soft cap if they did?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be.
So that would be a challenge in the current landscape. But
well, you can spread it. What you could do though is you can spread it over different years. You could pay him out, let's say, 300 grand, 400 grand, 300 grand over, or whatever it is around the $1 million mark. You could pay it over 3 years or over 2 years, and you could adjust Sam Mitchell. You would have to upgrade Sam Mitchell's contract if he was senior coach, obviously, but he wouldn't be on the money Alistair Clarkson's on.
Yeah, I feel like it's a talking point, but not really relevant, because for the moment, Clarko's going to be there.
Absolutely. I think we have to. You can't go as far as he's gone without. And I think another thing to bear in mind, Sam Mitchell. I believe if I was in Sam Mitchell's shoes, I would want Alistair Clarkson to coach next year. I think to come in a year early would not be beneficial to Sam Mitchell at all. I think it would be better for him to have a year coaching Box Hill and to be involved in planning meetings and to have another year of 2 drafts. He would get 2 drafts. They'd be further advanced in the rebuild. He will inherit a better list than the one that's going to be fielded next year. So, to me, everything is a positive for Mitchell about that, except that they will butt heads, because they're the sort of personalities that these guys are. Sam's also a formidable person with a lot of strong opinions.
Strong character.
Yep. Strong character. So, it's going to be interesting to watch it unfold. There'll be little spot fires.
Jake Noel alongside Matt Clinch on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport. We're taking your calls, setting the agenda, 1300 558 222. Paul's given us a call from Darwin. Paul, welcome.
Good afternoon, guys. Wanted to know what your opinion was on whether the AFL Grand Final should be held at the venue.
Good question, Paul. Interested in the comments from Gil McLaughlin on Friday that it'll be the MCG until it's not. that's sort of centred around having a decent crowd. So with Victorian government, with all sorts of state governments at the moment and borders, what would be a decent crowd to have it here at the MCG, Jake?
I think you'd be looking, this is just my view, if it's over 40,000, I think it stays. Now, so I heard people, I think it was reported on SEN, there was a view that it would have to be 60,000. I don't think it would have to get to 60. I don't think 60 is more than you can get anywhere else. New South Wales is obviously out of the picture, so they're not going to be anywhere near it.
No, they're going to be in lockdown for a while.
Queensland, you can't get more than 40. WA, you can get 60. Adelaide, you can get over 50 in the low 50s. So if you sort of look at that, why would the Victorian government give it up if they can get over 40, 45? I don't think they will. I think the Victorian government is very keen, from what I gather, to retain it. It will be jettisoned very reluctantly. The other thing is, if you look at WA and you look at the pattern, and our colleague Clint Wheeldon has made this point quite well as a West Australian. Perth would be probably the obvious option, would it be?
Yeah, showcase what they could do with Dreamtime in Perth.
And they don't have the COVID cases at the moment. So South Australia have got some COVID, and their borders they've been in a pretty severe lockdown. One of the issues for WA, and I'm not having a go at Mark McGowan or the WA health people about this at all. This is their prerogative. They've been successful in keeping the virus out. If they have even a couple of 1 case, 2 cases, they've shut everything down. Now, if it happened on Thursday or Friday before the grand final, and the grand final's in Perth, is the game going to be no crowd? What's going to happen? So in Melbourne, I think the relationship between the Victorian government and the AFL is so close. I think they'll bend over backwards to help each other.
It is an interesting conversation, but to try and predict into the future, given we're week to week at the best of times, feels especially hard. Matt Clinch and Jake Niall with you on ABC Sport. The final match of the weekend is Essendon taking on GWS from the Gold Coast. The Bombers are inside the top 8 at the moment. The Giants are in 12th position, 2 points and percentage outside. Josh Marnie, of course, is a part of the Bombers, and he can join us on ABC Sport. Josh, welcome.
G'day, Matt. Thanks very much for having me.
How's life in Noosa? And great to hear the return of Dylan Shield this afternoon. He's third game of the season and first since round 2. I'm sure Bombers fans are looking forward to seeing him back out there.
Yeah, firstly, I just caught the back end of your conversation then. You said it's week to week. It's not really, it's day to day really at the moment in the AFL industry, trying to deal with all the changes that are going on. But yeah, we've been able to be in Noosa now for a week in our preparation for this week's game. And it's great news for Dylan to be back available, Dylan Shield. And he hasn't played since round 2. He's done a mountain of work in his preparation, and we just felt like he was ready to go. So he's looking forward to adding to our midfield depth, which is really important.
So can you give our listeners an insight? We joke it's day to day as opposed to week, but how challenging that is. You find yourself in Noosa and the challenges around heading to the Gold Coast for that match this afternoon, and trying to support the players away from their families and loved ones and focus on the task of winning games of footy. Yeah,
firstly, we realise the role we're playing up here, and we have to do this to keep the competition going, and all clubs have been very good at doing that. And for us, it's our turn to be doing it and being away for a few weeks and to be up here. But the trip being up here, first of all, we came to Brisbane for 1 night. We then came down to Gold Coast for 3 in preparation for the Kangaroos game. We've been in Noosa this week, and then we drove down to Gold Coast yesterday afternoon and stayed here last night just so that we're around the corner for our game this week. But all the time we're just still thinking, getting the information about what next week looks like for us. Like everything, we plan in one scenario, but we've always got plan B, C and D ready to go, just in case we have to move pretty quickly.
Josh, just on Dylan, Jake Niall, just on Dylan Shield, has he accepted, or have you put to him, the club, Ben Rutten, that he will have to play probably less of a midfield role, given that what's happened with Parrish in particular this year, or is the rotations, does that soak that up?
Yeah, g'day, Jake. Well, he probably was doing that earlier in the year anyway. He was playing a fair bit of his time outside of the centre square, so he's playing a bit more of a high half-forward role. So he was doing that even before his injury, but I think there is an opportunity there for him to still go through our midfield. With the rotations, we've been trying a number of different players through, which has been really good. We've had Archie Perkins running through there. We've had Jake Waterman go through there, Alec Waterman, go through there as well. So we've been taking some opportunities to get some different people through the midfield, but Dylan will come in and play that role for us. And I think he'll team up very well with Darcy and Zach Mayer, and also Jake Stringer, who's playing a really important midfield role.
And just on, Cale Hooker's been, held up a key forward position for you this year, but he's getting on. There's a lot of speculation about what he'll do or what the club will do. Can you just talk us through where that's at in terms of whether he plays on or not?
Oh, yeah, Cale's done a mountain of work for us this year. At the start of pre-season, he was down the back line and Michael Hurley was a forward. And then we lose Hurls before the season started. So what Cale's been able to do this year has been really important for the development of Harry Jones, the impact of Peter Wright being able to come in and play that second tall sort of role. So he's been really important for us, and we've just got to make sure that we get to the end of the year and we're in the same situation. So in terms of the contract, it's probably be a bit delayed, that we just want a bit more information. But for what he's been able to do this year, it's been really important for overall our team structure and our overall development.
Josh Marnie's with us on ABC Sport. Josh, you've joined the AFL Competition Committee, one of 8 footy people involved. What does it involve from your point of view?
So it's great to be involved in that. I've been in the industry for a long time now as a player and a coach, and now in administration. So it's good to be exposed to some of the big decisions that the AFL are making around the industry, and it's a really important time. I mean, we're coming out of a time that's been really interrupted through the COVID period. We've got some big decisions to be making around the rules of the game, about what pre-season looks like for players, soft cap, what that looks like. So there's a number of big issues that I'm looking forward to being involved with. So it's been what it is actually just sitting in meetings, getting all that information and just giving my input from the role that I play within the industry.
Josh, is Daniel Giansiracusa has been raised as a potential candidate at Collingwood for the senior coaching position. How would you view him as a potential senior coach, and is he ready?
I've viewed him very positively with what his impact has been at Essendon. He's only been here the same time I've been here, which is just the last 6 or 7 months. But what you see is very diligent. He's very composed in what he does. Very much a relationship-focused coach. Went quite deep, understandably, in the Kangaroos role as well, or the coaching position. So he's had a good apprenticeship. He's coached his own team. So he's certainly ready. I think he can always do more and more, but we've seen already with what Ben Rutten's been able to do this year that off his apprenticeship didn't coach his own team. He was just an assistant coach at Richmond for a period of time, and the impact he's been able to have this year and has been immense. So they're both very similar coaches, and they are very much about educating themselves, very much into learning all the time. And I think that's one of the key attributes that a senior coach has to have.
And the other good news, Josh, during the week was Jake Stringer signed a new contract deal. So the relationship he and Daniel Giansiracusa has had, it sounds like a bit of credit there for getting him fit. Is he the master of the task there?
Yeah, it was good for Jake to sign on. There's been a lot of speculation about his contract and what his worth was, but he's played probably arguably his best 6 or 7 weeks of football, most consistent. And as I said earlier, he has to go through our midfield. They're a pretty unique player, Jake, in what he's been able to do. He's so powerful through the midfield, but also can hit the scoreboard. And he's now at a really good stage in his career that he's now 27, 28, and we've got such a young group. So just get him signed up for 3 years on the back of the rest of the guys who've had sign-up was a really good, pleasing result for us.
Josh, what do you think it was that sort of turned him around a bit in terms of some level of consistency and even professionalism?
I think sometimes it starts at training and the intensity that players train at. And I've saw it at different stages at Melbourne with Christian Petrarca and what he was able to do before he became the star player he is now. It started at training for him, and that was probably Jake's just flicked the switch there over pre-season. Came back in good condition. He unfortunately got injured during pre-season, but because he'd done that work already in the off-season, gave him a good chance. And now if you watch him train our main session, he trains with real intensity, and that's the way that the best players do. They train with that intensity, and it comes out in the game. So I think it's probably just that, Jake. He's just had consistent weeks. He's trained really strongly, and now he's got a role that he feels like he's really valued with the team.
Now, last year you went heavily to the draft. You had the 3 picks inside 10. You had a great result there with the players you got. What's the approach this year? Are you, Josh, you open to trading the pick, or is it more you've pretty much committed to the draft?
Yeah, our approach this year is just about maximising the development of our players. We felt like we just had so much more improvement left on our list, and that's been a real focus for us, is getting the most out of our playing group, and that in the end, shows you where your list is at. Right now, we'd be saying we want to take our first pick to the draft. And then, we really want to make sure if we do look at trading in players that they fit in with their age demographic we've currently got. So we've got to still remember we're very much a development team. Yes, we're in the finals at the moment, but at the start of the year we said we're a development team, and that hasn't changed from our perspective.
And finally, Josh, watching Sam Draper emerge has been one of the great highlights for Bombers fans. It is a bit of a nervous experience, though, when he's having a shot for goal. Whose task is it to try and work with him on that?
Yeah, Blake Carousella's taken that under his wing now, and teaching him his goal kicking. So he does a lot of things right. Drapes, and I think his second shot for goal the other day, he seemed to be focused so much on getting the ball drop right that he forgot to kick it too hard and didn't kick it far enough. So it's a work in progress, but we're really pleased with what he's been able to do, his development, and we want him pushing hard forward and taking marks. But in the perfect world, he finishes off with his set shots as well.
Josh, thanks as always for your time. Good luck this afternoon against the Giants.
Thanks very much, Matt. Jake.
Josh Marnie, General Manager of Football at the Essendon Football Club, joining us on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch alongside Jake Niall in the lead-up to Geelong taking on Richmond this afternoon from the MCG. Half-time on the Gold Coast, the Sydney Swans taking on Fremantle. Brett Sprigg keeping us across it.
Clinchy, that half-time scoreline is Sydney 6-8-44, Freo 6-5-41. Josh Kennedy has 16 disposals, 6 tackles in the half and 3 clearances. Errol Goulden has had it 13 times to go with his first quarter goal, while for Freo, Andrew Brayshaw had 18 touches. Disappointing for them, though. Nat Fyfe, their skipper, coming off with his shoulder out in that first half. We know he's had plenty of issues with that, so we'll keep an eye on that one for you. The highlight in the second quarter, as I mentioned, was that mark to Isaac Heaney, leaping over the top of Luke Ryan. He kicked a goal after that. He kicked his second goal before half-time as well. Buddy Franklin, by the way, may come under scrutiny for some contact made to the head of Luke Ryan. As he was being tackled, he attempted to break the tackle by swinging back his left arm, and his elbow makes contact with the side of Luke Ryan's head. So there may be more to come on that. But importantly for the Swans, they are back in front at the major break. So a little bit like last week, not the fastest start, but not quite the same hole to dig themselves out of, albeit they have been quite inaccurate. 6-8-44 the Sydney Swans. They lead Fremantle 6-5-41.
Thank you very much, Spriggy. Brett Sprigg taking us across all the action there. Jake, do you have a thought on Essendon and the Giants this afternoon? The Giants 2 points of percentage outside the top 8. The Bombers got a tough run home, but they are the team inside for the moment.
Well, Essendon can get in with 11 wins because of their percentage. So if they can win this game, they're well placed because I think they've got Gold Coast and Collingwood. So if they win those games and this game today, they've won 8. That would get them 11. They're a chance to get in, of course. But if the Giants win, they've got the draw. So the Giants would have a better chance. Giants teams seem to me to play better as an underdog team. So they're dangerous. The games that they've dropped, they lost to Hawthorn quite badly. They got a draw with North Melbourne down in Tasmania. They've had some letdowns against some of the lower teams, and they've gotten up and they beat Melbourne here, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So the Giants, I think, have had, when their midfield, it's all about their midfield, when their midfield fires, like a lot of teams, but they have got those, when the likes of Whitfield and Kelly play well, that seems to me to be where it really happens because they've got the inside players. They've got quite a few with Hopper and Taranto. Yeah, today, the Giants could get hold of them in the midfield in terms of winning the ball, but I think Essendon across the field a little bit better. So
Bombers couldn't take their chances against North Melbourne in the first half last week. They were able to turn that round in the second. We've got another contender for Mark of the Year, Cody Wakeman, who all of a sudden is becoming a bit of a cult hero, the flea, after the famous Dale Wakeman at Richmond. He's exciting to watch, isn't he?
He is, and he can get it on the ground, but he's taken a few good marks, and that was an astonishing one. It was more like the Tim O'Brien mark, in that he ended up parallel, really, to the ground, didn't he?
On the shoulders of Max Gawn. Not a bad effort either.
I think that's going to... And sometimes you wonder, in that Mark of the Year, at the moment, I haven't seen the...
Shea Bolton, Jack
Revolt.
Tom De Koning with a nice mark yesterday.
Yeah,
that's probably not going to be in the top 3. O'Brien.
Yeah. And I'll see what Isaac Heaney's mark... We haven't seen that one yet today. But that Waitman one, I think I've been one of these people that the next mark is always the most recent one is the best one. I think that one would be, in my view, almost ahead.
It'll look good on a poster. Unfortunately, Max Gawn has seen a few of them. We're also keeping you across the Tokyo Olympic Games from an Australian point of view. Some good news when it comes to the medals. Ned Hall is doing that for us on ABC Sport. Ned, welcome.
Clinchy, yet 3 in the bag so far, all from the pool earlier on today. No surprise in some senses that it was the women's 4x100 metre relay team, Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell, who delivered on all the expectation that was placed on them before the competition got underway. But they delivered in spades. They won by more than 3 seconds and broke the world record in the process. The first time ever that relay's been completed in less than 3 minutes 30. There was also a silver medal earlier on today. Jack McLaughlin winning that in the men's 400 metre freestyle, and Brendan Smith picking up the bronze in the 400 metre individual medley. In the women's 100 metre fly that was also on this morning, Emma McKeon was second in her semi-final. She's the third quickest through into the final. She then backed up, of course, and won a gold medal in the 100 metre relay. Elsewhere, Ash Barty has gone out of the women's singles. Surprise defeat against Sara Sorribes Tormo of Spain, losing 6-4, 6-3 out of the competition. Currently on court, though, James Duckworth in the men's draw. He's taking on Lucas Klein of Slovakia. It's 1 set apiece, playing out the deciding set and going with serve there at the moment. Earlier on today, Australia's men's softball team lost to the USA 2-1. All runs in that match came in the 8th innings. It was scoreless up until that point. The Hockeyroos beat Spain by 3-1. They were 1-0 down, but battled back to win there. In the rowing, the women's quad sculls are first into their A final. The women's double sculls were in the semi-final action today. They came 5th. That means they go through into the B final there. In surfing, we've had some success out there today. Owen Wright, Sally Fitzgibbon and Steph Gilmore all winning their heats, means they go through to the 3rd round of competition. Julian Wilson was 4th in his heat, means he has to surf again in round 2 to progress, and Shane O'Neill came 16th in his heat in the Olympic skateboarding as well. And currently in action, beach volleyball. In the women's competition, Australia are 1 set to the good against Cuba. Mariafe Atacho and Taliqua Clancy are leading there, and they're also in front in the 2nd set and look well set for victory. A load more stuff coming up later on today. Lots of big team sports as well. The Olyroos are in action. The men's hockey team are in action. The boxing competition starts, and the Boomers, they also play against Nigeria later on today. I'll try and keep you up to date with all of it, Clinchy, as the day progresses.
Beautiful, Ned. Ned Hall there, nicely done, keeping us across everything taking place from Tokyo. Have you got the Olympics fever yet, Jake?
Oh, yeah, I caught it a bit yesterday. Last night.
I've made my first
between the different sport, the game, and the Sam Kerr was a bit. I watched bits of that, and that was a bit mesmerising and really shattering that she kicked the 2 goals, scored the 2 goals, and then had the penalty to tie it up, and then couldn't, and then had another chance late. But yeah, and in the pool, Australia tends to. It's always a question of whether they convert those bronzes and silvers. We're going to get a lot of medals.
Yeah.
But can we get? The women's 4x1 was about the most certain gold medal we could. Their B team, the heat team, wasn't a mile off the world record with two different swimmers.
Yep. I made my first COVID crackdown break. I bought a new TV because it's sort of lockdown, and what else can you do to spend your money on? So I know where my next 2 weeks are going to be, on the couch on my days off. Lots of Olympics. Half-time on the Gold Coast, Sydney leading the Fremantle Dockers by 3 points. We've just got a minute and a half to go, Jake. So finally, the Saints, great effort from Max King with 6 goals, but they lost the match. And the West Coast Eagles obviously finding a way to win. And the Brisbane Lions, big watch on them. They turned it around after half-time against the Suns.
I think after half-time they scored something like 87 points. And it was interesting that in the first half, as Chris Fagan pointed out in his comments after the game, they had 34 entries. So they were getting the ball forward as an avalanche of entries against the Suns, but they just weren't scoring. And then finally they got it. Jared Lyons again, fantastic.
Yeah.
So they needed to win that to stay, not just to, stay anywhere near the top 4.
Beautifully done, Jake. Thanks for coming in for a Sunday afternoon of the MCG.
I'm looking forward to the game now.
Absolutely. So the Tigers and the Cats coming up on ABC Sport. Richmond dustyless as they start their charge towards September, trying to stay in the finals hunt as the Cats eye a top 2 finish. Mitch Cleary will join us with all the latest AFL news. Matthew Knights will join us from the Cats, and Nathan Broad from the Tigers. All the build-up to Richmond and Geelong taking place next.
Tim Shepherd with ABC News. New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says it's not yet known if yesterday's lockdown protest will be a super spreader coronavirus event. Thousands marched through the streets of Sydney, prompting 57 arrests as well as fines. 141 new cases of COVID-19 were reported today, with almost half out in the community for at least part of their infectious period. Ms Berejiklian says only time will tell if yesterday's protest will see a rise in case numbers.
We don't want a setback, and yesterday could have been a setback. Time will tell. But I'm just so utterly disgusted, disappointed and heartbroken that people don't consider the safety and well-being of their fellow citizens.
Coronavirus concerns have eased for flight passengers in regional Queensland after authorities traced the infection of a COVID-positive flight attendant. Here's Lily Nothling.
Health authorities say the Brisbane woman was a close contact of an infected Sydney man who flew to Ballina while he should have been in isolation. She collected him from the airport and drove him to Brisbane on July 14th. It means passengers on board 6 regional flights crewed by the flight attendant on previous days are no longer considered at risk. They'll be allowed to leave home quarantine. Acting Premier Stephen Miles says the threat isn't over.
Both these positive cases have been active in and around Brisbane and the Gold Coast.
Queensland has recorded 5 new overseas acquired cases detected in hotel quarantine.
Victoria's Premier Daniel Andrews says it's still too early to say if the current lockdown will end on Tuesday night. The state recorded 11 new COVID-19 cases, which have all been linked to the current outbreak. The Health Department says all the cases were in quarantine while infectious as well. Premier Andrews says things are going well, but it's not over.
The strategy is working, but it's still too early for me to be able to tell Victorians what will happen at midnight on Tuesday night. There is still a couple of days to go, and as we know, we saw with an apartment block yesterday, the day before, things can change. This is fast moving, it can be quite dynamic.
Federal Labor frontbencher Bill Shorten says he thinks lockdowns won't be needed once about 80% of the population is vaccinated against COVID-19. The Doherty Institute will provide the federal government with advice on what level of immunisation is required before restrictions can ease. Mr Shorten was asked for his opinion.
A lot of experts I talk to say somewhere around 80% is the ideal of people 12 and over. You know, I think Boris Johnson's gone too early. Freedom Day could prove to be a false dawn. But what we do need in Australia is we've got to say to the 14 million people locked down that there's light at the end of the tunnel, which is not an oncoming train.
Overseas and in Brazil, people have again marched to demand faster vaccination and the impeachment of the country's president, Jair Bolsonaro. More from the BBC's Candice Piet.
Marchers in São Paulo closed off 15 blocks of the city's main Paulista Avenue, but they also marched in over 20 other states across Brazil. Many said they were there because their president had abandoned them to their fate. Only 17% of the Brazilian population has been fully vaccinated against the coronavirus. This in a country renowned for efficient mass vaccination programs. The demonstrators also called for more emergency aid for families grappling with one of the worst COVID pandemics in the world. Over 500,000 Brazilians have died so far.
In other news, the French Interior Minister has visited the port of Calais after a record number of migrants crossed from France to England last week. The new record was set on Monday when at least 430 migrants made the perilous journey across the English Channel. Gerard Damanin says the number of police officers patrolling the coast will be doubled. Back home, and a 20-year-old man in WA has been charged after allegedly hitting a group of people with his car in Perth CBD last night. Police say a physical altercation broke out between the man and 2 other groups on Barak Street before he allegedly drove his car into them, injuring 4 people. Labor has retained the Brisbane seat of Stretton after a state by-election was triggered by the death of Labor MP Duncan Pegg. Nabir Khan reports.
Queensland Labor congratulated their candidate James Martin in a tweet last night. It said the result represented an extraordinary show of support for the party in Stretton. LNP candidate Jim Bellows conceded the election after around 50% of the votes were counted in an unofficial preliminary count by Electoral Commission Queensland last night. In a statement, Mr Bellows said it wasn't the result he was hoping for and congratulated James Martin. The Queensland Electoral Commission is continuing the official counting of the votes.
And briefly, Australia's Ashley Barty has been beaten in the first round of the women's tennis singles at Tokyo Olympics. ABC News.
Sammy J.
Gans in Barwon Heads.
Sammy, hi. Look, I'm just driving to work.
Yeah.
GIF is pronounced GIF.
What?
As in giraffe.
It's a GIF.
Well, actually, the gentleman who created them won an auspicious award, and his acceptance speech was simply, "It's pronounced stew."
Oh, I've got to revisit everything I even thought I knew, Jan. You drive safely.
Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you, Gan.
Breakfast with Sammy J. Weekdays from 5:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne. ABC Sport.
AFL. Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high-quality game this is. Tremendous. It's so good to watch. Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, new day. Beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers, Harding at the boundary side.
Oh, no!
That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck. Kick it inside forward 50. Massive point! What a mark! That's his trademark. Snap from the pocket, splits the middle. This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The Tigers were big winners last weekend to try and stay in the finals hunt as Jack Revolt celebrated game 300 as a winner, but they'll have to try and continue their run to September without Dustin Mart, one of the best players in the competition. Today the task is Geelong, the grand final rematch, as the Cats prevailed in the earlier battle at the start of the season. Can they do so again from the MCG in front of no crowd as round 19 of the AFL continues? Sunday afternoon footy, it's the Cats taking on the Tigers. We're also keeping you across Sydney and Fremantle taking place from the Gold Coast. Third quarter action. Brett Sprigg watching on.
Clinchy, third term underway. We have played now 6.5 minutes into that third quarter. The Sydney Swans with a goal through Luke Parker are now 7-8-50 to Freo's 6-5-41. And confirmation that during half-time, Nat Fyfe, the Freo skipper, has been subbed out with that shoulder injury, which means Connor Blakely, the medical sub, is on. But the Swans, early stages third term, they lead by 9 points.
Thank you, Spriggy. 12 degrees in Melbourne with clouds above. The Cats are just gathering in the middle of the MCG ahead of this afternoon's clash. There is a late change with Sean Higgins out of the lineup in his 250th game. So frustration for him not getting to celebrate his milestone, and Brad Croce coming in to the lineup for the Cats. Matt Clinch, a call of the action this afternoon. Corbin Middlemass, hello to you.
G'day, Clinchy. Looking forward to today. Grand final rematch, always a special occasion, even though they've obviously met once since last year's decider. And a big day for the Cats too. If they win today, they'll go top 2 on the premiership table, so they'll leapfrog Melbourne, and that's important, of course, heading towards finals, because they might get a play final at Kardinia Park, Geelong.
You've gone off the top with that, right?
We better not bring that up. Mitch Cleary broke the story during the week that the Cats inquired about getting this game played down at Kardinia Park this week.
I've got a little bit of audio for that when we get to Mitch with the news. And it's not often that the coach turns the presser back on the journo. So we'll bring you that.
Don't steal his thunder.
I'm looking forward to Mitch joining us a little bit later on.
Punchline?
That was where I was going. But you know what I mean. But this
we don't talk
working well. Great start. We're here at the MCG for a Geelong home game against Richmond. Can't wait for this afternoon.
Sorry, Corby.
We're all good.
Even Langer and Hayden ran each other out from time to time. I'll get better next week. Brendan Goddard is back. It's great to see you, BJ. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Clinchy. Good to be. Good to get out of the house, surrounded by 3 grommets. So, now looking forward to it. Did last night's game, so top of the table clash. So it's not the top of the table today, but somewhat of a mouth-watering contest, I would say, with Lid's old mob. So looking to string a few together and climb up the ladder. And as you made mention, that Geelong are looking to cement one of those top 2 spots. So intriguing contest I think we have this afternoon. Hopefully the weather stays away so we seem to have some fresh air and some clean skills.
Brett Delidio, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. Boys, good afternoon. Yeah, I said to Corby on the way here, I'm hoping for a few more goals. I feel like we've always been starved of goals, Beej. We get these.
Is this in reference to Geelong and their...
Maybe, but it's just more so that the teams that we've watched of late, I feel like most games are just dour contests and inaccurate kicking. So I'm hoping we see some accuracy and just free-flowing footy. I don't think we're going to get that, given the stakes. Richmond trying to get back up to where they want to be into the finals equation, and Geelong trying to nail down that top 2. So
we mightn't see the 100-point barrier, but the expectation coming here today for me is 2 teams and a great contest.
Yes.
So as we know that almost finals footy like is lower scoring, but the contest intensity and the actual spectacle itself and the style and the brand of footy they're trying to play is at an elite level. So hopefully we get that today and both teams turn up.
in the lead-up to today's match. Matthew Knights will join us from Geelong, and Nathan Broad, the premiership defender from the Tigers. I'm interested with Richmond. It feels like they get drip feed of players back as the weeks roll on. They get Shane Edwards back this afternoon, but they lose, of course, Dustin Martin. So can they gather enough of the old firm to try and mount a charge?
Yeah.
Can they offer much resistance to Geelong this afternoon, or will the Cats just prove a class above and do similar to what they did earlier in the year?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it? And I think that's been probably the downfall of the Tigers this year, is they haven't had their best players on the park for large chunks of it. And, you know, obviously replacing one of, if not the best player in the game this week is going to be challenging. Shane Edwards, great player coming back in, but he's not Dustin Martin. So it's interesting to see like how they go about that. And I think Dimmer said during the week that it's going to take a collective effort to cover him, but no kidding. Thanks, Dimmer, for the scoop on that one. But look, yeah, I think the Cats have shown that they can, when they put it all together, they can play some really good footy. The Dogs took it right up to them not that long ago down there at GMHBA. It was only the kick after the siren, wasn't it, that got them over the line in that one. So it's, you know, can they prove us and show us that they are that top two team and really just do a number on an undermanned Tigers, or does the Tigers system stack up and, you know, they come out and really put it to the Cats?
It was such a big emotional build-up last week to Jack Riewoldt's 300th game. The match was originally in Melbourne, then they had to make their way up to Queensland. You just wonder what toll that might have taken. Jack played well himself, kicked 6 goals, but can Richmond repeat that feat again? Toby Nankervis so good in the middle of the ground. Is there an emotional drop away after last week?
Well, it'll be interesting. We can ask Brody as to how hard they celebrated up there together and whether or not there is any hangover from last weekend. But, you know, it's great to reward a champion of the club in Jack last week. And, you know, he played exceptionally well himself to kick 6. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. I think it's all about, and it is most weeks, into how they start. And, you know, you can usually tell how a team's ready to go and how they go about it. But, yeah, your guess is as good as mine at the moment, Clinchy. I think it'll be, you know, how much can they just come out and get their game up and going early against the Geelong side that we know structures up very well behind the footy.
And yet it feels like the player who might be able to provide a spark is not Dusty Martin, but Shea Bolton, whose form over the last 4 or 5 weeks has not quite been as high as what it was when he was taking hangers. Yeah, that's it. And I think that he tends to rise to the occasion, doesn't he? When they're missing some of their better players, he steps up and takes and say, right, well, if it is to be, it's going to be me, to use one of my old man's old sayings. But look, he's a great, one of those really exciting players to watch, and I hope we do see something like that huge hang that we did see from earlier in the year. So I'm keen to see what the mix is going to be for the Tigers in the middle, but it's going to be about how much they can get it and get it to Jack and Lynch in the forward half to really kick a score. If you want to join the conversation on the SMS, 0437 774 774. If you've got a thought or comment on today's game or a question for Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard. BJ, what was your main takeaway from last night? The Bulldogs able to reverse the previous result against the Demons and, I guess, frank their finals credentials, their top 2 aspirations against a pretty good side.
Yeah, I was still trying to dissect it, whether is it more about the Bulldogs or more about Melbourne. I don't think both teams are playing their best footy, but just in Melbourne side of things, because I've talked about it more, my wife's family are passionate Melbourne supporters, so got the rundown this morning and dissected
the debrief, having watched the game yourself.
Yeah, with the father-in-law. So, no, that was kind of the issues that kind of plagued them last year and a few times this year, just about their entries inside 50 and their skills by foot hurt them. I don't think they... I said this morning, I said they had enough opportunities to actually win the game of footy. I thought the Bulldogs are just more efficient going forward. I thought made, you know, something out of nothing a number of times. Generally, it was wet weather footy, maybe dried up a little in that last quarter, and we saw a bit of clean footy, in particular going inside forward 50. But generally, for most of the night, it was get it in there, you know, bring it to ground, the old wet weather style mentality. So Bulldogs just did that better, essentially. So. Won the stoppages, so the only thing really concerning for mine, for Melbourne's side of view, and Simon Goodwin, I assume, would be asking questions and want to figure it out quicker, sooner rather than later, is that their dominance in the ruck and the service that the midfielders provide on the ground level, because, you know, I think it was 73 hit-outs to 18 or something. So complete dominance from Melbourne.
But -8 in the clearance.
And -8 in the clearances. So, and as we talked about last night, getting the clearances on a wet day is imperative because of the ground position, and then it allows you to set up and keep the ball in your forward half and get multiple scoring opportunities. So yeah, it's I don't think for Melbourne it's anything to be really concerned about. It is a loss. So people look at it more dramatic than I think what it is. But there's a couple of things they need to improve. But I still don't think they're far off it.
Can we talk about from the Bulldogs' point of view, and Marcus Bontempelli, and I had him as our best player on the ground, and you debated me on it last night. You weren't so sure on it. Can you just give me your thoughts on who you thought should have been the three?
No, I actually didn't know. So I thought about it and said he obviously bobbed up late, did those two great things.
Only late?
Yeah, no. But
he was pretty good.
But that's it. People then see that, and it's like...
Oh, they get swayed by it, you think?
Swayed. I just... Watching the game, and it was just like, as we do at the end of it, it was like, who's like really had an impact, without...
How many players do it for 4 quarters right across? And then you're just like, wow.
That's so he's got the ability to do those couple of things, which then sets him apart. So then they're at your front of your mind. So I tried to put those things aside, and then for the rest of the game, and that's where I was like, was he
better than Oliver?
Better than Oliver? Was he better than McRae? So it was a you know what I mean. So, but then that's what separates the good from great, is then they have the ability to stand up in certain situations and big moments and dusty and all that kind of thing. So that's the icing on top. But then for the rest of it, I was debating who's been better, because Oliver, I don't think Oliver's capable of doing some of the things that...
He doesn't kick goals, does he?
Bont does, but his game last night was outstanding, I thought, considering the conditions and what was actually needed and how the game needed to be played. At half-time on track to set a world record in terms of contested possessions. Outstanding.
So you want to give Clayton Oliver the 3, BJ?
No, I just think...
Just pondering it.
Those things, that's why I wanted to start debate. We didn't have long enough, did we, to debate the 3-2-1.
We're here today. That's why I asked the question.
So, and that's why I wanted to raise the question rather than getting tied up in two of the great things. One of them, again, he was in the right position, but I questioned Melbourne's defensive side of it, leaving Bont twice early in the game and then late in the game standing a stoppage by himself on his left foot. So, no, I try not to get swayed by a couple of brilliant things.
Fair enough. I thought he was pretty good.
I don't think he's definitively arguing with you, Lids, for what it's worth, so I'm happy to sit with you and back your votes in.
Interesting conversation.
Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard, your Sunday team. Mitch Cleary, as always, joins us on the Sunday with all the latest AFL news from afl.com.au. Mitch, welcome.
Good afternoon, Clinchy.
Now, Corby's obviously not happy with me because I stole his thunder in the opener, but...
No, it works better with the audio.
Okay.
So if you've got the audio, I'm keen to hear it.
I've redeemed myself? Okay. Right from the top then. I was interested, Mitch, during the week when Chris Scott fronted for his media conference. You went with him as the question as to why the game wasn't being played in Geelong, and he turned the question back on you. Here it is.
What was the rationale you were given by the AFL, Chris, as to why you couldn't get your wish?
You'd know better than I would, Mitch. I haven't really had any involvement in this at all. So I think Brian Cook has. I believe you spoke to him about it, and he got some sort of rationale that I didn't ask to be passed on to me. Once the decision was made, we moved on. Do you know?
No, that's why I asked the question. I haven't. Once it was made, I haven't asked.
You did write an article about it, though, so I'm assuming that you do have a bit of background about it. What's your interpretation of the game being in Melbourne?
Just that was as it was fixtured, so they've continued to stick with that, given other agreements in terms of signage and broadcast and all that.
It's all a bit vague, is it?
Well, I'll ask you then. Were you surprised, given you said 2 Adelaide teams getting their games moved willy-nilly, that you couldn't have the same luxury this week?
I'd prefer to look at it more from the other side, which is we're in an environment where the AFL are in an impossible situation to try to manage everything, and if this is an issue that slips down the priority list, then I think all fair-minded people should be able to live with that, and that includes us.
So all of a sudden the press conference was turned back on you, Mitch. We need to get you a decent mic if you're going to be the figurehead in the presser. What did you think, Lids and BJ? I just thought he played that nicely, Chris, got his point across and used Mitch very much as his trumpet to do so.
Oh, I could just
he knew he'd written the article.
Just use the pace of the ball there. Just didn't
deflect beautifully.
Just deflect and
Good to see him out my contacts as well. I've spoken to Brian Cook. Asked him.
You had a bit of wobbles there for a bit. You clearly didn't expect...
No, well, you go into a press conference asking the coach, and you sort of Thursday afternoon at home, middle of lockdown, you're not expecting one to fire back. I wrote the story originally...
You didn't expect him to read your article?
Yes, by the way, he says for weeks on end leading up to that he doesn't read our stories. So,
got him.
Good to know. In saying that, we wrote last week that the Cats had asked the question. When we were actually on air last Sunday, it came out that the Cats had been told. I didn't follow up at that time. I since have. The AFL's got a few different reasons as to why the game hasn't been moved to Kardinia Park, saying that the game originally fixtured here at the MCG, so it stays that way. Essendon didn't get their wish back in round one, given they wanted to move the Essendon-Hawthorn game from Docklands to the MCG. There's signage...
Different circumstances, though.
Yep, I agree with that. There's signage here at the MCG in terms of sponsorship that is sold to the MCG that doesn't get used at Geelong, so there's agreements in place. Also, the broadcast fans, it would have meant...
What's your interpretation?
I think the AFL... I think they just made an easy decision to keep it here.
It was too hard.
Yeah.
I think it's a door that's best stayed closed.
Yeah, rather than set a precedent.
That's what Chris was saying, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was not a high importance and it was too hard.
Yeah. And the next question will be what happens with finals. So this game was already fixtured here at the MCG. Finals aren't fixtured. If there's no crowds come finals, which we'll get to in a moment, which hopefully is not the case, but if it comes to that, then Geelong have to get their wish and have it down there, given it's not fixtured and finals are, free ball.
There's no contracts in place in terms of signage for finals because you don't know where it's being played.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll ever get to a stage where Geelong just play all their games down there?
That's been their wish for a long time and it still hasn't eventuated.
Yeah.
What happens with Easter Monday? Do they play that down there against Hawthorn, or is it permanently a Hawthorn game and they split the gate here like we've seen Collingwood and Melbourne?
That would be favouring Geelong, wouldn't it?
I think the mix right now is right. 9 games in Geelong, 2 home games at the MCG, but they want more, the Cats.
Yep. What if they said, if you want to play all of them there, you can, but we're taking Queen's birthday off you because it doesn't hold as many? Do you think they'd fly for that, Geelong?
Probably not, because in terms of the spin-off effect there, it's members, it's sponsorship dollars in terms of the big marquee fixtures. You don't get that, so... Yeah, I guess it's a catch-22.
Yeah, I just feel like if they want to be a Geelong team, great, go and play every single game down in Geelong. But it's just this awkwardness of, we'll just play the big games in Melbourne, and then, but for finals, can we go back and play in Geelong? I know it's a bit of a boring conversation that's been had a lot, but yeah, good on them for trying it on for size this week, seeing if they can try and get it there. But I don't know. They're either all in or they're not, I think, with the games in Geelong. If they want to move them all there, good luck to them. How many's the ground hold? What's the capacity?
Tick under 35,000.
Yeah. So it probably needs to be a little bigger than that, doesn't it?
They got one more stage to go in terms of their redevelopment.
And that'll take them to?
Pushing 40.
Jeez, not that.
Yeah.
So a lot of people miss out by, if you look at the Easter Monday game as the example.
Hawthorn, yeah.
You're locking out a lot of people, even if that game gets 70,000.
Yeah.
So 30,000 people can't go.
Yeah, and then majority, ticket sales then would favour Geelong, you'd think, as well, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Or become more available and all their things they've got in place.
I mean, this is exactly the problem that happened. Was it the 2017 season where Geelong finished higher on the ladder, ultimately played Richmond in a qualifying final at the MCG. The Tigers won the game, obviously went on to win the premiership. Again today, which is what I touched on off the top, Clinchy, I mean, if Geelong win, they go to top 2 on the table. It essentially means nothing, because if they leapfrog Melbourne and the season ended tonight, the first week of the finals, we would have Geelong versus Melbourne, seemingly at the MCG. So essentially they're playing today for nothing, because they wouldn't be hosting that game anyway.
Well, that's what the Cats are arguing. If we get to finals and there's no crowd still, or minimal crowd, they want to have that in Geelong.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to change in the short term. Richmond, obviously, without Dustin Martin this afternoon. News just coming through from the club that he's been released from hospital.
Yeah, 10 days after he was first admitted to hospital with that serious kidney injury. He has been discharged, but he will stay in Queensland for the next few days at least, Clinchy, while that recovers before he can fly or get back to Victoria. So fingers crossed that heals up. Another one of his former teammates, we've got one in the box, but another in Alex Rance, playing in the VFL at the moment. 3/4 time, Essendon leading Southport. He's had 17 disposals, Alex Rance. His second game of footy since he playing? Centre-half back. Played one game for Seymour in a local game here in Victoria a couple of weeks ago, but he was up in Queensland in the last couple of weeks on holiday. So he got the phone call from Ben Rutten, obviously former assistant coach at Richmond. Got the call to say, can he come down and give us a hand? He's taken up that call, and now
leads the question needs to be asked.
Is that all it was? Just a phone call from Ben? There has to be something more to it.
Well, that's why we ask.
I don't know.
He won't know.
I have no idea.
He
won't know. You gotta let him ask the question.
He turns 32 in October.
Yeah. He goes up there regularly because his sister's up there, so he goes up there to see his nieces and nephews and hangs out with them. And I'm assuming, just as you've told it, is that's what's happened.
Yeah.
Trucks reached out.
Can you help us out? We can't fill a team, can we?
We want a 5-time All-Australian. Can you just help us out, mate? You're going to make it a little bit better.
Do you think he'll play again?
I don't know, mate. He's firmly been training really hard just for triathlons and wants to run a marathon. Madness. I don't know why, but he's super fit, always loved to compete, but I thought he got away from footy to get away from footy, essentially, and not to be a part of it all and the cut and thrust of it. But
if you want every chance. If you want to go and play a game of footy for fun, you're going to play some community game somewhere with a bunch of mates and having a few beers afterwards. You're not playing a VFL standard game.
Although you're probably going to get heckled a bit less in the VFL, or...
Well, there's got to be something to it. You're not playing that high level of footy.
Or is it as simple as helping a mate out?
Oh, come on. But, Beach, if I said to you right now, do you want to play a game of footy, you're not going to go run around in the VFL. You're going to go play...
BJ hasn't been training for triathlons and marathons.
But it's a really high standard of footy just to play a game for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure there's that competitive side of Alex. He's like, well, I can just kind of prove a point here.
Yeah,
I've still
come out and show that I've still got it.
Yeah.
If I wanted to come back, I could.
Yeah.
Which he probably could.
Yeah,
and footy's, again, as we all grow up and things change and we get older, as footballers, we realise it's not the most important thing in the world, as we once thought it was for a long time. So he's probably just proving that to people too. I can still do it.
Clocked it.
Yeah, clocked it.
Essendon could do it with a key back, Beach.
But for what reason? For
premiership.
You think they're in a position to win a premiership next year?
Maybe.
Nah. So that's why I asked the question, for what reason is it, if it is that, if that's the angle Truck's taken and there's conversations being had behind the scenes. 31?
32 in October.
So say 32.
How old did Dustin Fletcher play till?
He doesn't count.
Why not? He's a full-back.
But he's not a 32-year-old in the sense he hasn't had 15 years of AFL.
He is coming off an ACL though, and has been out of the system for 3 years.
Yeah.
I was going to say, well, he hasn't played for 3 years, so essentially it's not like he was playing in year 29, 30, 31. So he's had 3 years off.
If that was to happen, Essendon would think that they could win a premiership in the next 2 years.
Yep.
Do you think 2 years is reason? Yeah, but in my mind, they're not ready to win a premiership. Sydney won't win a premiership.
All right, I'm going to keep us moving because otherwise we're going to end up stuck on topics all day. Injuries from the weekend. Scott Pendlebury took to Twitter to rule him out for the rest of the season. Alex Keith, last night we saw Josh Shackey play that role in key defence, and obviously Liam Ryan as well.
Yeah, hamstrings for Liam Ryan and Alex Keith. Going to be a big blow. Alex Keith, Josh Shackey just said. Clinchy. Interesting what happens with the Dogs' defence now. Do they continue with Shackey? Lewis Young, who's waiting in the wings, he was an emergency, so a bit to work through for Luke Beveridge. And the big one this afternoon, Stephen Canelio played a game or two back now from his long-term ankle injury, out with a toe complaint. It's a loss for the Giants in an 8-point game against the Bombers.
Same side?
Yes.
Same toe.
Yeah.
We know Sam Mitchell's out of the Collingwood race for the next senior coach. Are there any indications as to who the leading candidates are?
Well, the shortlist has been put together. I don't know the definitive number, but Adam Kingsley at Richmond, an assistant under Damien Hardwick for the last 2 premierships, is on that list. I expect him to be interviewed in the very short term. Michael Voss is
hasn't been interviewed yet.
I'm not sure of the exact timeline.
Did I read earlier today that he was interviewed already?
He may well have been.
Yesterday, Saturday?
He may well have been. Don Pike.
It's not confirmed, is it?
I need to go and work the phone. But he's on the short list. And Michael Voss, Brad Scott is the one that's moving. So, speaking of people during the week, I think the Brad Scott situation has changed a little bit in the last 2 or 3 weeks. He's a little bit more open to the Collingwood job than he may have been at the start of the process when they first reached out. So keep a very close eye on Brad Scott and Collingwood. He did spend 3 years there under Mick Malthouse before he took the North Melbourne job.
I would have thought he'd be more interested in the AFL possibilities, wouldn't he?
Potentially. Depends if you got the coaching bug. Have you always got the coaching bug?
What about movement on Don Pike?
Interesting, he was lined up for an ABC interview with us today pre-game and pulled out. They changed it to Dean Cox at the last minute, which
Well, we had him a couple of weeks
ago. We
ago
did.
And grilled him on it.
And he left the door open and said he was still weighing it up. I just want to know why they moved that late decision to put Coxie in.
Put the gag on him.
For the pre-game.
Righto, reading between the lines there. And obviously in Victoria, we're hoping we'll be out of lockdown anytime soon, maybe as early as Tuesday. When do you think we might be able to see crowds back at the footy?
Potentially, and I only say potentially as soon as this weekend at a really small number, because they are going to want to get moving the AFL. 7 weeks until the first week of finals. They are going to want to build that up gradually to have some sort of significant number come the first week. The World Health Organisation, one of their chief advisors overnight, has spoken to The Age saying and cautioning against large crowd numbers at football matches and sporting matches for the rest of this year. So the AFL's got a decision on their hands. They are working pretty closely with the state government as to where it sits. I'm sure we're going to know more by Thursday or Friday, provided we are out of lockdown.
Good on you, Mitch. Thank you very much for all that. Nicely handled after your response to Chris Scott. Mitch Cleary joining us from AFL.com.au. A chance to head inside the Geelong camp. Matthew Knight's assistant coach with the Cats can join us on ABC Sport. Matty, always great to catch up.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
Obviously, the news of Sean Higgins being out of the lineup this afternoon. Just give us a bit of an indication as to how late you had to make that call.
Yeah, just in the last 24 or 48 hours, just with a little bit of knee soreness and just wasn't quite right. So, it's just a situation where you're not, prepared to push that and get him right for the oncoming week. So, he played really good footy for us last week in Fremantle. Was one of his better games for us thus far. So, just got to get him right. And, everyone's pushing for a spot at the moment. We've got some young guys like, Clark, Constable, Fort, Brownless are pushing for spots as well. So, yeah, but it's good to have that competitive nature in the club at the moment.
Matty, Brendan Goddard, it will make life a little bit easier not having to, prepare for Richmond with Dusty Martin. But how are you prepared for the Tigers today, and what do you expect from them based on what you've seen last week and probably the last couple of weeks to build up to this game?
Yeah, with Dusty out, he sort of plays a really interesting role between sort of mid and forward, and I think he makes decisions on the run a little bit where he plays, but whether Bolton goes to that same role, we're not 100% sure. They're probably thinking sort of Bolton and Edwards and Graham might play a mix of that role. Then they've got Lambert back, who's been, a really constant for them the last 4 years when they play great footy. He's back into their lineup. So they've got a few pieces that have come back in the last sort of couple of weeks. Their form line in beating Brisbane last week seems pretty good now that they've come out and won by 40 yesterday. So we're expecting them to be pretty sharp and, have to sort of be at our best ourselves. And, it's going to be a good clash.
Night, it's Brett Lidio here, mate. Does Mark O'Connor get a role today, speaking about those guys that you were just then?
Yeah, Mark, we're probably still working out with Mark whether he's going to, some weeks I think he'll play as a defender like he did last week in Fremantle, and then some weeks I think he will play midfield with a role. It'll just be very dependent on maybe the size of the opposition forward line and how big we go down back. And also, obviously, the Mark Bledsoe sort of equation comes into that a little bit, how much he plays in the ruck, because Mark played back last week. But, yeah, I think O'Connor will take on some big roles. I mean, some of the teams we're going to meet in the near future have got, outstanding mids, and most mid, really good teams have got deep midfield. So it's really interesting at the moment, because if you say playing, the Bulldogs or Melbourne, which one do you pick to go after? Because they've got 3 or 4 that are as damaging as each other in different aspects. So, yeah, Mark's going to be pretty important because he runs really well. He's quite physical and he's quite a big man. So he's sort of, I guess, well endowed to take on those midfielders in that one-on-one battle.
You spoke about the midfields there, and a guy that you've added this year, Isaac Smith. You must be super impressed what he's been able to put forward for you guys this year.
Yeah, we have. I mean, it's just the intelligence he plays with, not only on game day but during the week. He's helped us out enormously with, he's even worked with guys like, Narkle and Parfitt in regards to running patterns and how to, they're really good inside players, how to sort of grow their game on the outside. But yeah, just the work rate he has both defensively and in attack has been enormous, and then he finds those marks. And also he's a really penetrating kick, so sometimes he can skip a line for you, so he can run sort of 7 or 8, kick at that 60, 65, and it really gets our forwards a good shot at it. So yeah, we're really rapt to have him. He's going to be really important probably from this point forward to the rest of the year in these big games.
Matthew Knight's with us on Grandstand AFL. Matthew, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Quentin Narkle, the sub again today. It feels like whenever we see him play a full game, he amasses plenty of the footy. He had 26 and 1 last week against the Dockers, and he's back in the sub, I was going to say vest, but certainly in the medical sub position today. What sort of conversations do you have with him, someone at his stage of his development, 23 years of age, surely looking for a little more game time, to now put him back into that role again? How do you handle that situation?
Yeah, it's a really quite a difficult situation, because the reality is if Quentin was at a different club, he might be getting more opportunity to play consistently, and that's fair. But I guess we believe that if he's growing his game, he's getting better, albeit that he's not sort of playing week to week, but he's coming in. I thought he was great last week. I thought not only in the contest, but he found short kicks. He really helped our attack with his intelligence, and he's really growing as a footballer. But it's a tough midfield to get into. He's got to stay positive. He's got to stay up, because footy changes quickly, and he could quite conceivably be in the big games come the point end of the season. So it's just a conversation about staying positive about his footy, keep improving the elements that he needs to improve in, and not worrying about, when I say not worrying about selection, just being strong enough, and we're all mature enough to say, well, listen, this is the way the cards have been dealt, but we just got to push forward here. We can't worry about that too much, and you just got to play good footy when you get your next opportunity. So it is tough for him, but he'll work through it. He's a tough kid and a good lad, and he's really grown this year as a person.
Is there any temptation to try and find him another role, whether that's sort of in the forward line or down back, and as a way to keep him in the team?
Yeah, there is. He played last week. He probably played a little bit of forward, and he showed a fair bit, we thought. So I think if he does that and becomes sort of quite accomplished as a forward as well as being a mid, I think he grows his chances to be selected every week, and that's something that we're endeavouring to do as a match committee, I guess, so he can be in the team. And as I said, I think, purely objective opinion, I think he's really got a great future as a midfielder, but he's also an adept goal kicker. So yeah, if he can kick a couple goals here and there as well as playing mid, I think it does.
Matty Knight's with us on ABC Sport. Matty, if you look at the way in which Richmond might be able to take the game away from you, it might be around the role of Toby Nankervis, who looked really good last week against the Brisbane Lions. In terms of your side, do you feel like you're getting the balance right between Asava Radicale and Reece Stanley in playing that ruck role?
Yeah, slowly. I mean, it's something we haven't been settled with. And firstly, I thought Chol and Nankervis really were outstanding last week, the way they went after McInerney. Chol actually started the game inside, and then Nankervis come in and did a lot of bullocking work. So pretty pivotal, that role today for us with Reece, Asava, Mark and Tom. So we like to think we've got 3 or 4 ruckmen in different parts of the ground, and they're going to have to go after Nankervis, because he does make their mids better by the way he protects, the way he farms the ball into their area. So he's a big in for him the last couple of weeks. So yeah, I think Reece and particularly Asava have got a big job today to make sure we break even or get on top in that area.
Chris on the SMS wanting to know if you expect to be playing in Hobart next week.
Yes, we do. Yeah. The last I heard, as of yesterday, we were expecting to play in Hobart next week. And the parameters and the guidelines around that, I'm not exactly sure, but we're expecting that we'll be playing North down in Hobart.
And finally, I know it's a question you probably get sick of being asked, but Geelong have been such a successful side for such a long time, only missed finals the one time since the Premiership era back in 2011. Have you been approached by Collingwood? Would you like to be in conversations around senior coaching possibilities? Yeah, I think that those conversations are really if the club thinks that you're a good fit for their footy club. And, as I said, I'm really blessed to be at a great football club at the moment. And I really enjoy working with the players and the staff here. So, unless that, something significant changes, that's the way it's going to stay. And then, whatever opportunities pop up in the future will be, they'll present. If they do, if they don't, they don't. I'm just happy, really happy coaching, a good group of midfielders at Geelong, and whether they're experienced ones or the young ones, it's it's still something I'm really enjoying doing is coaching. So we'll just see what occurs in the future. But for the moment, you haven't been approached? No, haven't been approached, no. Matty, as always, we appreciate your time. They'd be crazy if they didn't. Good luck for the Cats against the Tigers this afternoon. Yeah, thanks, mate. Matthew Knight's joining us from the Cats ahead of the big match this afternoon from the MCG. The final quarter also underway from the Gold Coast, where Sydney are taking on Fremantle. Brett Sprigg is keeping us across it.
Clinchy, the score presently is Sydney 11-11-77, Fremantle 7-6-48. Lance Franklin just taking a set shot for goal as we speak, lining up for his third. Isaac Heaney has also kicked 3. There were also 2 goals in that third term for Luke Parker. The Swans kicked 5 goals to none in that third quarter. Freo adding just the 1 behind for the entire term before Adam Chera kicked the first goal of the last quarter, and Buddy has missed, so it's 11-12-78. It's a 7-6-48. By the way, I mentioned the Nat 5 shoulder. I mentioned he was subbed out at half-time. Michael Walters, their veteran forward, also has ice on the right hamstring. Sean Darcy came off with a problem with his left knee but did return. Add to that Josh Tracy, who earlier was withdrawn right before the opening bounce due to illness, as I mentioned earlier. So not a good day so far for the Dockers, who need the win to go back into the top 8. This game is slipping away. Early in the fourth quarter, it's the Swans 11-12-78. The Dockers 7-6-48.
Thanks very much, Spriggy. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass to call the action. Brett Delidio on Brendan Goddard. Your experts, Mitch Cleary down on the boundary. Some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Hi guys, Paul from Yarrawonga. The last couple of weeks, mates of mine have been saying they're sick of biased commentary games, so I tell them that's why I listen to ABC Grandstand. Good on you, Paul. We'd like to think so as well.
Wow.
Also, if you can just scroll down that screen, Rog, asking if Brendan Goddard is particularly grumpy today. That's from Lou in Gisborne. Is my imagination, or is BJ a little bit grumpy?
Come on, mate.
We've had far more grumpy BJ than today.
He's bounced him.
Doesn't listen. Not a regular listener.
Correct.
Clearly.
Maybe just
depends who he's chaired with, I suppose, or who he's next to.
Just managing the kids. Lou might be starting to get to BJ's patience a little bit, but he's
wearing thin on me
for this afternoon. Tim in Blackburn wondering how much Olympics are you watching, BJ? I think he's referring to the fact that you think Clayton Oliver was better than Marcus Bontempelli. He didn't say definitively. Exactly. He was just posing the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you watching any Olympics?
Am I? No. I play COD at night when the kids go to bed.
You're one of the PlayStation players, righto?
No, I'm PC, mate.
PC. Okay, fast, good.
Less lag time.
Less lag time, better graphics.
Is it? Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Needed at my age, playing games.
And also a question coming through around Alex Rand. So hopefully Mitch gave you the update there about his match in the VFL for Essendon this afternoon. Just a quick look forward to later on this afternoon. Nathan Broad's going to join us in a few moments' time. But I'm sure Corby, as part of the Bombers Brigade, is wondering how they'll go against the Giants this afternoon. They're inside the top 8. Do you have a feeling as to how that game might shape it? It's sort of a danger game because the Giants have been hot and cold.
Yep, they certainly have. I'm really not sure because I'm not sure what Bombers is going to turn up this week. I think they've shown that they've been strong in some games and they've dropped away in others. Their kids have been really good, and you've seen, we've probably commented and said, maybe they're getting tired, and it's hard to get a read on the Giants as well. They've played some really good footy at times as well, but then other times gone to sleep. But
it's a bit of a toss of coin then.
Toss of the coin,
you can't
given
rely
what I've
on
said.
Any team, yeah.
You can't really rely on them. You can't bank what you have seen in the past. But Steve Cornelio is, I'd like to say he's a big out in terms of leadership, but his footy this year obviously been injured quite a bit. So whether that makes a difference, Cal Ward comes back in to take his place. So sort of a like for like, if you like, there. And for the Bombers, Shealy's playing his first game back, I think. So he's it'd be interesting to see where he plays, given that Darcy Parish has come in and flourished in the midfield, so he might play more half forward minutes.
Yeah, Josh Marnie joined us in the previous hour with Jake Nolan, said that was the role they thought they might play him across half forward, with obviously Parish and Merritt playing so well in the middle of the ground, but we rarely saw it. So what sort of impact will he have, given he wouldn't have played a game of footy with no VFL, so it'll just be off a training base?
Well, it can only go off what I knew of Dylan when I was training with him, in that he was an incredibly professional operator and gave himself every chance to come out and just perform through how he looked after himself. But playing that new role, I mean, he's been a bona fide mid, really, and that's the way he has played. Hasn't played too many other positions.
Is he capable of playing that role and impacting the game?
He started that role earlier this year and was kicking more goals than he had, but he just wasn't having the same sort of influence on the game in terms of numbers on touching the footy. So it'll be interesting to see whether he has, just been studying, and whether that can help him get through just through watching tape, or whether, you need to actually go out there and experience it to really dominate a game.
It's interesting because one of his major strengths is his work rate, but also his explosive pace. So can he utilise that at half forward if he can get up the ground?
Well, it can, absolutely. Yeah. I think it's one of the best traits to have as a half forward who can be explosive, because you're trying to get separation from your opponent. If they come up with you, then you can burn them back. But it's also about reading the play, and when you've traditionally been all the ways around the footy, trying to read what your teammates are doing up the field can be quite difficult. So, sometimes it does take that little while to get that connection when you've been out for quite a while.
And Ben Rutten has obviously been the master of finding players new positions. Laverde, as we got corrected during the week into defence, and new role for Dyson Heppel. So it'd be crazy to question his logic so far with so many of them hitting the market. Cale Hooker forward with the changes in the off-season.
They played a humdinger earlier in the year. I don't know if you remember that at Giant Stadium, where the Bombers came home with a wet sail, and there was, I think, 3 goals in the final 2 minutes of the game, and ultimately GWS got home by a couple of points.
And a contentious free kick not paid too,
yes.
I think.
To Hooker.
Hooker.
Absolutely.
So it could have gone the other way. But, so the last few times that these two teams have met, there have been very close games. So it'll be interesting to see how today stacks up.
A man who would be love to be out on the MCG this afternoon warming up is Nathan Broad, the Premiership Tiger. Unfortunately, he'll be watching from the stands or at home. He can join us on ABC Sport. Nathan, welcome. Where do we find you on this Sunday afternoon?
How you going, boys? Thanks for having me. I'm just at home this afternoon. Rehab wasn't allowed to go to the game, so I'll just be perched up on the couch having a look.
And how do you go watching? You would have seen the excitement or shared the excitement last week of a great win over the Brisbane Lions in Jack Revolt's milestone match. Another great challenge this afternoon taking on the Cats.
It is, it was a great win last week. It was much needed. We got back to playing the way we're looking to play. I think we were building closely, but we just weren't finding it. But last week was a good step forward, and today's going to be another massive challenge, so it'll be good.
And the ankle injury for you back in round 15 against the Saints, how's it coming along?
It's going really well. Had a big session this morning, which was probably my biggest one yet, just to get the ticket of approval, and all went well. So managed to get myself a ticket to Perth tonight, so that'll be good. And then train this week and put my hand up to play. Should be nice.
Perfect. Brody, it's Lids here, mate. I just want to ask you, we all saw Jack speak in the media last week and how modest and humble he was, and thankful for all the people that have supported him, mate. What was he really like inside the four walls?
Oh, he actually surprised me. He was pretty much the same. I was a bit shocked. I wasn't know if he was feeling well or not, because I was a bit worried walking into the club on Monday morning after the win and his 300s and kicking 6. But no, he was very modest. So I don't know what's going on with him.
It's amazing what kids do to you, Brody.
I think so. Yeah.
Hey, Brody, last time we spoke, we were on the golf course, mate. Seems like a long, long time ago. Have you been privy to the conversations, with Dimmer and the boys about just getting the season back on track? And obviously there's a couple of statements made a couple of weeks ago about, some really important games that you played and failed in. But what's the conversations been around just about improving and getting your game back on track?
There's not much talk about how important every game is. I think personally we all know where we sit and how important it is. But it's just about getting back to playing how we want to play. There was a few things there for a while, defensively and offensively, that just wasn't stacking up, and our results are showing. So we spoke about a bit of a lag effect, that it was going to take a few weeks for what we've been working on to finally click. And last week it all seemed to click. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the boys have been training really well, and it can click again today.
Did you almost review the game last week after win as you would, the last previous weeks in losses?
Yeah, it's one thing Dimmer's really good at. He doesn't really spray us and get into us much. It's more about, all right, we're all in this together, and let's find the why and fix it. And there has been a bit of a lag effect. We've been working on a few things the past month, and he just kind of spoke about it's not going to happen straight away. It's going to be a work in progress, and probably instilled a little bit of faith in the boys that things were slowly starting to turn, but results weren't going our way. But like I said last week, everything just seemed to click into place a little bit, and there was still a few things from last week that we took away from it again. But hopefully we can get the ball rolling and make a spot in the top 8. It'd be nice.
Mate, with obviously yourself out, we've seen a couple of changes, but Dan Rioli going back to half-back. How have you seen his development down there so far, and do you think that's something that he can really lock down and continue to play a good role for the Tigers going forward?
Yeah, he's been outstanding, I think. It's a bit of a tough position to go straight into, because it's you're relying on the other 5 defenders a lot. But yeah, he's been working really hard. Bash is so humble, and obviously they're in the same position, and Basher's been teaching him everything he knows and working really hard behind the scenes with Dan, and Dan's been all ears. So it was good last week to finally see him take another step forward. And yeah, I think going forward, it'll be a position Dan can really grab onto. I think he's such a good ball user, and he's got such good closing speed. He'll make a great defender.
Mate, we spoke on our show earlier today. No doubt you were listening. I was asked the question, who's the next skipper for the Tigers? And one, do you think Trent will hold on to that position next year? But who's the next one in line from your eyes?
It's a good question. Hopefully the skipper goes on again. I'd love him to, but if he wasn't to, I think Kane Lambert's someone who could easily just step into that role if it was for a year or two. Obviously Kane's a bit older as well, but he could seamlessly just step into that role for a year or two as kind of a takeover captain for a bit while we build someone up. But we've got a few young blokes there, like Jack Graham, I was spoken about during the week as a potential captaincy. But yeah, we've got a very, very young list that's emerging. So I don't know, it could potentially be a couple of year takeover by one of the senior boys like a Kane Lambert or something.
Nathan Broad with us on Grandstand AFL. Nathan, it's Corbin Middlemass. I remember covering your games playing for Swan Districts. Obviously, you were drafted as a mature age player, so you had to run around and played many senior games at Bassendean Oval for Swans. And now, all of a sudden, you're 27 years of age and a triple premiership player. Do you ever get a chance, perhaps when you're injured, to sit back and think, holy smokes, that all happened pretty quickly to go from being a guy who sort of missed your draft year to now, all of a sudden, a three-time premiership player?
Yeah, I do. I pinch myself every day going to the club pretty much. I'm just so grateful to get picked up in the AFL, let alone Richmond. Just right place at the right time, was very, very lucky. But there's while you're injured, probably get to look at it a bit more. And you take for granted when you're healthy and fit a little bit how good it is. So injuries aren't great, but sometimes they're a good little reset just to remind yourself how good it is. But yeah, it's been a bit of a whirlwind and a bit of a roller coaster, but I reckon once my career's over, I'll sit back more and think how good it was.
Your name was floated towards the end of last year about potentially moving elsewhere, and obviously you had an awful lot of success here at Richmond. Did you come close to changing clubs last year?
It got a bit hairy towards the end of the year. Obviously there was no contract from Richmond post the season, so myself and my manager had to start looking elsewhere to prepare for the worst, just in case. But I was managed to find myself luckily back into the side and was able to string a few games together towards the end. And I'm just so grateful that we were able to get a deal done to stay at Richmond, because I never wanted to leave, and I never do want to leave. But if there was nothing there, then I would have to look at continuing my career somewhere else.
Brody, just before we let you go, Alex Rand's playing VFL football today for Essendon?
Yeah, I know. I've been following it on the stats.
What was your response?
Going all right. Sorry, was that?
What was your response to it? Must have been pretty weird hearing the news that he's, obviously donning a different sash but playing footy at VFL level again. Yeah, well, his cousin plays over in the West and coaches, and there's been rumours for the last 12 months, Rancy's going to play, and to be honest, I just thought it was another one of these rumours that definitely wouldn't happen. But when I heard it was penciled in and definitely happening, it was a massive shock, big shock to the system. But I was going to say, must have been some talk in the locker rooms about it from the boys.
Yeah, a few boys raised some questions and just what's going on. I think we just might be bored in lockdown, and he needs to get out and train and get some fresh air.
Nathan Broad's joined us on ABC Sport. Interactive as always. I've just got a question coming through. Could you update us on how some of the other injured guys are coming along? So you said you're hopeful of going to Western Australia. I'll just fire a couple off the top of my head and see if you can remember how long they might be or how close they are back to returning. Noah Bolter?
He's probably, I reckon, 3 to 4.
Okay. Basher Hawley?
He went really well today. He started running, so maybe a couple of weeks there for Basher.
Nick Boston?
Nick, he won't be coming to Perth, I'm pretty sure, but he'll play the week after.
Dion Prestia?
Dion ran around in a half of the VFL today and pulled up fine, so I'm pretty sure he's got a ticket to Perth with myself, so hopefully we can see him playing against Freo this week.
I think Camden McIntosh might be the only other one. Hopefully I've hit all the markers there.
Yeah, Cam's going really well too. He's progressed. He only did it last week, but he's progressed so well already. So he's a really good chance to play next week. Not Freo game, but the one after.
And obviously, from a personal point of view, you made the big proposal earlier in the year. You were a romantic. How'd it go down, and how are you handling this COVID time where it's so unpredictable?
Yeah, no, a little bit of a romantic, man, maybe, but yeah, COVID put the main plans away. I was meant to do it, but then we got sent to Sydney for the hub, but it was still good. Still got the same outcome, but no, it's going all right. We're done a few lockdowns together already, so we haven't killed each other yet. So.
Yeah, obviously it's so hard to try and predict as to when we'll be out of lockdown and when you'll be able to hold functions with more than sort of 50 or 100 people. So good luck with that. As always, great to hear from you, and best of luck. Hopefully we see you back on the park next week in Western Australia.
No worries. Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
Nathan Broad from the Tigers joining us in the lead-up to Geelong and Richmond. I felt a bit hard getting him to run through the injury list, but he was pretty good.
It was pretty good. We were kind of laughing because unless you've directly asked that question, you've got no idea.
Yeah. But come on, if you're in the injury group, surely you're seeing each other.
Yeah, but generally the conversation's like, how you travelling, mate? Like, yeah, like I'm good. I ran yesterday, and so it's generally when you're back, you reckon. Yeah. And so it depends who you're talking to. Some blokes have no idea. That it's like, I don't know.
In their own world, aren't they?
Whenever they tell me I'm right, like, other guys pay a bit more attention and want to know that stuff. So he did well, but yeah, I was kind of giggling because a lot of guys would have no idea. He could have just been making up numbers. It doesn't matter.
Did you take Nathan Broad to one of your good courses when you're playing golf, or were you off the beaten track? Yeah.
One of the best, mates.
How did he get an invite, by the way?
I'm just building to that, Lids. You've stolen nicely.
God.
There's a couple here who are waiting.
How do you know Broady?
If you don't ask, you don't get.
All right, I'll text you.
Or Broady, you connect the dots, mate. Who's Broady good mates with at the club?
Jack.
Yeah, and who am I mates with?
Nick.
Yeah. No, the better of the Rewalts I'm mates with. The better of the...
the one with the better resume now.
Yeah, Jack.
Yeah.
Right. I've jumped off Rui's shit. He's just another media personality. So Jack asked the question, and he was keen to get up north to the golf course.
Righto. We'll continue this conversation off air. On the Gold Coast, Sydney taking on Fremantle. Final quarter action, Brett Sprigg.
Quincy, the Swans are kicking away. Isaac Heaney has 4, and they currently lead now by 35 points. A goal to Will Haywood in the last couple of seconds makes it Sydney 13-14-92. The Dockers 8-9-57. I mentioned that Fife with his shoulder injury. Michael Walters now a hamstring as well. This will be 4 wins in a row for the Swans. They'll consolidate 6th spot. They won't quite overhaul the Lions in 5th, but it's the Sydney Swans by 35 points. 22 minutes now played in the last quarter.
Thanks, Brookie. Keeps their top 4 ambitions certainly alive and well. They're doing well to defy the odds on the road, the Sydney Swans, that's for sure. The other big talking point is we're about to hit the ABC News. Carlton's loss yesterday against North Melbourne. It was kind of one of those matches calling that you just thought this is going to be a tough review on Monday, and it's going to be a sharp focus, no doubt, for this week as to Carlton's direction.
Yeah.
Well, they're just going to be talking about the same things. I think they're...
Defence.
Had issues with all year. Defence, ball use.
How much of a difference is Harry
Mackay? Leading Coleman medalist, mind you, so it was always going to have a tough time.
I still expect him to get it done, though.
Score. Really?
Yeah.
They led by 2 points at half-time.
Yeah.
And then North kicked 7 goals to none in the third quarter.
North were up and about, too.
They
so
were.
That's why I was like, this is...
Yeah, But
it was 18th versus 13th. Do you expect Carlton to be able to adjust once you see a couple of consecutive goals kicked? And they can't do that.
Well, they haven't. That's right. They haven't been able to halt teams' momentum, and when teams have kicked 2, they've gone on to kick 4, 5, 6, which is... That's all it takes is 1 quarter or even 10, 15 minutes of a game where a team gets momentum, you can't stop the momentum, can't stop their scoring, and the game's over. You're just playing catch up for the rest of the game, and some protect their lead and whatever, and the game's too far out of reach. So that's kind of been the story.
They had to do something in the last quarter, so threw Jacob Wiedering forward, but Nick Larkey kicked his 7th goal and no one was near him. It was a funny kind of... Like Lockie Plowman had the roll, and you're kind of scratching your head going, at any stage are they going to put someone on him?
Earlier, Jones was on Stevenson, so
he could roll off and try and...
Well, yeah, that's why I was like, well, how's it kind of working? But he was getting exposed where...
He kicked 3, didn't he?
Getting up the ground and exposing Jones on the way back. So I was questioning matchups. Is it just a handover here? Is that meant to happen? Is he meant to be on him that whole time? So, yeah, I just said, it's the same old stuff.
The same old Carlton. Great win for the Roos, though, and great belief and justification in what David Noble's trying to build for the Kangaroos there. We're going to hit ABC News. On the other side of that, we'll bring you a Tokyo update with Ned Hall. We'll keep you across what's taking place from the Gold Coast and the full build-up to Geelong and Richmond taking place from the MCG.
Shepherd with ABC News. The Prime Minister is urging younger Australians to consider getting the AstraZeneca coronavirus vaccine with more than 1 million doses of it currently available. The official advice from Immunisation Advisory Group, ATAGI, states Pfizer is the preferred vaccine for people under 60. But it's issued updated advice saying people in Greater Sydney should consider getting AstraZeneca due to the increased risk of contracting COVID-19 and a shortage of Pfizer. Scott Morrison welcomes the suggestion.
This is an effective vaccine that can help save people's lives. We saw it save countless number of lives in the United Kingdom, and it will save lives here too in Australia. There's no doubt about that.
Nearly half of today's 141 new coronavirus cases in New South Wales were infectious in the community. 2 more people have died from COVID-19, a woman in her 30s with no underlying health conditions and a woman in her 70s. Dr Jeremy McAnulty from New South Wales Health has thanked the community for a record number of tests.
And a record number of over 102,000 tests were done yesterday. So thanks very much to the community for coming forward to meet this challenge. By isolation status, of the 141 cases, 65 were in isolation throughout their infectious period, and 24 for part of their infectious period. 38 were infectious while in the community.
Health authorities say a man who left isolation and lockdown in Sydney while infectious is responsible for Queensland's latest COVID scare. The man flew from Sydney to Ballina on July 14th, despite being deemed a close contact of a New South Wales case and ordered to isolate. He was driven to Queensland by a Brisbane flight attendant who later tested positive to the Delta strain. Acting Premier Stephen Miles says both cases have been active in Brisbane and the Gold Coast.
It does appear that the flight attendant we reported on Friday caught COVID from the passenger on this flight to Ballina. Therefore, we would consider that the index case for this outbreak.
Passengers on board 6 flights in regional Queensland had initially been deemed close contacts of the flight attendant, but Queensland Chief Health Officer Dr Jeanette Young says she's no longer concerned.
I can be reasonably confident now that prior to the 14th of July was not a risk. So therefore, those 6 flights that flew to regional Queensland are not a risk. And anyone who is required to quarantine from being on those flights, you are now able to leave quarantine.
Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews has slammed the thousands of anti-lockdown protesters who gathered in Melbourne CBD yesterday, breaching COVID-19 health orders. Police investigations are continuing, but so far 6 people have been charged and more than 70 people are facing fines relating to their involvement. Victoria has recorded 11 new cases, all are linked to current outbreaks and were in quarantine. Premier Daniel Andrews says no decision has been made about whether the lockdown will end at midnight on Tuesday, and he's described the protesters as selfish.
Ultimately, selfish behaviour that puts many, many other people in real danger. I just hope that it doesn't have an impact on cases and doesn't have an impact on the sort of rules that we all have to live under.
Overseas and in other news, the Vatican has for the first time published details of its property and investment portfolio, revealing it owns investment properties in some of Europe's most expensive locations. The BBC's Bernadette Keogh reports.
It's emerged the Holy See owns more than 4,000 properties in Italy and well over 1,000 in London, Paris, Geneva and Lausanne. This release of information comes days before the start of a corruption trial at the Vatican involving a controversial investment in London. A former Harrods warehouse in South Kensington was purchased by the Vatican's Secretariat of State in 2014, but led to enormous losses. Senior figures are accused of fraud and embezzlement.
Australia's taken out its first medals today in the pool at the Tokyo Olympics. Here's Jack Snape.
The women's 4x100 metre relay world record was shattered by Australia in the gold medal winning performance by Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell. The four became the first women ever to swim under 3 minutes 30, finishing 1/3 of a second under the mark. Australia has now won the event at 3 Olympics in a row. Earlier, Brendan Smith claimed Australia's first medal at the Games with bronze in the men's 400 metre individual medley.
Meanwhile, tennis world number 1 Ash Barty has been dumped out of the Tokyo Olympics, beaten in straight sets by Spain's Sarah Tolmo. ABC News.
How are you cheering yourself up? Robin in Croydon, I rely on nature. Spring and warmer weather is on the way. Nick in Kangaroo Ground.
Sifting through the old photos, it's been fantastic.
Raf Epstein.
Leo is in Listerfield South.
A family that kazoos together, laughs together.
Go on, just tell us.
Raf Epstein. Weekdays from 3:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers, Harding at the boundary side.
Oh, no! That is a great goal. Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50.
Massive point! What a mark! That's his trademark. Snap from the pocket, splits the middle. This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Round 19 of the AFL continuing from the MCG as Richmond looking to claim victory in the grand final rematch to stay in finals contention, while Geelong eyeing a top 2 position if they can score victory this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. On ABC Sport and ABC Radio, Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass to call the action. Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard are your experts, and Mitch Cleary down on the boundary. Full time has taken place on the Gold Coast. Sydney taking on Fremantle. Brett Sprigg.
Clinchy, yeah, the final score here, the Swans 14-14-98 to Freo 8-10-58. Isaac Heaney kicked his 5th goal in the final minute, so a nice day out for him. Franklin and Parker each kicked 2. Josh Kennedy was their premier ball winner. 34 disposals, 7 tackles, 7 clearances. Andrew Brayshaw also had 34 touches for the Dockers to go with 5 tackles and 6 marks. Nat Fyfe, the right shoulder injury. Michael Walters with a hamstring, so some injury concerns for Fremantle. Buddy Franklin, by the way, it sounds like he was placed on report for that contact made to the head of Luke Ryan as he was being tackled. He attempted to break the tackle by swinging his left arm, and his elbow made contact with the side of Luke Ryan's head, so there'll be certainly some scrutiny on that. Fremantle led by 7 points at quarter time. The Swans were in front by 3 at the half. They kicked 5 goals to none in the third term to lead by 35 at the final change, and the final margin was 40 points for the first of 2 games today at Carrara. The Swans now with 4 wins in a row consolidate 6th place, while Freo remain in 10th but repeating as they chair off David Mundy after his 350th game. The Dockers players, it was a 40-point win to the Swans, 14-14-98 to the Dockers, 8-10-58.
Thanks, Spriggy. Brett Sprigg keeping us across all the action this afternoon. The Tigers have made their way out onto the MCG. Geelong only a few moments away. So no late changes for either side. Sean Higgins was out yesterday, or in the early hours of this morning when the news filtered through. So Close comes in alongside Henderson and Rowan. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, they get back in. The inclusion of Edwards with Dustin Martin out. So Quentin Narkle, the sub for the Cats, and Josh Caddy for the Tigers. We're also keeping you across the Tokyo Olympic Games. Ned Hall is doing so for us. Ned, welcome back.
Thanks, Clinchy. Yes, gold in the pool for the women's 4x100 metre relay team earlier on has been the highlight of the day so far. They dominated the field, set a new world record and won by more than 3 seconds. There was a silver medal in the men's 400 metre freestyle to Jack McLaughlin and a bronze to Brendan Smith in the 400 metre individual medley. Success too for Emma McKeon. to go with her gold medal that she won in the relay. She came second in her heat in the 100-metre butterfly. She's the third fastest into tomorrow's final. Elsewhere today, in the softball, Australia went down to the USA by 2-1. In the hockey, Australia beat Spain by 3-1. The Hockeyroos were a goal down before coming back to win that one. Disappointing news from the tennis. Ash Barty has gone out in the first round to Sara Sorribes Tormo, losing 6-4, 6-3. James Duckworth, though, beat the Slovakian Lucas Klein in 3 sets. Luke Saville went out, though, to Hubert Ukaz in 6-2, 6-4 straight sets defeat for him there. On the road at the moment, it's the women's road race in cycling. 4 Australian competitors there. Still a long, long way to go, more than 100 kilometres. There is a break at the moment of 5 riders who are 7 minutes ahead of the main peloton, but a long way for them to go. The canoe slalom is also underway. The Australian Daniel Watkins, though, struggling after his first run. He got a penalty. He's more than a minute behind the leaders and 16th place at the moment before the second run. Jess Fox is waiting for her turn to go into the water. She's the last one in of 27 competitors in the women's event there. Good news, too, in the taekwondo, a win for Australian Nathan Katz in his bout in the 66 kilo category, and good news too from the surfing. Victories in their heats for Owen Wright, Sally Fitzgibbon and Steph Gilmore straight through to the third round. Julian Wilson was 4th in his heat, which means he has to go and compete in the second round if he wants to progress. And that's all the latest from Tokyo.
Thanks, Ned. Ned Hall keeping us across the Olympic Games from Tokyo. The Cats have just made their way out onto the MCG, so this match taking place at the G, not at Kardinia Park. Geelong actually have a better record here, 4-1 this season, as opposed to the Tigers 3-5. So if we look back to round 8, it was Geelong who prevailed by 63 points over Richmond in the grand final rematch. Jeremy Cameron with 6 goals, Gary Rowan with 5, Tom Hawkins with 4, Cam Guthrie with 36 disposals, and Mitch Duncan with 30. Last week, Jack Revolt with 6 in the Tigers' big win over the Brisbane Lions, in which Toby Nankervis dominated in the hit-outs with 25 hit-outs and 22 disposals. So, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard, what are we going to see this afternoon? Will it be similar to the first time in which these two sides did battle, or can Richmond flip the script?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be 63-point blowout. I don't think Geelong are as potent up forward this time round. Obviously, Big Jez is out. Gary Rowan is out there today. He'll kick his couple, no doubt. I'm interested to see who gets that matchup. But for the Tigers, they're just that extra class through the midfield. I just don't think they're strong enough to go through there with the Cats players. I think, there's Dangerfield, and you spoke about it last time we did their game, I reckon, Beach, that he's just starting to hit his straps, flexing his muscles a little bit. I prefer socks down Paddy over socks up Paddy. But, Cam Guthrie, I've really been impressed with his last couple of seasons that he's been able to put together both ways. And Joel Selwood's just not getting any worse at the moment. He's continuing to put together good form. I'm not sure who's your tip first crack at the big tomahawk at the other end, Beach. You'd say have to be Dave Asprey, would it?
Has to be,
doesn't
it?
It? Garthwaite's too young, I would have thought, not strong enough. Asprey's probably the one.
And they'll ask for a bit of support too. So
Well, Grimes will do that naturally.
Yep. So they'll rely on that like they have done. Obviously, Floston's been a star at it who's not playing today. So, they're up against it. So it just feels like, well, coming here, you can't... Great win last week in Brisbane, but you can't really pencil in... You still got a question mark over Richmond.
Not going to get it back-to-back, I don't think.
Yeah, so, the last 4 weeks for Geelong have been, albeit their opposition are a little bit flimsy. Fremantle, Carlton, Essendon... lost to Brisbane.
Yep.
But it just feels like they're just building enough now that they come up against a good opposition team that are desperate. So let's not get that wrong. They need to win today, as we spoke to Broad earlier. Find some consistency now and continuity and string a few wins together. So they're desperate to get their spot in the top 8 back. And it feels like Geelong just are set now for a really good performance against a good opposition. So, I think today, if you're a betting man, it's all with Geelong. So Richmond are going to have to pull out something special. And as we know, Dusty Martin not here, a couple of the Edwards back in. So I don't think it's enough. They don't have enough cattle to cover Dusty for a start, because who can? There's only one Dustin Martin. And Geelong will be too strong today. And just to answer your question, so the question mark, I was going to get to that with Matty Knights, just around their ruck role. You touched on it briefly, Clinchley, but just how important Radigalia is as more as that second backup, and they're still having to, hang the carrot in front of Reece Stanley and just say, mate, this is your opportunity. We're crying out for a ruckman to compete. Give us first crack. But the thing that frustrates me a little bit with Reece, that his ability to get around the ground is second to none. Like Dave Nissen back at St Kilda Day said, he's probably the best athlete he's ever seen in football.
Yeah, speed, power.
And he'd been at Sydney, seen Buddy up close. He's literally a freak, and what I've seen was a freak. So he's just not utilising. But what was that saying you said, Lids? Don't play like an athlete. What was that one you read off?
Don't play athletics. That's a Choco one.
Yeah, don't play athletics. So he's got a bit about him because he's got every attribute in the world to be that ruckman. Yeah, be a little bit undersized in terms of strength at stoppages and clearances, those one-on-ones. But his ability to get around the ground should be a real strength, and we're just not seeing enough, and he doesn't offer enough. So they're still crying out in that position. So that's one area today that Nankervis can arguably get on top of him.
Beat him up today.
Yeah, if Reece then doesn't use his strength.
Yes.
and able to then expose Nankervis on the spread and use his athleticism to find the footy and have an impact on the game.
And the key word in everything you just said then, Beach, is compete. I mean, he doesn't have to be the reason they win, but he can't be the reason they lose.
Yep.
So he can't just get bullied this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's why I think he and just not him too. There's a number of other guys at Geelong that have had opportunities to grab that ruck roll and sink their teeth in it, and they just haven't been able to. So they're always, I guess, disadvantaged in a sense. Every week they're probably preparing for the opposition ruckman and their dominance and where they're hitting it, and the old we need to shark their ruckman.
Yep.
So, but they've got the stars in there and the cattle in there to actually do that. So they're always up against it, but that'll be a must-watch kind of match-up today. Nankervis v. Reece Stanley and Radigalia.
It does seem such a massive gulf between his best and his worst, and yet if he could find his best, it would settle Geelong down. Radigalia could play the second ruck, Blitzouts could go back to defence or wing, and all of a sudden all the problems would be solved. But this feels like a question that they've tried to answer for the last 2 years, to the extent that they tried to get Todd Goldstein from North Melbourne.
Yeah, I was going to say, and it's something they've been proactive with at the end of each season, haven't they? So it's an area they've clearly identified with everyone else, and they just haven't been able to fill with, and it's not through a lack of trying.
Richmond have got a luxury of tall forwards, really. When you look at Tom Lynch and Jack Revolt, Marbiel Chol, Coleman Jones, who's not in the lineup. What's the right chemistry? I mean, Marbiel Chol, if he wants to go elsewhere, there'll be suitors lining up the door at the potential of what he could be as a forward/ruck. How do Richmond try and exploit the best of Marbiel Chol as a forward first and then a ruckman second?
Well, I think for Marbs, his biggest strength is his mobility and agility, but it's for him, his room for improvement is his ability to do that consistently over and over again. And playing a full game in the ruck really does test him out.
Has he shown that, or you might be able to answer it? Has he shown that at VFL level
to be able to play a full game in the ruck?
Yeah, and then do it just consistently. To play 4 or 5 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think he has, because he's been brought into the side and through form, not just through necessity. So he can do it. It's just, I think his best position is that third key tool behind obviously Jack and Lynch, and then going and pinch hitting in the ruck for small bursts where he can exploit them with his ball use, but also his agility on the ground. But then to ask him to do that all day against seasoned veterans, he just gets found out, which is understandable. But he'll no doubt give us a few highlights today, and I look forward to seeing what those are. But I think essentially he's a forward ruck, pinch hit ruck.
Forward ruck.
Yeah.
Is there a team out there that would see him as a ruck forward? Or just a ruck?
That's a good question. Depends who's in the market for one that they're crying out for. I mean,
Geelong.
They want a consistent ruck though, don't they? They don't want someone who can come in and just pinch hit. They're looking for an out-and-out ruckman. So it's interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know his suitors, and whether he's just going to be comfortable playing that role and can see himself being in front of Callum Coleman-Jones and holding him out of the side.
Good question, actually, because I'm just starting to run through the candidates. Melbourne kind of tried the Braden Bruce for a season, and that didn't really work, so now they're Luke Jackson and Max Gawn. Maybe the Bombers are the only one who could
Draper,
deal with the Draper, Peter Wright, although Wright has really shined this season. So, yeah, I don't know if there is a clear answer of top 8 sides.
Yeah, well, the Brisbane Lions have Oscar McInerney, and that's it.
That's true.
And they're sort of hurting
or
a little
Joe
bit.
Danaher. But they could do with a number one ruck,
And Charles from Queensland.
I don't think Charles is a number one ruck, though, in my opinion. No. Unless he's going to really knuckle down and get himself super fit, I don't think he's a number one ruck.
Just on, obviously, grand final rematch. Last game of 2020, Geelong have 18 of the 22 that played that night. Richmond just 15 of their premiership team from last year. They do, by the way, have a collection of 41 premiership medals from 16 premiership players that are assembled out there. So Josh Caddy, obviously not part of the 22 last year, but had won a couple previously in 17 and 19, while for Geelong they've got 3 premiership players sharing 8 medals. Isaac Smith among them, obviously winning his 3 at Hawthorn.
A final member of the team sitting in the front row of the grandstand is Mitch Cleary. Isaac Smith making a dash for last ready, not having his jumper underneath the warm-up top. I don't know if you saw that.
He had the hoodie on during the warm-up, Clinchy, and forgot that he had to wear his number 7 jumper.
I think I've done that once before.
He's ready to go, taking his spot on the wing alongside Marlon Pickett. 12 degrees down here, similar to a Geelong day, although the Cats didn't get it moved down to Community Park. It's grey skies ahead, no rain on the radar at the moment. Trent Cotchin has won the toss, will kick to the punt road end. The starting subs, Quinton Narkle and Josh Caddy.
The grand final rematch, take 2 in round 19 of the AFL. Richmond and Geelong on ABC Sport. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
And it'll be Chol to contest the first centre bounce as umpire Stevic slaps the yellow Sharon into the turf. Chol wins the hit out on the way down. Still no clean possession. Eventually it falls back underneath Parker, who's in the middle of the ground, and we'll have a ball up again alongside the centre circles. Matty Parker hands the footy back to the umpire. Richmond in their traditional strip with the yellow sash and the black shorts. Geelong in the white shorts, despite it being their home game in the hoops. Guthrie sockers it away from the stoppage. Pickett hands it to Stack, took on Parfitt. Under pressure, hand pass goes straight to Rowan. Geelong eventually out of the centre square. Kicks to Radicalier at centre half forward. Spoil comes away from Garthwaite back inside the centre square. And locked up with it is Matthew Parker again. So we'll have another ball up. The third time we'll go at it, still inside the centre square.
Umpire throws it up. Comes down the way of Geelong. Dangerfield trying to emerge with it. Can't do so. Dalhouse on all fours. The hand pass to Parfitt, to Guthrie, to Tui, all quickly by hand. Atkins ran into a dead end. Got the hand pass to Kolajasny. Kicks a high ball inside the 50. Garthwaite reaches over to spoil it down. And Ross front and centre onto it for the Ties. Got it to Mansell. Kicks around the outer wing. Bolter thought he might have got a 50-metre penalty. His quick play has almost turned it over, though. Rioli regathers. Got it back to Bolton. He kicks backwards to Sydney Stack, who marks it right half back.
Scores level. 90 seconds in. We haven't had a score as yet. No late change. And the short kicking game from Richmond in the back half as Short chips it away to Rioli. Third game back after being dropped for 3 weeks. And a new role in defence. He's got it here in the back half. He just goes long with the contest, kick down the line. Lynch gets a run at it, tries to whack it on for Richmond. Spills away of Arts under pressure. Hand pass picked off though by Tui. And Tui peeling off half back in characteristic fashion. Kicks long to Radicalier in a 2-on-1. Brings it to ground for Geelong. Just forward of the wing. Hawkins just easily brushes aside Rioli. Kicks it deep to close. Running back with a flight. Cops an unkind bounce. Stack picks up the loose footy. Hands it to Grimes for the Tigers.
He kicks out of defence. Cochin takes the mark, still inside the defensive 50, now into the middle of the ground, and Castagna marks. And centre half back for the Tigers, out to the member side for Pickett. Smith coming the opposite direction. Isaac Smith knocks it down and then gathers the footy hard against the boundary. Lambert corrals him, kicks inboard on the bounce to Dalhouse. Back to Isaac Smith on that raking left foot. Hurries to kick inside 50, it's wide of Hawkins towards the boundary line. And Garthwaite can gather. Hand pass to Asprey, hand into the pocket. Stack with a fumble, close trying to protect the ball hard against the boundary, and then rolls over the top of it. With Stack laying the tackle, the umpire circles and will ball it up. So looking like Radicalier and Garthwaite, the matchup the Cats are trying to expose, with Grimes on Rowan and Asprey on Hawkins. No score through 3 minutes. The Cats deep in attack. Hawkins tried to volley it out of the ruck. A free kick for a hold, and Marviel Chol will take it for the Tigers in the back pocket.
Kicked 4 last week, Chol. Last Friday night. Seems like a long time ago in the COVID world. Back pocket. He goes long down the line. Rewalt the target. The fist comes from Henry. Wanted the safety, the boundary line. His teammate Smith keeps it in. Hurried kick under pressure. Puts it out on the full. Nice work from Tom Lynch getting across to try and lay the tackle. Richmond get possession back through Jaden Short.
That right leg's obviously just there for balance for Izzy, I think.
Goes very short to Lambert. Hand pass back to Short against the boundary line. Links up with Grimes. Geelong well set up. His kick chopped out. Smith comes up with it for Geelong. Spills to Dangerfield. His hand pass off his knees. Back into dispute. Stanley trying to push out a hand pass. Dangerfield just attacks the footy. Goes back in and collects. Comes out the back door of the pack to Myers. Now away to Rowan. Gives it to Parfitt. His kick smothered. Close to the boundary line members' side. Whacked on further afield by Rowan. Still inside the boundary line. As Guthrie scoops it out illegally. It's a throw. And Richmond will get it. And finally play will slow down at half back. A free kick for Dan Rioli. No score 4 minutes in.
We say it's pretty scrappy at the minute, but it's pretty intense around the contest.
All done in the phone booth, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not a lot of time and space for the players when they do get their possessions in close.
Rioli missed Lambert free. Kicks back inside the defensive 50 and Sydney Stack takes the mark. Back in the Tigers senior side, his third game. Long kick to the wing. Jack Revolt flew at the members' side. Comes down to Isaac Smith, who with a raking left foot puts a high ball towards half forward. Rowan spoiled it away. A chance for the Cats at half forward. Dangerfield gathers long towards Hawkins and Asprey. Working in from the side. Garthwaite got there to spoil it out of play in the right forward pocket for the Cats. City end of the MCG. No score through 5 minutes. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Joel Selwood's just come off for what was a scheduled rest, but he's limping. Looks like he's got a little bit of a corky. Just trying to walk that one out under the watchful eye of a few physios.
Boundary throw in deep forward as Hawkins tries to push Joel out of the way. Had it, lost it, spills to Cochin. His kick, a turnover. Myers puts it straight back over his head and makes Cochin pay for the error. Myers kicks the first of the game. 5.5 minutes in. Geelong on the board first. They're 1 straight 6. Richmond yet to score. Grandstand AFL. Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio.
Well, Geelong did a good job just keeping their forward half. I don't think, besides really early, Richmond haven't
gone past the centre line.
Haven't gone on the centre line, but I think the inside 50s, it's 4-1. So Geelong have done a really good job just to apply enough pressure in that forward half, get the re-entries, albeit pretty scrappy. The pressure from both teams are pretty good, but again, Trent Cochin just under a bit of pressure. Probably could have made a better decision just to potentially...
Had more time.
Yeah, keep his feet and give a handball out and get someone into better... Or give the ball to someone in a better position and make a better decision. But good finish off the back end of some pretty intense work and keeping the ball in their forward half from Geelong.
Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport this afternoon. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin. Middlemass call the action. Back in the middle, Stanley sets himself against Chol. Chol wound down the tap. No room to move as O'Connor laid the tackle. And Parker, the new Tiger, trying to burst his way through. Umpire does it once more. This time Stanley wins it down. Trying to get it to Menangola. A chance for Baker, though, for the Tigers. He shins a kick towards Bolton, still inside the centre square. His hand pass out on the members' swing as he scraps with Parfitt, trying to get free air. Running onto Abuse for the Cats. Hand pass over the top to Myers. Slip hand pass back to Abuse. Pushes, he's got a kick away. And Rioli's impact forced the ball out of play right on the attacking 50 for the Cats. 1 goal plays no score through the opening quarter. 7 minutes have elapsed.
Brian Myers with the first of the game. The 2 medical subs, Quentin Narkle for Geelong and Josh Caddy for the Tigers. It's one of his old teams from the boundary throw-in. Spills down to Parker. He's ripped off his kick. Great tackle, Cam Guthrie. And he'll be rewarded as well. So Guthrie to take it 65 out here, right half forward. The numbers filling up inside Geelong's forward 50, so short to Menangola. Up against the boundary line. He's about a metre in from his right-hand side, the man on the mark. He's left, the man on the mark. Right half forward for Geelong. Great kick. Menangola as he straightens up. And Isaac Smith takes a good mark overhead. There was limited room to move with 4 Tigers closing in on him, and Smith takes the mark at centre half forward.
Watch him abuse the mark rule here and just
roll around
on his left, gain another 5 metres.
I'd want that umpire to stand on the other side too. He may be in the hitting zone as the man on the mark, Lambert, is going to have to move quickly to his right. The non-controlling umpire spots a free. A Richmond player fell off the ball. It was Mansell who was put down.
I think it was Tomahawk.
Yep. And it's going to be reversed, so Isaac Smith's going to have to give it to the man on the mark, and Lambert will take the free centre-half back for Richmond.
Oh, Mansell's kick out of defence. Not a good one. Close pictures it for the Cats. Trying to get the hand pass over the top back to Isaac Smith. And a chance for Short to redeem the Tigers. Short to Parker. He kicks off his shin in the middle of the ground. Baker couldn't get a hand pass through traffic. Henderson runs onto it. He's tackled. Got it to Guthrie. Brute force through the contest. Now to Hawkins. High ball inside the 50. Radicalier and Garthwaite. Garthwaite brought it down. The numbers for the Cats though. Rowan's hand pass looking for Parfitt in the pocket. Grimes puts the pressure onto him and sees him out of play in the left forward pocket for Geelong. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
That corky to the right quad of Joel Selwood is causing some discomfort. He came off. The physio's applied a bit of ice. Now he's doing some few run-throughs. He's been on the bike. He will be okay, though.
Cats have kicked the first from the boundary throw in. Richmond win it. Here's Ross off half-back. Kicks down the wing. Colin Jasny tried to take the mark. Couldn't. Spills to Stanley. Geelong back with it. Half past abuse. Floats a kick to half-forward. Turns it over, and Asprey takes the intercept mark. The Cats at 41% by foot to start the game from their first 17 kicks. Across the back line, Asprey to Grimes. He links up with Short and he kicks out to the wing for Marlon Pickett. 2 premierships in his first 20 games of AFL footy. Heads down to half forward, and Henry dropping in front of Bolton takes the intercept mark at half back for Geelong.
Comes inboard to Tom Stewart, who feeds the hand pass back to Henry at right half back. Member side kicks up towards Radicalier. Garthwaite worked him underneath and takes a good mark. The young Tiger looks to switch back inside the defensive 50, and Grimes takes the mark. Got 3 players out on the southern side. Kicks towards Mansell, picks it up on the half volley, feeds the hand pass over the top to Ross, up to the middle of the southern stand wing, looks to half forward, revolts out on a long lead, tried to take it one-handed and drop the mark, has enough time to regather. As Menengola comes at him, back on the left, kicks inside 50, over the head of Shea Bolton, Cochin at the back. Did he take the mark? I think he got it.
Yeah, he did.
Just on the half volley. And he's going to give it off. Spots Castagna free in the left forward pocket.
Sure.
Not in a better
Pass to the Castagna. He's probably not in a better position. He's given it to a guy that's going to try and kick a snap from about 40, 45.
Distance a problem for Trent?
Yep.
Really?
Not to be disrespectful, but
40 metres.
45, 50 up.
He does hit him. He's one of those guys that hits him on the bottom and spins him really quickly.
A couple of Dyson Heppels.
I was just unsure if he got the mark cleanly. It was a nice finger tipper.
This will be against the Tide, this one.
Jason Castagna out to the left, kicking from about 40 metres out, comes in. It's a pretty good kick, but it just fades left. And a minor score. The Tigers first of the afternoon through 11 minutes. The Cats 1 straight 6 on Grandstand AFL. Geelong by 5 points.
It was good to see him actually think through that, because he stood right on the mark, literally side on, weighing it up, going, this is probably beyond me with the snap, and the room for error is quite small, so he's gone back and kicked a drop punt and he kicked it. But it was a weird decision from Trent for mine. He's going to, and Castagna calling for the ball as well. I think you allow your captain to go back from 40, 45 straight in front and have a shot, rather than give it to a guy that should know his capabilities.
Just welcoming our Western Australian audience to the MCG. Geelong with a 5-point lead. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard with you. Mitch Clear on the boundary. Graham Myers the opening goal for the Cats.
Geelong have it last line of defence here. Nankervis runs down Smith. Geelong win it. Graham half pass to Bolton, who shoots goalward hurriedly. Got more time than he thought. Missed wildly across the face from 10 metres out. And a minor score. So a couple of behinds for Richmond. They've got 2 of them. Geelong 1 straight. 12 minutes into the opening term. The 2 medical subs, Quinton Narkle for Geelong and Josh Caddy for Richmond.
And Sean Higgins was a late out in game 250 in the early hours of this morning. As a long kick out of defence from Tom Stewart is spoiled out of play, and a boundary throw in. 60 metres out from the Tigers' goal, the punt road end. The umpire set to spin the ball back into play. Marbiel Chol started in the ruck. Toby Nankervis on the bench. Nank into the action here against Stanley, the 2 tangle. Free kick going Richmond's way. It was a 50-50 at best. Nankervis takes it, kicks towards Rewalds, up, can't take the mark in front of Henry. Hughes trying to tap it across the boundary line. Careful it didn't come off his boot. And a throw in 30 metres out from Richmond's goal. Isaac Smith with 6 disposals. Jaden Short with 6 for their respective sides.
7 more possessions for Richmond so far, and the marks 16-3 Richmond's way. So they're the ones controlling the possession. A little unusual against Geelong. The number 1 possession team in the game is Menengola. Got a kick out of defensive 50. Second effort wrapped up, dispossessed. Cochin He stands over the pack as a heavy tackle laid by Dalhouse on Ross, and we'll have a ball up here, half forward for Richmond. Kicking to the punt road and opening term, overcast day. Showers forecast a little later on as Stanley leaps up, wins the tap for Geelong. Now a whistle on the play, a free kick for a hold, tackled without it, O'Connor. And Geelong will get the free kick right half back. Cats by 4 points. They're one straight, Richmond 2 behind, 14 minutes in.
O'Connor short to Menangola at right half back. Dangerfield's gone to full forward. Dylan Grimes for company with him. Geelong leading by 4 points. Menangola kicks around the members' wing towards Radagalia. He's got a couple to compete against. Asprey towards the boundary line. Hawkins and Garthwaite take it over. So the pressure from both sides has been impressive so far.
It has. Hasn't allowed Geelong to get their game up and going so far. So Richmond doing what they have done best for the last few years, applying a heap of pressure and forcing teams into turnovers.
Blitzham's into the ruck against Nankervis. Nankervis in front position, knocked it down. Harford was taken high, so the Geelong midfielder to take it between wing and half forward on the members' side. Looks at options further afield, puts it towards Hawkins and Radagalia. Asprey flies in the pack, it gets to the back, Myers is onto it, trying to cut through traffic, good tackle Asprey. And the umpire will throw it up in the right forward pocket for the Cats at the city end. Geelong leading by 4 points.
It's a real arm wrestle, isn't it? Because Richmond just had the ball in their forward half for 2 or 3 minutes, so it's whoever can get in there, get ground position, are doing a really good job to keep it in there, setting up well behind the ball, and the pressure around the ball is really good, that if it does come out, it's rushed, long kick, which is ideal for the backman to intercept and get the ball back in on a re-entry.
Another ball up, going nowhere in a hurry, as Lambert locked up straight away. Umpire chucks it in the air, 40 out from the Cats goal. Hawkins swats it away. Parfitt bottom of the pack, tackled by Nankervis, got it to Hawkins, slick hand pass to Menangola, away to Dalhouse, centre half forward, just releases as he's been tackled. Selwood collects, shakes one, tackle, shakes two, hand pass back to Atkins, a little too hot. Gee, it's willing early. Graham jumps in, grabs the footy, he's locked up. So high tempo start. A contested start to the game, it must be said. A ball up here, centre half forward for Geelong, kicking to the city end of the opening term. They lead by 4.
Blitzhouse one down the tap against Nankervis, got it to Dalhouse, it kicks inside 50, back with the flight, Dangerfield couldn't take the mark, Grimes there with him. O'Connor onto it for the Cats, hand pass to Myers, spins it back towards the goal mouth, and Nankervis, I thought he had enough of that, as Parfitt tried to rip it away from him. And Big Nank will take it in the left back pocket for the Tigers. They're 2 behinds. Geelong 1 straight 6 through 16 minutes in the opening term. Is this what you expected, BJ, when you said we might see a dour affair?
Yeah, it was just 2 good teams. That I said if they bring the A game, this is what we're expecting to see. And they're both when they're in a slow play, they're doing a really good job at taking those uncontested, keepings off possessions from both teams. So really good game from behind at the start.
Up to the wing, the kick from Nankervis. Edwards slipped awkwardly. We'll get Mitch to keep an eye on him. Henderson with a hand pass to Menangola on half back for the Cats. Gets it to Myers, trying to thread the needle inboard. Revolt got a hand onto it, trying to deny Menangola. Hand pass too sharp though for Graham. Lambert back onto it for the Tigers. High kick to half forward. Baker trying to use his body to push out Dalhouse. Brought it to ground. Henry's hand pass missed the target. We'll be saying a lot of that in the first quarter. And players dive on top. Jack Revolt on the bottom of the pack, and the umpire will throw it up inside the centre square, just short of half forward for the Tigers. Geelong leading by 4 points.
First game since round 16 for Shane Edwards, so missed the last couple with an ankle injury, now limping off. More from Mitch in a moment. Nankervis wins it down. Here's Parker inside the centre square, kicks deep, Chol down there, competes, spills front and centre. Stewart first one onto it, bangs bodies with Arts, still wins the footy, spins out, hands it back to Henry, hand pass to Buse, last line of defence, kicks Geelong to half back but turns it over. And the intercept mark to Jaden Short. He's 60 metres out and he's a long kick of the footy. There's not a heap of space inside the forward arc. He just loads up, gives it a whack right to the goal square, and Stewart takes the intercept mark right between the goalposts. Geelong by 4 points, 17 played opening term. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Shane Edwards straight down to the rooms with that ankle injury, as you said, his first game back in a number of weeks with a previous ankle injury. Came from the ground, head in his hands. He looks pretty dejected. We'll see what happens when he comes back up from the race.
Thanks, Mitch. Stewart towards Hawkins at half back. Wrestles with it once the ball hit the deck, and Castagna got in the middle. He's locked up by Blitzavs and Hawkins.
The players just they have no time and space. A couple of times where they have butchered it. Myers here on this close wing to the interchange side. He had a bit of time and space, made his poor decision, but players just don't have the time and space, particularly around stoppages, that the pressure's just so good. Intensity from both teams is really good, that is both suffocating one another and taking away their space.
Not to mention probably the perceived pressure is bringing about a few errors from both sides.
Agree.
The ball's tossed up on half forward for the Tigers. Cochin throws a boot at it, just stays in play and rolls out in front of Arts. And also Kolajasny and Atkins. So a boundary throw in. Richmond have advanced it back inside the 50 at the punt road end. A throw in 45 metres out. Inside 50s, 9-7 Geelong's way through the opening 19 minutes. Toss back into play. Nankervis lets Blissav take front position. One down the tap. Got it to Menengola. Kicks long up to the southern wing. Asprey with a spoil in front of Hawkins. Ball ricochets out towards Mansell. Tackled by Dalhouse. Trying to charge onto it. Castagno, he can't keep it in play. And it rolls out centre of the straight southern stand wing. Geelong 1 straight 6. That goal came through Graham Myers. The Tigers 2 behinds on ABC Sport.
6 of their last 9 games, Geelong have kept their opponents to 1 goal or less at quarter time. Richmond with a couple of behind so far. As Chol hand pass away to Cochin, kicks down the southern wing. Smith there though for Geelong. Hand pass in close to Kolajasny. Gives it to Parfitt. High kick to Hawkins. In from the side, Garthwaite. He spoils. Dangerfield clever. Taps the ball to his own advantage. Puts the burners on. Takes on Mansell. Mansell's got him. Tried to take a bounce and steady up from 20 out. And Ryan Mansell runs down the champ. Superb chase down tackle. And Richmond win possession back. He kicks wide to Graham, who goes short to Jaden Short, left half back for the Tigers.
I'm sure Damien Hardwick would have loved that. The kick, though, from Short is a turnover. Henderson takes intercepting. Martin changed his mind, dropped the footy. Regathered and chipped to Dalhouse, not 15. Call to play on, back to Henderson on the members' wing. Kicks around his body towards Hawkins at half forward. Spoiled away by Asprey. In front position, Tui onto it. Grimes tried to lay a slinging tackle. Got the hand pass to Menengola to close to Parfitt. Kick over the head of Myers. Garthwaite hard against the boundary. Shrugged the Myers tackle. Gets the hand pass to Sydney Stack. He unloads it, a long kick in the middle of the ground. Jack Revolt went up early. No whistle as he got it down to Bolton. The hand pass through traffic to Parker and now to Ross. The Tigers are out. Kicks towards a vacant half forward line. Blitzouts leads the foot race against Arts. Dodging the hips as he swings back towards the defensive goal. Missed Henderson. Graham comes charging in. Revolt with a little toe poke. That'll do. Hard work to get it there, but the Tigers pounced on Geelong's error and Richmond take the lead by 2 points. 1-2-8 to Geelong. 1 straight 6. 21 minutes gone, opening term.
We know it was an error, but it was through really good work from us just to apply enough pressure. I think it may have been a little bit of lactic in the legs. It's one of the worst feelings ever when you know you've got a kick and you don't feel like you can hit a target. But then the ability then for Richmond's forwards to get back, and
Jack Graham especially.
Jack Graham, there's Jack Rewalt there, but just to run back and just man up, number off, and think about defence as soon as they can't influence offensively was great.
So last place, I think Jake Arts wanted it. Jackson Ross coming through the ground, or Jack Ross, sorry, and he kicked it out in 1v1. Mark Blitzarves against Arts. But he did really well, didn't he? Enough pressure and caused a turnover.
The Tigers certainly up for it. Their pressure and intensity is hot early in the game, and they lead for the first time, a 2-point lead. Stanley extracts it for Geelong. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Gibbs to Selwood. Silver service. And is straight up to meet it. Tom Hawkins hugs it to his chest. He'll shoot from 40 out just right of centre.
That's, you know, the good kicks in the AFL, Beach. He kicked that before Tom Hawk had even moved. They've just got such a good connection. Saw the space, popped it there, and just allowed Tom Hawk to do his work. Push off Dave Asprey.
Just a little push too. It's almost like he and Asprey were a bit ball-watchy. They didn't...
Well, that's what I thought. I looked forward and thinking, sorry, someone's coming at him, and no one was.
So Dangerfield, Selwood to Hawkins, the big names involved. As Tom Hawkins skips in to give Geelong back the lead. The clean break out the middle into a goal. They answer straight back. Geelong 2 straight 12. Richmond 1-2-8. Geelong by 4 points. 23 played opening term.
Yeah, and that was one of the first times we saw, experienced, really good player have some time and space. And the times they have players that is not an experienced good player, they've butchered it. But time and space, great centre clearance, great hands from Reece Stanley actually to follow up there off the ground. There it is to Dangerfield. Dangerfield to Selwood, who popped forward. And then from there, they're pretty hard to stop now because of the new rules and the 6v6, 6v6v6, that you can't influence those guys coming out of a centre
Brendan
square bounce.
Sorry, BJ. With you on ABC Sport. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Shane Edwards remains down in the rooms with that left ankle injury, the same injury he was just returning from. The medical sub, Josh Caddy's been warming up a little bit. Boy's having one of those protein gels. I'm not sure if they taste good or he's preparing to come into the game.
Curvis one down the tap, got it to Cochin on all fours, forward to Parker. Here you go, Richmond attacking at the other end, kicks along towards Chol. In the pack, Henderson couldn't complete the mark. Chol trying to battle at ground level. Henderson over the back, careful not to fall in his back. Locking the footy in. Blitzdow's rips it clear. His kick was smothered. He has another go at it, trying to run the gauntlet. Brought down by a couple of Tigers. And they'll throw it up 35 metres out from Richmond's goal at the punt road end. How did they taste these gels?
I loved them. I used to have one at every break. Have something in the guts.
Yeah, I find it weird he's having one now.
Here's Lynch, wins the hit out, but straight down to Dangerfield, back pocket for Geelong, to Henderson. Hand pass too hot for Guthrie, caught, dispossessed. Knocking out on Rewalt, very clever to Parker's advantage. Hand pass to Ross, his hand pass a turnover. Close feeds it back to Stanley, his kick smothered. Rewalt keeps it alive from half forward, hooks it to the teeth, the goal, but down there Henderson takes the intercept mark for Geelong. So last line of defence on the behind line. Geelong by 4 points, 25 played opening quarter.
Possession number 7 coming up for Lockie Henderson, leading disposal getter for the Cats. Jaden Short with 9. Free kick called out before the ball was in the vicinity. It's going the way of Tom Hawkins. He'll take it at left half back. On 10 occasions has kicked more than 40 goals, Tom Hawkins. What a career he's had. Kicks back inside the defensive 50. Guthrie takes it for Geelong, switches play out to College Asney at right half back. He can work it over the top to Atkins. Kick was just over his head though. Crunch! Sydney Stack coming the other way. Dangerfield got the hand pass to Blitzouts, high contact. Got it to Atkins again, kicks to Myers. He tried to take on it. Rioli dribbles the kick inside the pocket. Close trying to get around Garthwaite. Hand pass back to Myers off the outside of the boot. Puts it across the face and it rolls out of play in the left forward pocket. You can hear that from the commentary box.
That's one benefit of not having the crowd here, isn't it? You hear the hits, and that was solid.
Yeah, how's Atkins bouncing to his feet, receiving the handball, and then slotting an absolute dart to Myers, which is outstanding. He looked a little bit wounded when he got up, but here we see it on the replay. It was pretty clean shoulder v shoulder, so no ribs and anything else involved.
Close to the boundary line in the forward pocket, and in the end, Guthrie tackled and out of play. It was Atkins he hit. Yes. Who bounced straight back up. I remember Stack got Jack Viney here on the wing.
Yeah,
put him out for Anzac Eve game. And as you said, out for multiple weeks after a sort of bone-rattling hit. And that was every bit as much of that. Tom Atkins so brave to bounce back up and shake it off for the time being from the boundary throw-in. Close to the boundary line. Parfitt keeps it alive. Hand pass goes back in the Stack direction. He collects. Now he's tackled as Myers takes him to ground. And a ball up 40 metres out from Geelong's goal at the city end. Just about a metre inside the boundary line, left half forward for the Cats.
Tossed up Nankervis and Hawkins. Nank towards the boundary line. Parker worked off it and Dangerfield lays the tackle with a lot of players around this ball up. With no crowd, obviously we can hear the players communicating with each other, but we could hear that clean as day, the collision. Menangola on half forward for the Cats. His hand pass pinched by Ross. Kicks up to the middle of the southern wing. Bouncing ball for Henderson. Chol trying to work him out of the way, but Stewart's there to offer the reinforcements. Back to Henry, who's looking at options up on the southern wing. Turns back inside the defensive 50. Jed Hughes has enough time to gather the loose kick. Now up to the members wing, where Tom Atkins takes the mark. Atkins across half back. Hasn't been used up forward in previous seasons. Kicks to Isaac Smith. He had an earlier shot on goal but was denied that as a free kick was called off the ball. Geelong by 4 points. Smith called to play on. Darts into the corridor and launches a long kick with his left boot towards Stanley, who takes a good mark in the pack. Set himself for it and made sure he came down with the footy.
It's just good body work from Gary Rowan, who got the hit on Nankervis, didn't allow him to get back to Stanley. He was sort of filling the hole, thinking where it was going to go. We spoke to Matty Knights in the pre-game and he said how good Isaac Smith is with his ability to run and carry and break the line with that extra distance he can get on his kick, and we saw exactly that. Gave Reece Stanley a real good run and jump at it.
5 goals, 4 so far this season. He's without a contract so far for next season. Stanley looking to impose himself from 45. Great kick. Had the arms out in the air, saluting before it went through. He knew it was flush, and Geelong have opened up a 10-point advantage. 3 straight 18 to the Tigers, 1-2-8. 28 minutes gone, opening term, which no doubt will do his confidence the world of good in this match.
Yeah, well, and that's what he's capable of doing. So giving a guy with athleticism to run and jump at the footy was an error. But you made aware Nankervis is actually in a position where the ball would have went if Isaac Smith wasn't able to kind of roll on and abuse that mark on the man of the mark rule. So that's the advantage of it. And Reece Stanley knew that. It's almost like he knew that he was going to do that. And he went to the position of the ball where he was able to, or the fall of the ball, sorry, where he was able to run and jump at it, and Nankervis was caught in front. So really good getting forward, making Nankervis accountable. We'd like to see that as teammates, that you get forward on your ruckman, and it's always good when they kick a goal against them and make them accountable.
Stanley's first kick of the game, his 100th goal in his AFL career. Game 156 today for Reece Stanley. Back in the middle, Nankervis wins the hit out against him here, but Dangerfield first possession, shares it with Parfitt. Back to Dangerfield, 5 seconds on the clock. Dangerfield from the wing, kicks inside 50, no mark to Hawkins. Garthwaite can clear. And that'll do us to quarter time. Geelong by 10. The Cats 3 straight, Richmond 1-2. Highly entertaining first quarter of footy. The grand final rematch, second time around, of course, from last year's final 2. And the goal kickers in that opening quarter of footy for the Cats. 1 to Stanley, 1 to Myers and 1 to Hawkins, while Jack Rewalt has the goal for Richmond. The injury concern in that opening quarter of footy, Mitch Cleary has got eyes on Shane Edwards. Mitch.
He's just walked up from the race as you speak, Corbin. The playing kitty's still on, so it looks like he might continue in this game. It looked pretty worse for wear midway through that first quarter, head in the hands, but he's going to go through a little bit of a warm-up here ahead of the second term.
Thanks, Mitch. So Geelong leading by 10 points at quarter time. Earlier it was Sydney defeating Fremantle by 40 points. Isaac Heaney with 5 goals and a screamer. So the Swans solidifying 6th position on the AFL ladder. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sammy J.
Gans in Barwon Heads.
Sammy, hi. Look, I'm just driving to work.
Yeah.
GIF is pronounced GIF.
What?
As in giraffe.
It's a GIF.
Well, actually, the gentleman who created them won an auspicious award, and his acceptance speech was simply, it's pronounced GIF.
Oh, I've got to revisit everything I even thought I knew, Jan. You drive safely.
Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you, Gan.
Breakfast with Sammy J. Weekdays from 5:30 on ABC Radio Melbourne.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Boundary throw in deep forward as Hawkins tries to push Chol out of the way. Had it, lost it, spills to Cotchin. His kick a turnover. Myers puts it straight back over his head and makes Cotchin pay for the error. Parfitt high kick to Hawkins. In from the side, Garthwaite, he spoils. Dangerfield clever. Taps the ball to his own advantage. Puts the burners on. Takes on Mansell. Mansell's got him. Tried to take a bounce and steady up from 20 out. And Ryan Mansell runs down the champ.
Blitzouts leads the foot race against Hart. Dodging the hips as he swings back towards the defensive goal. Missed Henderson. Graham comes charging in. Revo with a little toe poke. That'll do.
Stanley extracts it for Geelong. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Gives to Selwood. Silver service. And is straight up to meet it. Tom Hawkins hugs it to his chest as Tom Hawkins skips in to give Geelong back the lead. The clean break out the middle into a goal.
Smith called to play on. Dumps into the corridor and launches a long kick with his left boot towards Stanley, who takes a good mark in the pack. Stanley looking to impose himself from 45. Great kick. Had the arms out in the air, saluting before it went through.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time of the MCG. Geelong leading Richmond by 10 points in the grand final rematch. The Cats 3 straight 18 to the Tigers 1-8. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass, Brendan Goddard and Brett Delidio. Mitch Cleary down on the boundary. Just want to work in Isaac Heaney's screamer that took place on the Gold Coast. You called Cody Wakeman last night, Corby. Here's the best of Isaac Heaney.
Buddy's in there again with a couple to beat. He's really aggressive this afternoon, Buddy. There was high contact
Fremantle have got the kick, and it goes from Young across the face of goal. Gee, Ryan's head is taking a battering at the moment, but his elbow now, it's the knee of Isaac Heaney, who's taken one of the marks of the season, surely, right in front of goal, 20 metres out.
What a grab.
A few hovers this year, isn't there?
So Isaac Heaney, what a season he's having for the Swans.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden repeating the heights that he got to a couple of years ago.
Oh, well, I saw it earlier, but it was in slow-mo. I wanted to see it in real time, but it looked incredible as well. So who's the
winner at the moment?
Who's the winner? And is it still judged by the fans?
I don't think. Do they have a vote in
Or
it?
it's 50-50, or there's a part of it that is. So, yeah, that may play a part in it, unfortunately.
So basically what happens each week, the fans vote, and there's one. There's a winner
of the week.
But then at the end of the year, they get the option to add an additional, I think it's an arbitrary amount. They might add another 5, I think it is, that they can add to the mix, and then that group is
so two absolute blinders in the 1 week.
So you can both get them in. I think there was a situation
because Brody Mychek won it, didn't he?
When Shea Bolton took the hanger, so he'll get added essentially at the end of the year.
So Waitman and Heaney can still be it's pretty good.
What was the better one out of Waitman and Heaney?
Waitman's the mine.
Oh, that's Waitman, I think, if you add it all up when he's sitting on top of a 208-centimetre ruckman's head.
Plus,
pretty impressive.
We were here and we saw it with our own eyes, so that always carries a little bit more weight.
Best ever.
A little bit wet, Stewie Jude. So difficulty ratings probably a little bit higher, but that was pretty special. But back to the game. So it was a bit of an arm wrestle, wasn't it? It's just that a high intensity game. Players struggling to find space. That we kind of expect it coming, or we hoped for it really, didn't we? That you get two teams on the, because I think Geelong's pressure was they're both AB elite. I like to see the actual numbers, that pressure gauge, but a lesser team would have crumbled under that pressure of Geelong early, and Geelong could have, they'd be probably kicked 5 already to the opposition's 1, but because Richmond, experienced and such a good team that they were all able to withstand it. And then on the other hand, when they had a chance to get in their forward line, lock it in, they did for a large portion of that quarter, through the middle of it, I think, from maybe around the 10 to 18 minute mark, where they were playing the game. Their forward half pressure is really good. That goal, the jack kick came off the back end of pressure, but a mistake through somewhat perceived pressure, as we've highlighted too, is playing a factor, which is a good sign of where the game's at and how the game started. So both teams playing in the right manner, and I think this will continue on for the rest of the day, unless a team buckles and a team will run away with it. Because if one team's able to sustain this pressure and keep it up, and the other team buckles at any stage for long periods, it's going to be a blowout in my mind. But I think we're in for a tight one.
Yeah, I see it. I feel like the Cats are on. They're just not quite using the footy as well as they would like, and they haven't got their game up and going. We know how much they like to use it across half-back. It seems almost like they're trying to take the game on a little bit more and not allow Grimes and Ashby to set up behind the footy. We've already seen Grimes drop off a number of times. So if they can get that going, they look sharp around the contest, the Cats. I think they're cracking in. Their ability to feed it out and get on the outside has been really good. So can they keep that up and capitalise going forward?
Second quarter action, Geelong by 10 points, 3 straight over Richmond, 1-2.
How poor was that bounce, just quietly?
It was a crooked one. It favoured Richmond. Ross hand pass away to Bolton. He's tackled. He's pinged holding the ball, trying to break the tackle of Dangerfield. And a free kick for Geelong on the southern wing. 10-point lead for the Cats. Now Dangerfield, we're doing the usual thing with the man on the mark, pretending he doesn't know he's standing right over the top of the footy. Dangerfield pushes him out of the way, grabs the footy, kicks across the ground. Colin Jasny up in the front half, takes the mark. On the logo, broadcast wing, member side of the G, short to O'Connor. O'Connor short again to Smith, and Smith looks for Hawkins. There he is, out on the searching lead. Takes the mark, out wide at left half forward. He'll kick from just inside the 50.
That was such an important kick from O'Connor to Isaac Smith, because it drew Grimes. He had to come out and defend him, so he was the one sagging off, sitting in front of Hawkins. So what that does, and people would probably argue, why don't you just get it in? There are times to get it in, but when O'Connor looked up and Colin Jasny, Grimes was actually sitting inside the dangerous space where Hawkins wanted the ball, but to get Isaac Smith the ball, that drew Grimes out and then open up that leading lane, which he hit Hawkins on.
Turned 33 on Wednesday, Tom Hawkins, one of 9 30-year-olds in for Geelong. As his set shot is pretty good goalward. It doesn't quite have the trip. It's helped down in front of the goalpost. pack forms alongside the goal square, and finally the umpire says, I'll have it. A ball up 3 metres out from the Geelong goal, kicking to the punt road end in his second term, which is only 90 seconds old.
Tossed up radically, doing the right work, trying to tap it down to danger. Parfitt tries to dive on the footy. Grimes just hacks the ball out. Hawkins going back, takes the mark. As Baker tried to come late to spoil. Mismatch, obviously, in the size contest. And Hawkins will get a second crack, this time in a far more favourable position.
Not a good position to be in, that one going back over your head, but when you're the size of the Tomahawk, I don't think you're worried about too many coming the other way, are you? I'm not sure Liam Baker's going to put a dent in Tommy Hawkins, but obviously really good talk around him, good coverage, setting up in his position at the top with a diamond there and there set up, but I think he capitalised. He's pretty dead-eye.
You see that he probably had a little bit more time to dispose of it, Grimes, because of that perceived pressure.
Hawkins from directly in front, 40 metres out, misses to the right. Geelong's lead is 11 points. Unable to capitalise a couple of early chances, 2.5 minutes into the second term.
So because of that pressure and how the game's been started, he feels like he doesn't have much time and space where he actually did to make a better decision and ideally get the ball out long and wide as opposed to kicking up that corridor or up the chimney where Geelong is set up really well behind the ball.
Mansell from the back pocket, long kick down the wing. Members side, Nankervis crashes the pack, but it spills to Henry. His hand pass a turnover. Baker for Richmond, gives it away to Edwards. Class sells the dummy, then kicks to Bolton. Marks on the wing, hand pass inside to Rioli. They're in rhythm here, Richmond. Hand pass to Lambert, gives it off to Graham. Standing start, kicks to the top of the goal square. Parker was there, can't come down with it. Nice work, blitz ups to spoil. His hand pass picked off though. Geelong through Henry, had it, lost it, and the tackle comes to Bolton. He snaps goal, but the kick's coming back. And Rewald, who laid the desperate tackle on Henry, fell into his back according to the umpire, and a free kick for Jack Henry. It's centre half back. A little bit of that Richmond trademark we just saw there, trying to make their way from the defensive half up into the forward 50, but no score as a result. Geelong by 11.
Henry kicks out towards Selwood in a tangle, will win the free kick against Jaden Short. Seen Jack Henry's brother a couple of times, Ollie Henry, for Collingwood the last few Sundays, Lids.
Yes.
Starting to find his way in AFL footy as well.
Certainly is.
Selwood works it around the boundary line, kicks to Paddy Dangerfield, who marks on his chest. Dangerfield looking at options at half forward. Veers out to the right, long kick towards Rowan. Stanley at the back, won't get to him. Rowan crumbs it to the front. Edwards able to get it forward to Lambert, inboard to Rioli, who shows dash, runs forward and hits up Rewald on the lead. He's got Parker deep in the pocket. Decided against that, now sends it long towards Graham, up at it, spoiled away. Tui racing back towards the left back pocket, and he lays a good tackle in the end. As the ball ricocheted to Parker. Locks the footy up hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket for the Tigers. They're 1-2-8 to Geelong. 3-1-19, 4 minutes gone, second term, ABC Sport.
What do we think of Dan Rioli's new role across half-back?
I don't mind it.
Yeah,
Good
I like
dash.
it. Yeah.
Seen a couple of times already this quarter. He's been able to break it open just through pure running off there. If you can defend first and then give that as well, I think it's a role that really suits him.
From the ball up, back out of play, 30 out from Richmond's goal. Geelong, the possession kings, had 55% of possession against Fremantle, 130 more disposals, 137 more marks. The Dockers kept to under 300 disposals in the game, which is unheard of in modern footy. From the boundary throw-in, Tui first possession, kicks to the southern wing, but Nankervis there for Richmond, chops it off, hand pass away to Garthwaite. An orthodox ball drop as he kicks inside the forward pocket. Parker can't mark at the back, becomes tackler on Henry. Henry rolled over and we'll have a ball up forward pocket for the Tigers, kicking to the city end. And that is just Garthwaite's kicking style. It takes an age to get off, doesn't it? His ball drop. It's like Josh Giddey with his shooting stroke.
Thrown up, Stanley taps it towards the boundary. Bolton onto it for the Tigers. Hand pass to Ross. High up and under kick towards the goal mouth. Revolt out, couldn't mark on his chest. Isaac Smith trying to knock it clear. Now he becomes the tackler on Tom Lynch. And the ball locked up 40 metres out from the Tigers' goal. At the city end of the MCG. Quickly tossed up. Lynch doing the ruck work against Stanley, but straight to Guthrie. Kicks a high ball in the middle of the ground. Mansell tried to use his body against Myers. Couldn't take the mark. Garthwaite locked up by Myers, who followed up his contested work on the ground by laying a tackle. Geelong by 11 points.
Up it goes, half forward for Richmond, and Curvis knocks it down beautifully to the path of Baker. Kicks on the run, he misses out to the left. Behind, so 4 scoring shots each. What do they say in the NBA? Make or miss league. Geelong 3-1, Richmond 1-3. 6.5 minutes into the opening term.
Until Giannis started making his foul shots.
It's just make it, make.
Make. Cats look to bring themselves back into play. Isaac Smith doing the running out of defence with the kick-in duties. Bounce to get to half-back, then a long kick up to the wing. Free kick Richmond's way. Advantage is taken. Nankervis with a half pass to Rioli. Just got away from the Dalhouse tackle to Short under immediate pressure. Well done by Close, and Geelong win the turnover. Dangerfield on half-back. Half pass out to the members wing for Rowan. Gathers on the bounce. Backpedaling as Nankervis corrals him. Now half passes back to Kolajasny. He's looking for an outlet and will go back inside defensive 50 with a kick that finds Blitzabs. All the way back to the defensive goal square. Tom Stewart marks. Almost the last line of defence for the Cats. Out to the back pocket where Cam Guthrie takes the mark. Geelong by 10.
Goes short to Henderson at half-back. So Geelong just trying to control some possession. Looks in the middle of the ground, pulls the trigger, turns it over. Baker takes the intercept mark inside the centre square. Geelong still well set up. Baker can't find a path through. Kicks to Rewalt and a 2-on-1, not a good option. And Henry takes the mark for Geelong at half-back. Has anyone ever run too far, Lids, running backwards? That Gary Rowan on the wing there, I thought he was like a boundary umpire. His
benefit of the doubt.
Backing all the way back, a long way. As Henry goes long to Stanley, outsizing Stack, wins the footy. Half pass away to Myers, hurried kick. Turns it straight over. Mansell with the intercept mark. So high-pressure game.
Swings on to his right, kicks a long ball towards Rewald. He's got 2 to beat. Brought to ground. Stanley couldn't take it. Baker fighting hard for it at ground level and wins it against Stewart. Squeeze the kick inside 50, but only as far as Henderson, the loose in defence. And he marks in the right back pocket for the Cats. Good addition for an umpire. Haven't seen too many of them in recent days make the transition into field umpires. David Roden, of course, applying the craft in the goal umpiring variety. Kicks towards half-back. Stanley spotted down against Asprey. Radagalia comes in, becomes the tackler on Baker. Ensures he can't break clear, and the umpire will throw it up left half forward for the Tigers.
It's fair to say perceived pressure is playing a big role at the minute. I guess they don't really have the excuse of the crowd, because the crowd can play a role in a big game, but they should be able to hear one another's voice out there and be communicating more, that they've got more time and space than they actually think they have.
Geelong working out of the stoppage. O'Connor links up with Menegola. Hand pass away to Tui. Up over halfway. They're all running back downhill. Long kick into the path to Hawkins. Garthwaite right there with him. And in the end, a ball out of bounds in front of the pair of them. So a throw in forward pocket for Geelong. 10-point lead for the Cats. 3-1, Richmond 1-3. Full time at Carrara. Sydney by 40 points over Fremantle. And Geelong to the punt road end. Their forward pocket from the throw-in. Chol, two-handed, knocks it back out of play. On the bounce, a throw-in now about 25 metres around from Geelong's goal. How do you see it, Lids?
Well, it's mistake-ridden at the moment, but I think if they can hit some targets and open the game up a little bit, I feel like Geelong are there, but the Tigers are doing enough just to keep it in their front half, albeit it's in Geelong's forward half at the moment.
Hawkins trying to take it out of the ruck for Geelong in attack, as he so often does. Turns it over, though. Edwards kicks out of defence. Rewalt spotted down. Bolton trying to tap it clear. Onto it, Henry for the Cats. Gets the hand pass to Rowan in tight confinement. His kick out wide, looking for Tui. Ross almost had the mark. Tui infringed as he tried to pinch it off him. And Tigers to take it at left half back. Question coming through if we'll be broadcasting the Bombers and the Giants game. We certainly will at the completion of this game, so we'll take you there next on ABC Sport. Atkins with an intercepting mark on the southern wing for the Cats. Kicks into the corridor, and Tom Stewart takes the mark. They've always got options across half-back, so retreats back to Jed Hughes, who marks at left half-back. Thought about hand-passing over the top to Kolajasny. He's going to get a 50 here, as Parker stepped off his line.
Guilty.
Bought it. Absolutely bought it. Sold it. Yep, I bought that.
At least he acknowledged the mistake, I suppose. Hughes with the hand pass to Guthrie. Threaded the needle inside 50. Found Dalhouse in between two Tigers defenders. That was a superb kick.
Yeah, you could hear it from here. It was a Black Hawk down, wasn't it?
The listener's not familiar on a Sunday. That is a...
Sydney Stackford, who was going down his throat and it's just gone right angles.
Kick that spins sideways. They all count, though, when they hit the target. And Luke Dalhouse with a chance to extend Geelong's lead here.
An effective kick.
At least on the stat sheet. Dalhouse, left forward pocket, comes in and leaves it out to the left. So Geelong's lead is 11 points. The Cats with 2 behind, so Richmond's 1 behind through 12 minutes in the second term. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Savvaratogle's come off with a right knee concern. It was already strapped coming into the game. He's getting some additional strapping. They are trying to get him back out there.
Short plays on from the kick out and then just hits up Stack in the back pocket. Just on Savvaratogle, he's had just the 1 tackle so far. His only involvement in the game yet to register a possession. And now a knee complaint, as Mitch tells us from downstairs. Stack swings it to the opposite back flank, finds Ross. Takes the mark, goes on a run. He's got Mansell on his outside, shares it with him. Mansell sweeping Polly Farmer hand pass up to the wing to Castagna. Castagna loops it over oncoming traffic to Stack, who's involved again in the chain. Back to Ross, forward of the wing. Long kick inside 50. Henderson with the sit cut. Mark spells front and centre. Baker for Richmond. Hand pass to Lambert. He fumbles. He's caught, tackled by Henderson. Ball up, 20 out, right in front of the Richmond goal.
And handball was just a little bit too far in front for Lammy, wasn't it?
But there's always someone there. They're doing defensively a great job. I'd love to hear the commentary from a couple of the old school commentators beside us, just talking about this game and probably talking about how bad it is.
Just
for
stick with us, BJ, I reckon.
I like it. It's it's a serious arm wrestle. Like this is 2 good teams going at it and not giving in at all.
Stewart on the last line of defence, squeezes a kick for Geelong, only as far as Marbiel Scholl, who juggled the mark, almost bouncing into his own teammate in Jake Arks. Has it at right half forward. Scholl looking at options in a congested forward 50. Pulls it to the pocket, looking towards Jack Rewaldy. Even he was surprised it almost got to him. Spoiled away from him, and Lockie Henderson sees it out of play.
The key backs so far for the Cats are doing a really good job, aren't they? Henderson, Jack Henry on Jack. Jack. They've hardly sided it. The big key forwards for the Tigers.
Geelong by 11. Blitzarms whacks it back out of play. Big Sab's going for a run, Mitch, downstairs. How's he looking?
Not 100%, Corbin. The physio is just having a word with him at the moment. They've restrapped it, put some extra bandage on it. There's pretty critical conversation happening as we speak.
So Ratugolea with a left knee complaint will keep you updated. So from the boundary throw-in, still no clean possession. Pack forms behind the ruckman. We're going to have another stoppage. Ball up half forward for Richmond.
He's carried it in, so it's strapped. But is that the injury he had from pre-season leading into the season?
Don't know.
Thank you, Mitch. On the boundary, it's gathered by Tom Stewart, who gathers at half-back. Long kick towards Hawkins. Close in front position, flew in from the side. Can't juggle the mark and almost ends up amongst his mates down in the dugout there on the boundary, Mitch.
So he's back on the ground now. It was a leg fracture he had in the pre-season, so a hairline fracture. He took a couple of months to get that going, but he's been in the side ever since, and he's back on the ground now.
Playing his 50th game this afternoon, the big Fijian. Signed a new 2-year deal in recent weeks. Geelong win it from the stoppage. Jed Hughes with a hand pass to Guthrie through the middle of the ground. Not 15, he's kicked to Menengola, who turns on his left. Long kick towards Ratugolea, 2 to compete against Mansell in from the side, but a free kick over the shoulder. And Ratugolea on cue will get the free kick. And we'll just get to test out how he is feeling here in front of goal.
Yeah, that was
on
there.
his kicking leg too. Sorry, go Lids.
No, that was there, that free kick. Grimes, he's backing back, his big frame. Ratugolea backing back into Grimes. He just got outmanoeuvred, put the left arm over his shoulder to try and make the spoil.
So on a 45-degree angle, kicking from about 35 metres out. Asava Ratugolea comes in. That's a good strike. And finally, Geelong kick truly. 16 minutes gone through the second quarter. They've had a couple of cracks, but haven't been able to capitalise. And all of a sudden, it's out to a 17-point lead. 4-2-26. So the Tigers 1-3-9 in game 50. Asava Ratugolea is on the board.
The concerning thing, he did hobble too, so it was a kicking leg, slotted it through the middle, and he just hobbled over his teammates to celebrate. So keep an eye on that. But Yeah, I must say, I'm enjoying this game of footy. Both coaches would be happy with what they're seeing. So they're going to win more games than they lose playing this style of footy if they're able to maintain it against a lesser opposition. You know, both these teams are probably 4 or 5 goals in front. It's a real arm wrestle. I think they've both gone in with a real clear plan. I think Richmond are doing a good job at holding Geelong's uncontested chain up, particularly from the back half, forcing the kick long down the line, and then vice versa when Richmond win the ball. Geelong are doing a really good job defensively, applying the pressure, and then perceived pressure is playing a big part in it.
3 in a row for Geelong. They lead by 17. Richmond get the clearance, though, as Lambert sockers it forward, but Hughes read it nicely, dives forward to mark at centre-half back for Geelong. 4-2 to 1-3, 17 played second term. Richmond led early in the opening quarter, or in time on in the opening term, and yet it's the Cats now by 17. Hughes back involved again, forward of the wing. Kicks deep to Hawkins. Radicalier crashes the pack, spills to Hawkins. Snaps across the body. Vacant goal square. Through it goes. We waited 16 minutes for a goal in the second term. We've got 2 in a minute. And Geelong starting to fill their boots. They're up by 23 points now. 17 played second term. 5-2 to 1-3.
Well, Tomahawk kicked that goal and put it down to Radicalier and his ability to come across and crash the pack. I think Grimes and Asprey had good positioning on Tomahawk as that ball came in. It looked like they were about to swallow it up, but Radicalier just comes off Garthwaite and makes a big contest. Tomahawk goes to the front and then does the rest. Nice finish for the big fella, swinging around on his right boot, dribbles one through.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. So Tom Hawkins, the first multiple goal scorer of the game with 2. I've had a few listeners just text in trying to listen via the AFL app who have been having some troubles, and I think our advice is to try and close the app and reopen it. So, of course, if you can't listen on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, the AFL app has a call of most of our ABC games available there.
It's always the best tech advice, isn't it? Just turn it on and off again and see if that works.
If in doubt,
give it a whack.
Free kick going Geelong's way in the middle of the ground. Blitzabs is going to take it. Kicks a high ball inside 50 towards Dangerfield. Pickett made body contact, but Paddy took the mark, diving down low to his left. Does that so well in marking contests at the mismatch. Used his body to full force. And now we line up out to the right, shooting from about 45 metres out.
We asked the question, Lids, whether both teams are able to sustain it if one just drops off in this last 2 or 3 minutes. Geelong have just able to link up a couple of times, get the uncontested chain in that last possession where Hughes was involved, Stewart from the back half, and now creating a bit of isolation. Dangerfield on Pickett there inside 50.
Missed 7 weeks with that ankle injury. Dangerfield from right on 50. Lent back on the kick, but did enough to steer it through. 5 on the trot for the Cats, and all of a sudden it's out to a 29-point advantage. 6-2-38 to the Tigers, 1-3-9. Paddy Dangerfield joins the party for the Cats.
When he does strike them well, he can kick them beautifully, can't he, Paddy? But then there's other ones where...
I think shot for goal. He's actually been, I think, somewhat of a reliable kick for goal, hasn't he?
It's a beautiful looking kick, and it just comes off his boot really nicely. But
it's more when he's in motion.
When he's got the pedal to the metal and he's going flat out and he's trying to hit a lace-out little touch pass, it can be a bit indifferent, but the ability for him to get forward like that, and they isolated him against Marlon Pickett rolling back on the wing, 1v1, he's very hard to stop for a key back, let alone a wingman.
Socks up too. What do you reckon, what determines whether he's going to wear his socks up or down, you reckon, each week or each quarter? Well, I'll have to ask him that.
I like to think it's what mode he's going to play in, that when he's really serious, the socks come up and it's all go.
I noticed at the start of the game, I wanted to mention it, the socks are down, so Lids likes him with his socks down, but now the socks are up.
I was a socks down person, so that's why.
His trademark, though, if you were drawing a caricature of him, it would be socks up. That's how we'll remember Patrick Dangerfield. In the middle of the ground, we still haven't had a clearance as yet. Just a rolling maul for Richmond as the sweeping hand pass then Curvis away to Parker. Takes on Selwood on the wing. Kicks Richmond up over halfway. Lynch up to meet it. Takes the mark. Just forward of the wing for Richmond. Counts by 29. Kicks into the man on the mark. Henderson smothers and it ricochets out of play. Some boundary throw in. 70 out from Richmond's goal at the city end. Rewell put the Tigers in front at the 21-minute mark of the opening quarter, and Geelong have kicked the last 5 unanswered. So from 2 down to now 29 in front, Geelong. from the boundary throw-in. Guthrie gives it to Dangerfield. Got a hand pass up his backside. Back to Guthrie. Away to Parfitt. Now to Atkins off half-back. Kicks Geelong down the wing. Rowan the target. Grimes spoils. Richmond come up with it through Rioli. Hand pass made it tough for Grimes. Hand pass back to Rioli. Look away, pressure. Hand pass to Stack. Loose footy on the wing. He takes on Radicalea. Grimes sockers it, but straight to O'Connor.
Got the hand pass to Stanley and now to Dangerfield on the members' wing. Back to Guthrie, who looks into the corridor. Kick to Tui is wide. Turns it over. Castagna takes it. Can the Tigers pounce? Hand pass to Graham. Flicks it wide to Pickett. Side sets Tui. Gets to 50. Unloads and misses to the left. Had to work hard for shots on goal, Richmond, in this second quarter. 2 behind, so Geelong's 3-2. The margin is 28 points Geelong's way.
Henderson comes wide out to Dangerfield. Oh, just knocks bodies with Parker. Got rid of him. Dangerfield takes the mark. Kicks to Dalhouse. He's straight on the interchange. Marking on halfway. Goes back and across to O'Connor. So another miss. Richmond now 1-4. Geelong 6-2. O'Connor, short kick back to Stewart. Long ball inside the forward 50. Radicalea decides to spoil. Down to Dalhouse. Hand pass to Rowan. Tumbles a kick goalward. Bouncing in the goal square. Bouncing through. They kick 2 in a row in the same way, the Cats. Unguarded goal square. And through it rolls for another Geelong major. 7-2-44. Richmond in their wake. 1-4-10. 6 straight for the Cats. They lead by 34 points. Time on second term.
Well, you called it, Corby. Carbon copy, albeit a different goal kicker, but it was the ability of Asava Radicalea to come in and just get that ball to ground. Allowed Gary Rowan to be front and centre. Oh, sorry, Luke Dalhouse. Little flick onto Gary Rowan. Do his work. Nice kicking. They even had Sam Menegola coming down from the wing to be there in the goal square, but he just shepherded through. So well done, Asava Radicalea. Just causing a bit of havoc down there in that goal square. Young Garthwaite just losing contact with him. Needs to put a bit more time in, not allow him to get a run and jump at the footy.
Brett Delidio alongside Brennan Goddard this afternoon. Tackles in this second quarter. Geelong 14-5. It's been all one-way traffic as Bolton gets the clearance in the middle of the ground for the Tigers. Hand pass too sharp for short. Nank Purvis tries to clean it up for the Tigers. His hand pass is wide of Sydney Stacker. Becomes the tackler on Parfitt. Chance for Menegola for Geelong. Hand pass to Dalhouse at right half forward. Hand pass to Guthrie. Kicks into the pocket. Hawkins on the lead. Laced out delivery. Sliding down low, takes the mark in the right forward pocket.
That's where I think it's fair to say the cracks have opened.
Yep.
It's, again, just their ability to do it. I love how they've done it, just how they've started, how they've continued to do it, persevere with the intensity, pressure, and, you know, if the other team's up for it for 4 quarters, well, good on them, but I said majority of the time there's going to be a point where the cracks do open, and I think this quarter they'll have an opportunity to regroup at half time, but 6-goal lead now to big ask for Richmond to peg that back.
He's had 4 shots on goal so far, Tom Hawkins. He's got a couple already. This is a hard kick, not for the Tomahawk. He's now got 3, and Geelong are purring at the moment. A 40-point advantage as they start to put a break on the Tigers. A 5-goal-to-none second term. They've kicked the last 7 goals of the match. 8-2-50 to the Tigers, 1-4-10. 24 minutes gone, second term. Tomahawk, what a finish.
Yeah, wasn't that nice? Just like shelling peas out there. The guy that knows his kick.
That's the right side for Tomahawk too. It's the opposite side for a right footer, but he kicks it left to right and kicks it off his instep. So
you spoke about it though, Beach, the ability just to keep pounding the rock, keep turning up, get to the contest and see whether Richmond are willing to do the same. As you spoke about Clinchy in the tackle count, I think it was, 14-5 you said, 14-6 now in favour of the Cats. They've just in this quarter alone, so they've continued to turn up the heat. We just need to see whether Richmond can respond.
This has been more good Geelong 2 than bad Richmond from what we've seen in this quarter. A devastating turn for the Cats. Out of the middle, Cochin kicks out wide to half forward. Arch trying to turn Atkins inside out. Atkins collects the footy. Arch falls on him. And a ball up half forward for Richmond. 40 points, 8-2 to 1-4. After Richmond hit the front at the 21-minute mark of the opening term. That's now 7 unanswered goals for the Cats. from the ball up. Dangerfield gets a tumbling kick down the boundary line. Dalhouse wins it. Short kick forward. Only as far as Asprey of the Tigers. Hand pass to Ross. Spun around, gives it back to Asprey, and he's out of play. So a throw in right on halfway in front of the Cats bench. All pretty healthy downstairs. A injury concern for Edwards earlier, but he's back out there. Neither sub made. Quentin Narkle to sub again for Geelong today, and Josh Caddy back for Richmond as their Medi sub.
Thrown back in. Stanley got rid of Nankervis, threw a boot at it, couldn't get it. Lambert with the kick towards half forward. Rewald had it spoiled away by Henry, and it rolls out of play at right half forward for the Tigers.
Tim Lynch has been unsighted. He had his first possession only 5 minutes ago and kicked it to the man on the mark. But he's got to get himself up in play now. He's got to get himself a kick away from the ball and just have an impact, whether that just Radagalia style, just crashing packs, bring the ball to ground. He's got to get involved.
Joel took it out of the ruck, kicked inside 50. Mark Blitzhav so courageous going back with the flight. Takes a very impressive mark. Chips it to Tui. He takes the mark in the back pocket. Kicks to Henderson, who marks on the defensive 50. Back in the Geelong lineup this afternoon. Fires a hand pass forward to Selwood. Opens up play. He looks towards half forward. Long kick inside the 50. Close flew. Couldn't hang on to the mark. First onto the ground level. Run down. Great tackle, Rioli. And the Tigers will take it back at left half back. Geelong by 40 points on ABC Sport.
It was the margin at full-time in the earlier game. Sydney defeating Fremantle. Kick not 15 as going short Rioli. Away to Lambert, who was set upon straight away. Dangerfield locks him up, and the umpire says ball up. And the kick not travelling the required distance, so ball up 60 out from Geelong's goal. Stanley whacks it out wide. Lambert had it, lost it, coughs it up. Guthrie pokes a pass inside 50, close. The mark's going to be paid. If it wasn't, he had his arms chopped. And Grimes gives away the free. Close will get it 5 in from the boundary line. He's 50 out at right half forward.
Just a nice little touch kick, wasn't it, from Cam Guthrie? Just gave him half a chance. Grimes was just half a step away. He can always tax it pretty hard, Grimes. He's never been any different training nor playing. Close in the team to try and be that pressure small forward and get on the scoreboard. Here's his opportunity.
Big kick. Brad Close in the long sleeves. He loads up from just outside the 50, right to the goal line. Falls down in front, and in the end, Rioli sees it through for a minor score. So a rush behind. 41 points, Geelong's lead.
Tigers bring it back into play through short. They got it to Edwards, and then to Ross at half-back. Kicks up to the middle of the members' wing. O'Connor hit it with speed. Won the footy for Geelong. Hand pass to Guthrie to a stationary Rowan. Side step to Rewald. Kicks inside the 50. Radagalia with a couple to beat. Asprey in from the side. Spoils it down. Grimes waiting for it. Gets the hand pass out to Pickett. Trying to sidestep Stanley. Now looking for options up on the southern wing. The Geelong Cats have the numbers. Castagna went up early, put the hands right in the back of Henderson. It didn't matter. Tui gets it for Geelong. Hand pass to Isaac Smith, who kicks to Guthrie. Just short of half forward.
Possession 18 already. He's averaging 30 for the season, Cam Guthrie. Coming off 35 against the Dockers last start. He goes long to Dangerfield. One out in the cage. Chol takes him out. Says play on. Chol wasn't looking at the footy. It spills down to Grimes. Comes to half-back to Ross, who marks and links up with Lambert right on the bell. Gee, they're a little lucky not to have conceded a free kick on the top of the goal square. Dangerfield's okay. Gets back to his feet. And Geelong absolutely humming here at the G. What a quarter of footy. 5 unanswered goals. They've kicked the last 7 of the game. In the grand final rematch just 18 games ago, these two teams played one another. Up in Brisbane, the final game of last season, of course, it was the Tigers that night coming from 20 behind, time on in the second quarter to reel in the Cats and win their 3rd premiership in 5 years. Or in 4 years, in fact. And yet 18 games later, it's Geelong who are pulling them apart. 8-3 to 1-4. A 41-point lead for the Cats at half-time. 3 for Hawkins, 1 for Stanley, 1 for Radagalia, Rowan, Myers and Dangerfield. While for Richmond, Jack Rewalt has their only goal that came at the 21-minute mark of the opening term. It's now Geelong by 41 at the half.
The thoughts of Brendan Dock, Goddard and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, Lids, just that last one, that was play on for mine. Chol did a great job to get back, and his eyes on the footy. So
didn't make contact with the ball.
Yes, he did. Little hand on it.
Watch it. and if it wasn't, his eyes were all on it, and he came close enough. There was no contact with the arms or deliberate chopping of the arms, so play on for mine. But I just loved the way Geelong went about it. I think Chris Scott and the coaching group would, if they could write literally a script, that's how to play out, every week, ideally.
Yep.
Literally brought the pressure and intensity. Both teams were up for it early, particularly in that first quarter, and we raised the question if one team's just able to sustain it and the other one just, flat lines or just buckles a little bit, the cracks will open, and that's exactly what happened, because Geelong didn't change the way they played. They were just relentless in their approach. It didn't change. It was just a matter of Richmond just not being able to sustain it.
Yep.
For mine, and being a younger team, obviously don't have the superstar in Dusty Martin, so maybe just losing a little of that belief. But it was perfect for mine, and I did somewhat say with a little bit of sarcasm, I'd love to get the thoughts and know what a couple of the old schools are talking about the game, but it was...
Do you want to name names? Yeah.
No, well, they do. I can just picture them talking about how poor this game was.
What an ugly game of footy.
What an ugly game of footy, and no one's kicking goals, and there's too many players around the contest. And
sounds like someone I've heard before.
So it's exactly how the game should be played and how they'd want to play it, and that style of football stands up against anyone, anytime, anyhow, and I loved it. It was great.
Yeah, I think if the Tigers were to be in this game, you're going to have to see big games from probably their skipper, Shane Edwards, coming back in. Shea Bolton was going to have to be one of those that really stands up, kick a couple of goals and have 10 to 15 touches to half-time. Unfortunately, they just haven't... Jack Ross has been really serviceable for him on the wing. He's had the 14 touches. Jaden Short, 13 down in the back line. Rioli, 12 off half-back. I think he's tried to give him some run and some carry, but...
The ball spent more time back there as well.
The ball has spent a lot of time back there. You're right, Beach, but I think that's the key for the Tigers. If they can get a little bit more out of... Shane Edwards, I think I watched him run off the ground there, and he had a bit of a limp up still, so he's obviously favouring that ankle. Marlon Pickett's only had the 5 in the middle of the ground, Stack 6. Jack Graham's only had the 7, so they're the boys they need a collective bit more pull from, I suppose, if they're going to cover that loss, especially of Dusty going out of the team. But for the Cats, it's been Cam Guthrie again as that staple. His ability, 18 touches to the half. And Paddy Dangerfield, he has 16, but 13 of those contested. He's just been a bull and done it as he's pleased. 5 clearances and 7 tackles to go with that as well. So clearly the best player on the ground at the moment for mine to the half.
Richmond, to get back into it, there's a number of individuals that can get involved a little bit more. For mine, just across the board, they're going to have to come in, expect the same from Geelong.
Yeah.
Saying, boys, this isn't going to change, so we're going to have to raise the intensity and pressure and be up for the challenge.
And
withstand their pressure, and just again hope that they crack, because at the minute you don't see that happening. But as I said, it's now 7 goals, so it's a long way back now against a good opposition. So it's super impressive the way they've gone about it, and I'm interested to see now whether they're at that point. Talked about leading into the game, they come off a good month of footy. I said, albeit a couple of soft opposition and wins, but I felt like they were primed for a performance like this they can sustain for 4 quarters.
Yep.
So that's why I raised the question, are they in that position where I thought they may be coming into the game, that they've got the foot on the throat of the best team in the last decade, and whether they keep it there, then from here it just springboards themselves into a finals campaign.
It was an interesting quarter. It took 16 minutes for the first goal to be scored through Asava Radagalia. Kids goal with his first kick, and then all of a sudden Geelong kicked, 5 goals in 9 minutes.
And he played a hand in another 2 of those
and one was Paddy Dangerfield from 50, the other one was Tom Hawkins from the boundary. So I think it was you, Corby, who made mention of it. It was as much as what Geelong did right, this was what Richmond didn't do, be it their pressure, the aura in which the Tigers used to have, was actually quite good.
Yeah, but you could see that this fell off, particularly from the back half, and their ability to slow Geelong down and force him in that long kick down the line, where you just saw a couple of cracks opening up defensively, where they let, I think it was the first one when Henderson was involved, Buse, where they were able to get it into deep inside 50, but that came from, in their back half, which you didn't see in that first quarter because of such a good job that Richmond were doing defensively, setting up the ground and forcing a long kick down the line.
3rd week in a row, Geelong have kept their opponent to 1 goal at half-time. Against
They're
Carlton,
sound, aren't they?
Carlton were 1-9, Freo 1-7, and today Richmond 1-4. Yeah.
Half-time here at the MCG, Geelong leading by 41 points, 8-3-51 to the Tigers. 1-4-10. Earlier it was Sydney defeating Fremantle by 40 points in David Mundy's 350th game. Isaac Heaney with 5 goals and a screamer, meaning that Sydney will stay in 6th position on the AFL ladder. Coming up after this match, the final match of the round, Essendon taking on the Giants. We've got an Olympic update coming up with Ned Hall. Let's bring you the latest ABC News headlines.
ABC News headlines with Satyam Weinstein. New South Wales Health is calling on anyone who's attended a family home at Pendle Hill in Sydney's west to come forward for testing. Among the 141 new coronavirus cases recorded today, some are people who went to the home due to a death in the family. There's still plenty of community anger in response to yesterday's lockdown protest in Sydney. Thousands of people marched through the CBD with 63 charged and 35 arrested for breaching public health orders. 85 million Pfizer COVID-19 booster shots have been ordered by the federal government. Most will arrive next year and will be offered to people who are fully vaccinated, providing additional protection against coronavirus variants. The Victorian Premier, Daniel Andrews, has also slammed the thousands of anti-lockdown protesters who gathered in Melbourne CBD, breaching COVID-19 health orders. Police investigations continue, but so far 6 people have been charged and more than 70 are facing fines relating to their involvement. And Greek police have clashed with several thousand demonstrators opposing a COVID lockdown in that country. Tear gas and water cannons were used on protesters outside Parliament in Athens in response to petrol bombs and stones being thrown at police. And Australia's Ash Barty has suffered a shock defeat in the opening round of the women's tennis singles at the Tokyo Olympics. The Wimbledon champion, world number 1, went down to 48th ranked Spaniard Sara Sorimez Tormo, 6-4, 6-3. ABC News.
Hi, it's Virginia Trioli.
And David Astle.
We want you to tell us a story.
It must be true, and it must include the line, I have been meaning to tell you.
Yes, our homespun storytelling competition is back. This time, it's part of the Melbourne Writers' Festival.
The best storytellers will work with us to polish their yarn and then perform on stage in the Theaterette at State Library of Victoria.
For details, look for Homespun on the ABC Radio Melbourne website.
Hurry, entries close Sunday, August 1.
ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Menengola, who turns on his left, long kick towards Radaglia, 2 to compete against Mantlin from the side, but a free kick over the shoulder. And Radaglia on cue will get the free kick. So on a 45-degree angle, kicking from about 35 metres out. Asava Radaglia comes in. That's a good strike. And finally, Geelong kick truly.
Hughes back involved again, forward of the wing. Kicks deep to Hawkins. Radaglia crashes the pack, spills to Hawkins. Snaps across the body. Vacant goal square. Through it goes.
Blitzabs is going to take it. Kicks a high ball inside 50 towards Dangerfield. Pickett made body contact, but Paddy took the mark, diving down low to his left. Dangerfield from right on 50. Lent back on the kick, but did enough to steer it through.
Stewart, long ball inside the forward 50. Radaglia decides to spoil. Down to Dalhouse, hand pass to Rowan. Tumbles a kick goalward. Bouncing in the goal square, bouncing through.
Parford, chance for Menengola for Geelong. Hand pass to Dalhouse at right half forward. Hand pass to Guthrie, kicks into the pocket. Hawkins on the lead, laced out delivery. Tom Hawkins, he's got a couple already. This is a half kick. Not for the Tomahawk. He's now got 3.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at the MCG in the grand final rematch. Geelong leading by 41 points. 8-3-51 to the Tigers. 1-4-10. After Geelong led by 10 points at quarter time. A 5-goal-to-none second quarter blitz in which they kicked 5 goals in 9 minutes. Saw the Cats open up a sizable advantage at the main break by 41 points. Tom Hawkins with 3 goals for the Cats. All individual goal kickers. Well, there's only 1 goal kicker, but they had their chances in that second quarter with 2 behind the Tigers. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass called the action. Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard are your experts. Mitch Cleary down the boundary. Also keeping you across all the Olympics action from Tokyo, officially day 2 of competition. And Ned Hall to bring us all the latest.
Clinchy, there's a fair bit going on at the moment. The Australian men's water polo team are in action against Montenegro, and they've shot out of the blocks. Still in the first period of the match with a lead by 4 goals to 1. A dominant start by the Sharks at the moment. So great start from them. It's the first of several of the team sports that we can look forward to. The Boomers in action later on against Nigeria. The Olyroos play Spain later on tonight. And the the Kookaburras are taking on India later tonight. Earlier on today, the Hockeyroos beat Spain by 3 goals to 1, having been a goal down, although the softball team lost 2-1 to the USA earlier on today. You may have heard in the news bulletin the disappointing news that Ash Barty has gone out of the women's singles draw. Surprise defeat against an heralded Spanish opponent, but we have got some better news with James Duckworth beating Lucas Klein in straight sets to go through. However, Luke Saville went out against Hubert Urkats of Poland. Currently, though, on court in the tennis, Australia's Max Purcell. He's just taken the first set from Felix Auger-Aliassime, the Canadian 9th seed, so a good start from him. Plenty more tennis action to come today as well. We've also seen both of our canoe slalom competitors in action. Daniel Watkins in the men's race was struggled in the 16th place in his first run there, but Jess Fox was second fastest in her first run. Second run still to come there. Elsewhere in the surfing, good news, Julian Wilson has competed in the second round of the men's surfing. He came third in that heat, but it does mean that he advances into round 3, where he'll join his teammate Owen Wright in the men's event. In the women's event, Sally Fitzgibbon and Steph Gilmore both won their heats earlier on today to move directly into the third round of the competition. Disappointing for Nathan Katz in the judo 66 kilogram category. Won his first bout against the Peruvian competitor, but lost against Israel's Barak Shamilov in the second round, so he goes out. Also out in the judo is Stacey Heimer, and out of the skateboarding is Shane O'Neill as well. The cycling road race is underway. It's about the halfway stage at the moment. 3 riders are out in front. The Australians are all well in the peloton, who are 8.5 minutes behind the lead riders, who are going up the major climb of the day. Long way still to go there. Still another 60 Ks to get to the end of that competition. And more swimming to come tonight. But of course, the headlines from today: the gold for the 4x100 metre relay team. Bronte Campbell, Meg Harris, Emma McKeon and Kate Campbell with a new world record. Adding to that, the silver medal won by Jack McLaughlin in the 400 free and Brendan Smith in the 400 individual medley, taking the bronze medal. It means that Australia now features on the medal table, sitting in 4th spot, just behind the USA, China and the host nation Japan, who have so far picked up 3 gold medals. And that is the latest from Tokyo.
Thank you very much, Ned Hall, and of course abc.net.au/sport, the other place you can go to find out all the latest sporting news. The ABC made the decision not to buy the radio broadcast rights for the Tokyo Olympics, therefore we're providing updates but not live commentary for this year's Olympic Games. So we'll try and give you the key medal results throughout the weekend, but unfortunately we can't provide any live commentary. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio, and Brendan Goddard. Is there any secret sports you find yourself watching?
Oh, mate, the gymnastics.
Gymnastics. I found myself watching that last
only because
night.
my girls are right into it, mate. They doing somersaults and handstands, cartwheels all over my house at the moment. So,
mate, Liz and I were just looking up the screen for half that quarter, just watching the gymnastics.
Okay.
The floor routine. It was unbelievable.
It caught our eye, Brendan. We're actually entrenched in the game. It caught our eye.
The other one for mine is the diving, which I know nothing about, but I'm very good at
well,
judging.
you know how hard it is to go from 10 metres. It's petrifying. Who wants to do that?
Entry into the water as to whether it's a good entry or not. Happy to throw my 2 cents in.
Swimming, I got a bit nervous watching the 4x100 women's relay this morning.
Yeah.
And they won gold.
Yep, we watched that during our show as well. They were flying, the girls, weren't they?
It was a good feeling. Back in, we're trying to explain to my eldest daughter about the Olympics and what it means, and she's got a bag for Australia, and got all the questions like why.
Great time to try and explain to kids what's taking place when the Olympics are on. NRL action, round 19, the early match. The Gold Coast Titans defeated St George Illawarra 32 points to 10. And in the match underway at the moment, the Cronulla Sharks lead the Canterbury Bulldogs 18 points to 6, half an hour gone there. And in the second one-day international between Australia and the West Indies winning by 4 wickets after Australia posted 187. So the Aussies unable to back up their good effort in the first one-day national. Matthew Wade top scoring alongside Adam Zampa with 36. The West Indies 6 for 191 in response from just the 38 overs. Of course, Corbin and Ben is the other thing we need to keep you across. Monday and Thursday, 5 o'clock Australian Eastern Time. Regular guest Brendan Goddard.
Guest, just a guest. Oh, well,
Yeah, part of the show, Beach, part of the furniture. Voice of
can't
Goddard.
believe I'm in the name. I should be first mentioned.
Voice of Goddard every Monday.
And when you're not available, the poor sorry sod gets a phone call. Liz, you free to have a chat, mate? Yeah. No,
Where's it?
Liz is part of... No, you're always there on Monday.
I've never been not
Liz
available.
joins us on a Thursday, semi-regularly.
Yeah, come on, mate.
Yeah.
You got your days.
Sorry, mate. I like to refer to it more as a community of guests, and obviously you're part of the Corbin and Ben community. We're all...
Well, as long as we share in the spoils, mate, that's all I care about.
Yeah, plenty of those coming our way.
Nothing like airing our dirty laundry on air. So, of course, it's on ABC Sport Digital, 5 o'clock Eastern.
Wait till we do our leading teams on air. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Looking forward to that. Everyone in the circle.
Honest feedback.
So Corbin and Ben, Monday and Thursday, of course, you can catch up with the lead. Sunday AFL with Corby. All of our feature programs, of course, available there. So wherever you get your podcast available to is a great place to find it. As, of course, you can get in touch with us on the SMS 0437 774 774. So a few questions coming through. Ken in Seymour asking about no Dustin Martin. No dustman means dustbin for the Tigers in 2021. Well, I guess they would love someone who could finish their work. It's been a tough afternoon for the Tigers forwards.
I don't think he would have been...
He's not 7 goals difference. No.
Difference. And just the way it's happened as well. No, they just haven't allowed them to play their style offensively. You can't control what the opposition are doing defensively, but so offensively just haven't allowed them to play that game. And that, the higher handball, even the forward handball they play around stoppages, they've got no time and space. They've just taken it away from them. So that's why I've been super impressed with Geelong and the way they're going about it. So really, really keen to see if they can sustain it for the next 2 quarters. We'll get a fair indication of what it's going to look like, I think, in the first 10 minutes of this quarter.
Yeah, well, we heard Nathan Broad say that Dimmer doesn't really give it to him too much. He certainly did when I was there. I know that he would get very
probably calmed
feedback.
down after the 3 premierships in the back pocket.
That's right. But no, I certainly think there's a time and a place for a little rev up. And it's not like they're not trying. It's just, I think their class has been left wanting a little bit. And add to that, the Geelong's ability to put pressure on and test that out. Their ability to finish has been first rate. So that's the key for them. Can they withstand the intensity and the pressure that the Cats are bringing, and then turn it back on them as well?
Geelong by 41 points. It's half time. Mitch Cleary's with us on the boundary. Mitch, any injury concerns in that first half?
Joel Selwood's quad was a bit of an issue, but he's back out there. Shane Edwards as well with his left ankle, the one that he injured previous this season, is being given the green light to continue in this second half. Just a bit of news earlier in the day. Alex Rance, playing a VFL game for Essendon, was up on the Gold Coast due to for a holiday. COVID meant that the Essendon VFL side needed some fill-ins. He took the call, had 18 disposals in a loss against Southport. He just posted on his Instagram, "This is not a comeback. Playing for the Essendon VFL this weekend was simply a happy accident and a one-time thing." So Alex Rance will stay retired from AFL level. Just a one-off game for the Essendon VFL today.
I was hoping it was going to be like the LL Cool J song. It was, "Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years." He was going to get himself into song, and
he would. He'd definitely get out there and sing. There's no worries there. I've seen him do it at plenty of functions. He's got no shame, that bloke. And also a very good performer.
As long as you're good at it, yeah. I don't think you can be in the middle, can you? You're either good at it or you're just really terrible and you're happy to take the mickey out of yourself.
Exactly right.
Cats with the last 7 goals of the game. What a warning they sent through the competition in the grand final rematch. As we get the second half underway, Geelong by 41. Cochin soccers it forward. Stewart soccers it back to Cochin. Collects for Richmond. Kicks into the pocket. Wanted Rewalt over his head. And out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for the Tigers. Kicking to the punt road end in this third quarter. Mitch on the boundary.
Just the other injury concern, Corbin, I didn't mention, was Asava Radiglia's right knee. Had it strapped up twice in that first half. He's actually gone without the strapping to start this third term.
Boundary throw in, Stanley and then Curvis. Stanley wins it down. Rewalt first possession, kicks to the top of the goal square. Arts flies, spoils, trying to keep it alive. Baker, he throws it back. And the umpire awake to that. Free kick for Geelong in front of the behind post.
Yeah, you can't do that, Liam, unfortunately.
Lockie Henderson's going to take it. Missed the trip to Perth, along with Gary Rowan. They're 2 ins today from the side that really dismantled Fremantle last Thursday night. Both these teams have had a long wait between games, having played Thursday, Friday in round 18. A couple of running bounces and then a turnover. Henderson kicks it straight to Ross. And the bright red boots up against the southern boundary line marks 70 out for Richmond.
Ross sends Richmond deep into attack. Nankervis is there. Rewald as well, brought to the front. Castagna was held when he didn't have the footy. And the non-officiating umpire picked it. He'll pay the free kick in the right forward pocket. Tight angle, only about 25 metres out. Jason Castagna had an early crack. Tigers looking for their second goal and their first goal since the 21-minute mark of the opening term.
It was a good decision because he didn't have possession of the ball, Paddy, so he can't grab his arm, so he's going to kick this around his body. Is he going left foot or is he going the check side?
Left.
Going left?
Steps out, snaps on the left. Not a bad effort. He's got it. And Richmond have got it at last. Their second goal comes at the 2-minute mark of the third term. After the Geelong Cats put on 5 in the second quarter in a 9-minute period, the Tigers start to climb back. Geelong by 35, 8-3-51 to Richmond 2-4-16.
It was an interesting play from Lockie Henderson, wasn't it? Just sort of strolled out of defensive 50 and then decided to lace out Jack Ross rather than give it a bit of height and at the very least get a contest out there on centre wing. But long kick in, bit of forward craft from Jace Castagna, just hit the contest with a bit of speed, didn't quite grab a hold of it and just forced Paddy Dangerfield into getting a bit grabby, and that he did. Held on, free kick against, and a nice finish there on the left from Jace Castagna. The one the Tigers needed to start this second half.
The season sort of reflected Richmond a little bit, so 16 goals in 18 games. He's been goalless though 8 times since round 5, Jason Castagna, but not today. Back in the middle, Stanley knocks it forward for Geelong. Dangerfield overruns it. Guthrie soccers inside 50 for the Cats. Again off the deck, Grimes. That worked out okay. Soccers it straight to Cochin. The captain hand passes away towards Bolton. He links up with Parker. Front edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Leaping for it, Rewalt. No mark. Spills down to Atkins. Geelong off half-back through the hand-passing game. Henderson to Henry. Now to Tui. Off half-back. Kicks down the boundary line. Guthrie flies. Slips straight to his hands. Now he's under the pump. Tackled by Garthwaite. Hand pass ends up with Parfitt. He's taken over the boundary line. And a throw-in on the southern wing.
It's a big mistake. They were out there. The overlap came. Richmond were coming forward really intensely, but they had the overlap. If you're just able to mark that roll, they potentially could expose Richmond out the back.
Cats by 35 points. Tigers with the opening goal of the second half. Thrown back in. Nankervis in front against Stanley. Tapped it down. Selwood onto it for Geelong. Hand pass back to Stanley to Guthrie. They run out of room and over the boundary line, centre of the southern wing. Shout out to Kerry, Grant and Buster heading home. Dongara, is that right, in Western Australia?
Yep, Dongara.
Great call, loving the coverage.
It's the home of Jager O'Meara.
Nicely done. And Josh wanting us to give a shout out to the Geelong Dragons. Good on you, Josh. Hope you're enjoying the call. Guthrie for the Cats. Wins the clearance. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Got it to Parfitt. Centre wing, southern side. Kicks to Radikalia. Out on the lead, takes the mark. Seems to be moving a bit more freely now, Big Sav. Sends a kick inside 50 towards Isaac Smith. Grimes comes in from the side and takes the mark. They do that so well, the Richmond defence looking after each other. And Dylan Grimes, 15 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end. Short to Jaden Short, who feeds the hand pass around the back to Grimes. He'll give it back to Short, trying to find the avenue out of defence. Long kick towards Henderson. Bolton thought about the fly, left it for Lynch, who spoiled it down. Selwood onto for the Cats. Tom Lynch, good tackle. Umpire waves play on initially and then holding the ball. And there's a bit of afters as well as Selwood was ridden into the turf and Tom Atkins trying to stand up for his captain. Tom Lynch to take it on half back.
Swings a hand pass out wide to Rioli. Short kick to Pickett. Marlon Pickett right in front of the interchange gates. Hands it back to Dan Rioli. So races up with that launch pad between wing and half forward. Kicks in the Nankervis direction. It slips out the back. Henry just knocks it towards the boundary line. The Tigers keep it alive. Graham, nice hand pass through to Arts. Rolls onto his right boot. Snaps a goal. Richmond with 2 in a row for the first time today. Coming from a long way back. Geelong by 29 points. They're 8-3-51, the Cats. Richmond to 3-4-22. 6-played third term, Richmond with the first 2 of the third quarter.
Well, it's a good start by the Tigers. It does look a little bit different, but really enjoyed seeing too is just Tom Lynch being up at that kick long down the line. But then what it does is contest the marking contest, but then follow up. You're then involved on ground level, opportunity to tackle, which he did. Holding the ball has an impact, and then they got overlap run from Riola, which is really good, which is what he offers, is what he's down there for. So playing to his strengths and then get the ball in deep. And he's found himself, there was a number of, asked a question of the Geelong players, a number of them around Arts there, and none of them really committed to going and applying pressure. Guthrie actually just stood off and almost corralled Arts when he's just got to go there.
Grass, didn't he, really?
Just got to go, force him to make a decision.
The Tigers, having managed 1 goal and a half of footy, have now kicked 2 in 5 minutes in the third quarter. Back in the middle, Stanley couldn't get the clearance. Parker just shovels a hand pass forward. Tough bounce for Baker, who couldn't get onto it. O'Connor can for Geelong. He'll chip it back to Henry, who marks in the right back pocket for Geelong. Cats lead by 29 points. Henry looks for options on the members' wing. Puts it towards Close and Hawkins. Asprey flies in front, pushed out of it. Hawkins with a shove. Umpire spotted it. Dave Asprey will take it just in front of the 2 benches. Thought about the hand pass to Mansell. Now decides to kick long towards Jack Rewalt. Sets himself for flying in front position. Juggled the mark. Does that so well, holding his body position and the space in front. Claim the mark. Spots Sydney Stack free. Running back Rowan got a fingertip to it. Stack tried to claim the mark. Now he plays on. Kicks inside 50. Baker all alone. Takes the mark directly in front. 40 metres out.
The game's looking different though, isn't it? Like Geelong's pressure is kind of dissipated. That Richmond now able to move the ball more fluently. Like it's totally changed. So
the Cats look shaky.
Yeah, the Cats. So that's, I asked the question whether they're able to sustain it, but clearly the first 8 minutes here they haven't been able to. And Richmond has started really well. Don't get it wrong.
Liam Baker, 3 goals, 4 so far this season. Looking to continue the fight back. He puts it out to the right. And a minor score. Geelong's lead is 28 points at the 8-minute mark of the third term. 6 inside 50s to 2 for the Tigers so far.
So Stewart plays on from the kick out, has a bounce and almost runs it out of the defensive arc. Kicks up to halfway. Rowan takes the mark in front of the logo southern wing. Short kick through the centre square to Myers. Hand pass links up with Menengola. Offloads to Guthrie. Hand pass to Hawkins. Kicks across the half-forward line, and Dalhouse, looking at the footy, takes the mark. Right half forward, 45 out.
A couple of really good bits of play there, just in terms of composure.
How did Stewart just go?
Well, he was allowed to. I'm surprised what happened there with Richmond's pressure.
He
took a bounce. His first one.
Yep.
And then I'm not sure how long the
15
second one
metres out for a goal, and then he's literally run across 3 mowed lines, which are 10 metres each.
Dalhouse doesn't look comfortable with the distance and chips it short to Hawkins. Just keeps leading up and presenting and offers another lead wide out at right half forward. Man on the mark, 5 in from the boundary line. So the Tomahawk here to have a set shot from just inside the 50.
So they do this as well as any team in the comp. Find that extra little pass, you think, Beach? Clinchy,
Yeah.
I see you nodding your head, yes?
He loves it, yeah.
Mitch Duncan is especially good at it.
Oh, I know. He's always looking for the big fella.
And it's good connection because you know your teammate, because he's probably not able to make the distance there.
Hawkins for his 4th. That is a superb finish. He slots it, and that's one way to get momentum back for the Cats. Presenting back up, Hawkins with 4. 10 minutes into the third term. Geelong back out by 34 points. 9-3-57. Richmond 3-5-23. 10 played third quarter.
And that's his pocket, but well, yeah, it used to be a big thing for us at the Saints. Ross used to hate it. If you
allowed the extra lead up.
Oh no, if you didn't kick it, or if you went, but you did the old take the mark and turn you back on the play.
Yeah.
Used to hate it. There's a second opportunity to find that. You used to call them quick secondaries.
Yeah. That come from Sydney. I reckon the Swans were the best at it years ago.
Rossi was
6,
there,
7, because Rossi was there.
Yeah. Never turn your back on it. If you can put the ball or put your teammate in a better position than what you were at a high percentage, do it, but never turn your back on the play. And again, that's just good connection, knowing your teammates. Dalhouse, was arguably never going to make the distance, so just to play it smart, play it dumb almost like he's having a shot, but that they all knew that he was looking for that pass.
So Tom Hawkins with 4 goals, up to 45 for the season. Everyone chasing Harry Mackay on 52. Chris didn't play on the weekend. Stanley with a clearance to the Cats. Hand pass towards Isaac Smith. Couldn't take it first time. He can the second. Kicks into a vacant pocket at right half forward. Running onto it first was Dylan Grimes. Couldn't get a clean hand pass away. Radagalia's hand pass. Worked it to Dalhouse. He lost it though. Short with a kick around his body. Finds Parker. Centre of the wing for the Tigers. 2 goals to 1 so far in this third term. Hand pass forward to Short, who found himself in a bind. Hand pass over his head as Hughes closed the space and then followed up a good tackle on Parker. Richmond still hang on to it though. Graham with a kick inside 50. Tom Lynch sets himself. Rewalt there as well in front of the pack. Couldn't take the mark. Kolajasny's hand pass to Atkins. Bounces it off his knee. Close. Ragdoll to the turf. Great tackle. He was trying to merge out of defence and Tom Lynch got him. The umpire will throw it up just short of half forward for the Tigers.
Hawkins in game number 295 today, so he's due to play his 300th in the first final. And the Cats on track to make sure that's a qualifying final as well. As Chol wins the tap, Bolton drags off his kick. Stanley for Geelong, hand pass to Smith. Hands it away to Atkins. He kicks wide for the Cats, but Mansell intercepts and marks for Richmond in front of the bench. Hand pass away to Stack. From the members' wing, floats a kick inside the forward 50. Rewalt with the climb. Can't come down with the footy. He comes back to him at ground level. He knocks it out the back. Oh, and he's been pinged for a throw that's a little stiff. Trying to whack it out the back door.
Very stiff.
Yeah, as soon as it gets any sort of air, they're paying those, aren't they?
Free kick for Kolajasny and Geelong, last line of defence. He swings it across the goal face. O'Connor in the back pocket. Short kick to Smith, who marks and keeps on moving. Arts runs him down, holding the ball. 60 out at right half forward. And Jake Arts awake to it. For some reason, Smith was very keen to play on. Short kick to Cochin. Marks 60 out, centre half forward. Geelong by 34 points. 13 played third term. Great placement. Cochin inside 50, just over the head in the end of Bolton, who went one-handed. Pickett mops it up. His hand pass a turnover. Myers off half-back.
Beats the hand pass to Stewart, who has just Radaglia on the wing. Puts it out in front of him. We'll be happy to see it out of play with Garthwaite right there trailing him. A boundary throw in. Geelong leading by 34 points, but Richmond 2 goals to 1 in this third quarter.
Did Bolton misread that in the air, or did he just a little casual?
So it's one of those little spinners that just floats a little bit. Wasn't really coming down.
Chol took it out of the ruck against Stanley. Feeds the hand pass to Baker. Here go Richmond. He kicks towards Rewalt over his head and Lynch takes the mark. Not intended for him. Rather fortunate that he was awake to it. And he claims the mark on his chest directly in front. 40 metres out from goal.
I think Jack knew just as he
heard a voice, or?
Well, I heard a voice, but probably thinking that's probably not the lead you want, because a good team would probably know they are a good team, but he'd known right at the end there that Lynch was coming at it, because that was his role in line with the ball, where Jack was more down the line for that long kick. So to angle that lead across in front of your leading forward, he knew he was probably in the wrong.
Just his second kick for the afternoon, Tom Lynch, and he puts it out to the right. His first was into the man on the mark, wasn't it, Lids?
It certainly was.
Geelong by 33 points. JB on the text from Elwood. It's Tim Mitchin playing for Geelong, number 29. That's not very nice. I don't think Tim could rock the beard like Cam could.
Here's Stewart. He'll have the long hair as well as he goes to Stanley in the back pocket. And he's off for a run. And the long kick to Isaac Smith. He goes with a long kick down the wing. Henry takes the mark. Hand pass away to O'Connor. O'Connor kicks inside the forward 50. Over the back comes Rowan. Brings it to ground for Geelong. Close. Hand pass away to Dangerfield, who snaps across the body. It won't have the trip. Last line of defence. Mansell is up and taking the intercept mark. Mansell will come back out to Stack. Back flank. Just goes back into the slow play for Richmond. 33 points, Geelong lead it. 15 played third term. Stack long to the contest on the wing. Kolajasny up virtually uncontested. Takes the mark for Geelong.
Kicks it back to O'Connor, who has it between wing and half back on the members' side of the ground. Comes into the middle of the ground with a kick to Isaac Smith. He looks for an option, pushing forward to half forward Henderson. Good spoil from Jake Arts, who races after it at half back. Almost a throw as he tried to ricochet a hand pass back. Myers tackled by Rioli. Umpire's going to pay holding the ball. Dan Rioli having a couple of good moments across half back. Bill also on 0437 774 774. Sunday afternoon Olympics on Channel 7, no footy. Should have let another station take the telecast. Well, they have. It's pay TV. So if you're in commute, keep your radio on ABC if you don't have access to that, and we'll provide the colour to the game taking place. Right half forward for the Tigers. And Geelong leading by 33 points after the Cats kicked 5 goals in 9 minutes in the second term. Tui for Geelong, kicks up to the wing, spoiled away by Dalhouse, got it away from Rioli. Isaac Smith with a half pass to Atkins. He kicks towards Rowan. He marks centre wing on the southern side. The Cats looking to move it quickly. Dangerfield's long at full forward, racing back Grimes. Danger used his body well, gathers top of the goal square. Great tackle from Grimes. Parfitt hard against the boundary, trying to find a way past Pickett, can't do so. And the hand pass is chopped off by Sydney Stack.
Hits up his captain, Cochin, who marks left half back for Richmond. Possession 12 for Cochin here. As he goes on a run, draws Buse, hand pass out to Edwards on the wing. Goes short to Ross, straight on the interchange. 33 points, the lead for the Cats. 17 played third term, pinpoints his pass to short. Marks, hand pass out wide to Parker, closes to 60 out. Matt Parker kicks to the top of the goal square, floating across is Stewart. In characteristic fashion, takes the intercept mark, last line for Geelong. He comes wide to Guthrie at half back. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Joel Selwood's right quad has been nagging him all day. The ice is on. Medical sub Quinton Narkle is warming up. Looks like they're about to execute their medical sub.
Thanks, Mitch. Josh Caddy, the sub for their Tigers as well. Geelong by 33 points. Earlier it was Sydney over Fremantle by 40. The final match of the round, Essendon taking on GWS. We'll take you there next. Long kick up the wing. Grimes trying to juggle the mark. Nankervis had it. Not officiating. Umpires paid a free kick for a hold. And it's going Richmond's way. Dylan Grimes to take it. Short around the boundary line to Jaden Short. He's gesturing for players to push forward. There's a lot of one-on-ones further afield. So rolls the dice into the middle of the ground. Rioli couldn't complete the mark, but was infringed by Parfitt. Looks out to the southern wing where Ross has space. They're trying to find the avenue forward. Continues wider still to right half forward, and Graham has it. A very congested forward 50 for the Tigers. Jack Rewald offers a lead. That's ignored. Graham now runs his full measure, puts it deep into the pocket, needing a flyer. Marbiel Chol at the back, couldn't get there. Tom Stewart takes the mark. It is amazing how he takes contested marks with so many Richmond forwards. That's probably not giving him enough credit.
So reliable, isn't he? You know what you're going to get week in, week out from Tom Stewart.
Two-time All-Australian. He's trying to marshal the troops over to the southern boundary line, and then the old three-card trick just went to the opposite pocket. The mark taken by O'Connor, who goes along the boundary line to Guthrie and kicks further afield to Menegola. The kick mark game the Cats have been able to master over the last 10 weeks. Just maintaining possession. Now 42, 43 ahead of Richmond in that category as Menegola goes long down the line. Asprey spoils. He competes with his own teammate short for the ball. And in the end, it trickles out in front of the pair. Boundary throw in right on halfway in front of Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
So just confirming that medical sub has been made. Joel sold out with a corked quad, tracksuit jumper on. He's in the back row of the bench. Quinton Narkle into the game. Interesting now what happens for next week. Cats got a 6-day break into their fixtured game against North Melbourne.
Matthew Knight's telling us pre-game the plan is that'll be in Hobart, so should go ahead as scheduled. Certainly the plan at this stage. From the boundary throw in, no one's coming away with it fast as Close, looks like he's tackled high. He was. And a free kick for Brad Close on the wing. Sean Higgins withdrawn overnight with tightness, so as a result, Brad Close, who was initially dropped, maintains his place in the team. He's got the long sleeves on, as we're used to. He goes inboard to Atkins on the wing for Geelong.
Runs his full measure and then kicks towards Hawkins. One-on-one with Asprey, spoiled down to the front. Hawkins somehow regathered it, got to Myers. That's a clever chip kick. Just didn't quite get to Blitzavs though. Sydney Stack once more using his body effectively. Got it to Pickett. The hand pass to Mansell. Richmond all of a sudden under enormous pressure and Ross is tackled. So we allowing him to go no further. And the umpire will throw it up in the left forward pocket.
But the game's been played completely different to what we saw in the first half. Now both teams, it's almost like the Geelong early in the season where they're maintaining possessions, playing more of that boring style of football, high kick mark, not really taking the ball forward or taking too many risks. So you kind of both teams have gone away from that real high intensity pressure around the footy, or it's hard to sustain. I understand that, but Geelong being a very well experienced team, probably more mature team out of the two.
Tigers out of defence, but only for the moment as Nankervis got it down to Baker. His kick is out on the full, so the Cats to take it at left half forward. Jed Hughes is going to take it. Quickly veers out to the right. Precise kick inside 50. No tall target there, though. Radically caught behind, and Hawkins nowhere to be found. And Jaden Short takes the intercepting mark.
Oh, dangerous kick across the goal face, and Dangerfield just out of reach as the kick reaches Pickett. Tried to play on hurriedly, and the umpire will make him go back over the mark. Geelong's 33 points in front, by the way. 21 and a half played in the third term. It's gone 12 minutes without a goal after 3 quick ones to start this third quarter. Pickett, the centre-half back for Cochin, spears his pass to Baker on the wing. Marks for Richmond, member side, hand pass to Asprey, horrid kick, hand on it from Castagna, but numbers with Geelong. Tui by hand to Collet-Jasny, look away, hand pass, miss Guthrie, Blitzarves mops it up. There's a free kick, umpire saying advantage applied. It's a high tackle somewhere in amongst all that for Geelong as Stewart goes back to Atkins. And he marks on the back flank for Geelong. A short kick to Guthrie. Full time in the earlier game, a 40-point win for Sydney, shoring up their place in the top 6 with victory over Fremantle.
Myers from the middle of the ground, kicks towards Rowan. Nankervis in front, couldn't hang on the mark. Pickett swoops for the Tigers, trying to feed a hand pass into Rioli. Dalhouse got a hand to it. Myers hand pass ricochets off a few hands. Smith back to Dalhouse, run down by Shea Bolton. Big Toby Nankervis is involved with another tackle to lock play up on the members' wing. 22 minutes gone, third quarter. The Tigers kicked the first 2 goals inside 5 minutes, and then Geelong answered back with Tom Hawkins' fourth. Edwards, hand pass back to Short. He's crunched in a tackle by Rowan. Hand pass forward to Geelong comes to Myers. His kick is smothered by Sydney Stack and seen out of play. Boundary throw in just short of right half forward for the Cats, who lead by 33 points.
Jaden Short caught one of those real slow handballs back to release, and Gary Rowan saw a real opportunity, didn't he?
Geelong by 33 from the throw-in. Stanley down to Narkle. Hand pass away to Smith. Shoots it out wide to Dangerfield. Takes on the tackler. Got it to Stewart. Just chucks a kick up into the front half. Lands okay for Narkle. Hands it to Dangerfield. He dumps it on the boot as well. Down towards Rowan. Whacked away to Dalhouse. Collects. He's tackled immediately. And a ball up on the forward 50 for Geelong. Now 10 metres in from the boundary line. Northern side of the G. 33 points, Geelong's lead, 23 played in the third.
Stanley and Nankervis. Stanley one down the tap. Edwards able to get onto it for the Tigers, trying to find an avenue out. Hand passes into the path of Lambert, who taps it on to Shea Bolton. Through traffic to Rewalt. They've worked the gauntlet here well. Kicks off the outside of the boot into space, looking for Ross to run onto it. Awkward bounce, slaps it forward the Richmond way. Trying to find an avenue forward. Parker trying to get after it. Henry, careful not to fall on his back. May body contact, and Henderson a good block. As Henry's able to get around Tom Lynch and chip it over the top to Isaac Smith. The Cats' defence working so well together there. As it looked like Richmond are going to once more launch an attack forward. The kick is wide of Blitzabs though for the Cats, and onto it Asprey. He kicks to Rewalt. They could have raffled it. Parker was there as well. Jack Rewalt will go back and shoot on a 45-degree angle from 45 metres out.
Jack wasn't. That was probably Parker's ball. Is probably directed at him. Jack wasn't letting that one go. So
weren't raffling it, that's for sure.
A couple of mistakes though from Geelong. I think it was Buse that did slip over in that contest out wide, which allowed Asprey to have an uncontested ground ball. But just a few mistakes creeping in. It was quite intense for a couple of minutes there.
Kicked the opening goal for the Tigers. Jack Rewalt looking for his second, and Richmond's third. He's just pushed it across the face to the left, and a minor score. 3-7 Richmond to Geelong 9-3. 25 minutes gone, the margin 32 points.
So Stewart looks to the member side, goes long to Menegola, sits on the back of Castagna, can't complete the mark. Spills to Narkle. Hand pass back to Menegola. Breaks 2 tackles. Kicks up towards the front half. It was touched on the way through. Stat Courageous palms it down to Edwards. Richmond win it back on halfway. Looks in the middle of the ground. Graham clatters into his own teammate in Arts. Ball spills down to Hughes. Hand pass to Menegola. Kicks Geelong to centre half forward. And Myers takes the mark. There's very few players ahead of him. He waits for him to get back. Kicks for Radaglia, who leaps up in the box seat, marks over Asprey. And Big Sav can shoot from 30 out right in front of the city end of the ground for the Cats.
It was a nice kick, wasn't it, from Graham Myers into Radaglia. There was a little drop-off pass from Menegola to Myers initially, though. Just changes up and allowed the forwards to catch up and reset. Big Sav getting forward, and as soon as it's in his area, if he can jump at it, he's got good hops, good clean hands.
Turned 23 yesterday as Sava Radaglia. Got 1 already. He's now got 2. Bangs that through as well. And 3/4 are in the books. And Radaglia goals right on the 3/4 time buzzer. 38 points, Geelong's lead. They're 10-3-63. Richmond 3-7-25. The Tigers, they kicked the first 2 goals of that quarter inside the opening 6 minutes. And Geelong then steady enough to kick goals at the 10-minute mark and the 26-minute mark right on the siren to end 3/4 time. Now the goal kickers, Tom Hawkins has 4. Radaglia has 2, and then singles to Stanley, Rowan, Myers and Dangerfield. While for Richmond, 1 each to Rewalt, Castagna and Arts.
Joel Selwood's been subbed out of the match with a quad injury. Quentin Narkle's into the match, and Josh Caddy is the medical sub for the Tigers, having not been used yet. So Geelong, who led by 41 points at half-time, lead by 38 at 3/4 time. It's all unfolding on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Year 5, everyone else did their talk, and then I got up with my picture and I said, "This is my auntie Juanita. She was murdered by the King's Cross Underground." And then I sat down.
It was 46 years ago.
Sydney journalist Juanita Nielsen disappeared.
Now Kieran McGee has started looking for answers.
There were killers, there were corrupt police, and there were people who wanted Juanita out of the way.
Hear Unravel True Crime, Juanita, on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts. The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Jason Castagna had an early crack.
Going left.
Steps out, snaps on the left. Not a bad effort. He's got it. And Richmond have got it at last.
Henry just knocks it towards the boundary line. The Tigers keep it alive. Graham, nice hand pass through to Arts. Rolls onto his right boot. Snaps a goal. Richmond with 2 in a row for the first time today. Hawkins for his 4th. That is a superb finish. He slots it, and that's one way to get momentum back for the Cats.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
3/4 time of the MCG. Geelong leading Richmond by 38 points, 10-3-63 to the Tigers, 3-7-25. Tom Hawkins with 4 goals leading the way for the Cats. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemouse, Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard, your experts. Mitch Cleary down on the boundary. Earlier it was Sydney defeating Fremantle by 40 points. Isaac Heaney with 5 goals and a screamer as Sydney solidify a 6th spot on the AFL ladder. The final match of the round, a double-header from Carrara, sees Essendon taking on GWS. To preview that match, Andrew Mays.
Hello, Clinchy. Yeah, very important clash this afternoon, of course. Essendon 8th have their noses inside the top 8 at the moment. GWS knocking on the door in 12th. Just 2 points behind them, but with a significantly worse percentage. It's not going to matter as much for the Giants, who had that draw, of course, earlier in the year. So a crucial clash for both of these sides this afternoon. Number of changes and plenty of experience back into the lineup for the Bombers. Zaharakis and Dylan Shield comes back for his first game since round 2. A big inclusion late in the season. Out goes Waterman, Gleeson and Guelphy. Meanwhile, for the Giants, a couple of big ins for them with Lockie Whitfield and Shane Mumford into the lineup. Lockie Ash also joins them. Out, Finlayson, Sproul, the big one, Stephen Cornelio with that toe injury, and Matt Flynn out for the rest of the season with his shoulder as well. So plenty on the line here this afternoon at Carrara. It's going to be a massive occasion for both of these two teams. Who wants to put their hand up for 8th spot? Not quite sure. Luke Ball and Nathan Burt will be our experts. Looking forward to the bounce of the ball shortly on Grandstand AFL.
As are we, Maisie. Thank you very much for that. The final match of round 19 of the AFL. Three-quarter time at the MCG. Geelong leading by 38 points. Chris from Western Australia just wondering if there's any way we can find out the men's cycling result. Well, the best way, our ABC social team is all over it. So Twitter or Facebook, ABC Sport, they're providing regular updates given we don't have the radio rights. Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard, it was a good fight back in terms of effort from the Tigers, but they couldn't capitalise in front of goal.
No, that's it. I think they started that quarter really well, kicked the first couple, and we thought, look out, the Tigers might be back on, and they even they were putting the Cats under a lot of pressure, and they were forcing them into errors and turnovers. Cats couldn't get their game up and going, but then the Cats' ability just to settle, that nice set shot goal from Tomahawk out here on the boundary, got it through and, you know, it was just the Tigers' inability to really capitalise on the footy that they did have in that quarter, but Cats stood strong ultimately, didn't they? And
they
opened them up towards the back end.
And it just looked different though, wasn't it? It wasn't the game we saw in the first half and how they did it.
Controlled.
It was almost like, I want to say it was deliberate. I'm not sure if it was, because I think from a coaching group, and Chris Scott would want to see that same style and brand he saw in the first half, but it was maybe a bit because Richmond allowed them to do it too, so that high possession that we've seen a lot from Geelong from the back half, maintain possession, not necessarily going forward at any rate, but just happy to keep a hold of the footy, make the other team defend, almost wear them out just with their ball use.
But it's easier on your own body, isn't it, when you're controlling the footy like that?
So then I asked the question, was it maybe a little bit deliberate because they had a 7-goal lead? They thought that, let's play a little bit more, possession game just to conserve energy. Get a 6-day break next week. I'm sure he's probably not saying that's why they're doing it, but maybe the messaging at half-time was to play a bit more of that style because it looked completely different in the first half. And the first half of mine was how you want to play the game of footy. That's the brand that you expect to see in finals and holds up in finals against anyone. You said it doesn't matter where. So it'll be interesting to see now how they approach it. And then I think for Richmond, they've just got to throw caution to the wind, just literally go, what is it now?
38 points.
38 points, so they need something special to get themselves into the game. So run the risk of losing by 10 goals, 12 goals.
We mentioned the tackles at halftime, Lids. It was 41-29 Geelong's way. So the Tigers addressed that in the third quarter. They won that stat 17-10. But so it's not endeavour, but they just don't quite have the cattle.
Polish. Yeah, the polish on the end. That's what's killing them.
So final quarter set to get underway. Richmond trailing by 38 points. Stanley wins down the tap towards Narkle, the sub into the action. He looks to send Geelong into attack first in his final term. Hawkins shoved out of it by Asprey, trying to run onto a Dalehouse. Rowan's going to gather it into the open goal and hits the post. Hit the left post, not the nearest post. Slammed into it and still shaking. Geelong by 39 points, just 20 seconds to get into attack.
Just the one for Gary Rowan so far today. Radicalia's got 2 and Hawkins 4. Last time these two teams met, Jeremy Cameron kicked 6, Rowan 5 and Hawkins 4. A long kick out to half back as Parker went for the fly, couldn't complete the mark. Close. In the end of the hand pass, tried to feed Dangerfield. It slips out of play, so a boundary throw in half forward for Geelong. Mitch Cleary on the boundary line. Anything, Mitch, from the huddles at three-quarter time?
Just one for Lids. Saw Sean Grigg pretty hands-on with the magnet board alongside Chris Scott while the rest of the line coaches were with the players. Do you think he'd have more influence on a game like this, given he was at Richmond for so long?
Oh, no doubt. He knows them intimately, mate. So he would, yes, have a bit of input, but I think he's pretty hands-on right across the board from what I'm hearing down there at the Cattery.
Who are you hearing that from?
Sean.
Baker out of traffic, hand pass to Rioli, links up with Rewald. He swings his hand pass wide to Lambert. Now the non-controlling umpire has spotted a free kick downfield as Stewart was caught in a tangle with Bolton. So downfield free and Tui to take it on the wing. Geelong by 39. 90 seconds into the final term. He goes back and across. And Colin Jasny off the back flank. Kicks now down the southern wing to Mark Blitzarves. His sister Sarah, the late call-up for the Opals, playing in the Tokyo Games as a replacement for Liz Cambage. Now Stewart at centre-half back to Henry, back to Tui. So we're back where we started, members wing. Tui kicks down to Dangerfield, the one-on-one, gets rid of Cochin, takes the mark, kicks inside 50 to Hawkins. And Dangerfield and Hawkins link up again And the Tomahawk can go back to try and make it 5.
Just kick it in his area, isn't it? Just like dusty.
Danger. Oh, yeah.
Any isolation, just put it slightly to advantage, and they're just too strong, too good, too smart. Ball hits the ground, they're too good.
He's immovable, isn't he? Once he sets his base, you can see how strong he is, and you can see it when he's in the contest, his ability to break away. But Koch had no chance there up against Paddy Dangerfield one-on-one.
He's up to 23 now, Dangerfield, 16 contested. Here's Hawkins from long range, misses. Out to the left, a minor score. What do they say on those ones, Beach? Just leant back on it. 10-5.
She said before, I laughed, and it went through. When Danger kept it going.
But did he lean back?
Lean back on that one.
10-5 to 3-7. Geelong by 40 points, 3 minutes into the last.
I'm coming back to that. Short kicks out of defence. Long towards Revolt. He trickles out of play. Thank you. He did lean back on it, though, more so. He's got a style where he does lean back.
Or does he? Or is he just didn't have enough momentum through the kicking area?
We do need to create a Saturday night footy bingo card, because that is on our phrases. It's one of the more popular ones in the game.
Oh, we can only call what we see. Classic BJ. Here's the chance for the Cats as Rowan on half forward feeds the hand pass forward. Grimes plays the tackle, and good support from Dan Rioli as Dalhouse tries to burst clear. A throw up 30 metres out from the Cats' goal to punt road end. Geelong by 40 points. Thrown up, Nankervis tried to hack it out of the air, couldn't get boots of ball, close charging through. Ran into a dead end. Graham wrestles for it with Rowan, and the umpire will throw it up. Earlier it was Sydney winners by 40 points, 14-14-98 to the Dockers, 8-10-58. Isaac Heaney with 5, Lance Franklin with 2, and supposedly reported by the umpire. Garthwaite trying to clear the defence. It comes to Narkle, top of the goal square, finishes it with his right boot. The medical sub into the action and now onto the scoreboard. And the Cats strike first in the final term through 4 minutes. They stretch it out to 11-5-71 to the Tigers 3-7-25.
Well, get to Paddy Dangerfield here. Initially, it was the ruck work of Tomahawk Sava Radikalia laying it down, Dallas flying through. It looked like they're about to clear. Dangerfield, big smother, and Quinton Narkle just following up the good work right in the goal square, popping it through. Really good work, Paddy Dangerfield, not just doing it offensively, but defensively as well, keeping the ball inside their forward 10 and getting another scoring opportunity. Well finished, Quinton Narkle.
So 46 points, new game high. It was 41 at the half. Richmond kicked the first 2 goals of the third quarter. Geelong with the last 3. Stanley whacks it forward for Geelong. Off the square, Dalhouse up to meet it. Wrestles with Nankervis with a footy. Pack forms around them and a ball up. And the floodlights starting to take over. An overcast day, and what colour would we describe the sky at the moment, lads?
It's a pretty.
Yeah. Purple orangey type colour, must be said. Hurried kick forward from Cochin, and Kolajasny takes the intercept mark.
Said from a girl dad.
Out wide to Stanley, and Stanley pokes blitz halves, in fact, pokes the pass over the top to Tui. Tui short to Kolajasny. So short kicking game. They're all set up here for the contest kick down the line, and Kolajasny's going to pinpoint his pass anyway to Myers. Doesn't quite reach him. Spills to Atkins. Geelong maintain possession. High half forward. Tui shoots a hand pass back to Kolajasny. His kick smothered. Nice work from Parker on the southern wing. Castagna comes up with it. Tackle dispossessed. Logo southern wing. Now Baker collects for Richmond. Hot hand pass away to Ross. To Rioli. To Baker. Hand pass forward finds Parker. Just forward of halfway. Kicks to half forward flank. Out to meet it. Stewart at his arms chopped. He's going to get the footy again. Tom Stewart. Right half back for Geelong. He's been in it all day. Geelong by 46.
Short to Menangola on half back through the middle looking for Rowan. Cleared in. Grimes takes the mark. Plays on. Half past the Lambert to Cochin in the bullseye. Looks to kick to Tom Lynch, who marks just inside the centre square. Now Geelong have a loose inside the defensive 50. They've got a couple actually, so Lynch trying to find the right option. Rewalt deep, sends it in that direction. Stewart sets himself in front. Henry there as well. They spoil it away. Out towards the right forward pocket for the Tigers, and it rolls out of play. Kent in touch on the SMS. G'day, guys. Just leaning back with a quiet beer listening to your great call. Not ideal for the Tigers. Thanks, Kent.
Boundaries throwing. Lynch down there for the Tigers. Hunts after the footy after Geelong win the hit out through Henry. Lynch collects. Hand pass to Parker. Parker kicks to the top of the goal square. Stewart flies. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Henderson though. Hand pass to Tui. He's in the back pocket. He runs his way around Bolton, did a full 360, and then burns him as he just turns and kicks long down the line. And Grimes favoured by the kick, but spills the mark over the boundary line. So we're throwing in front of the old change rooms, the southern stand.
Used to come out of there.
Yeah, way back.
Way back.
Fish.
What were those rooms like?
Big. Heaps of room in there.
What, bigger than the new ones?
Yeah.
Good showers too. Big showers. Heaps of shower heads. All the boys can get in there.
Boundary throwing. Blitz up. Surrey kicked a half forward. Oh, Garthwaite can't mark. Sapp steals it from him. Radicalier into the open goal. Pops it through for his third. A little fumble was all it took, and Sapp was off to the races. No one between him and the goals. Then Geelong are out by 52 points. The pain continues for Richmond. Geelong 12-5-77, Richmond 3-7-25. 9 played final term.
Well, there's no pain in Radigalier's knee after half-time, is there? Takes some magic juice and off he goes. Take the strapping off as we see Damien Hardwick step out of his chair and go back to the box. You probably know what's going on there at home if you're watching and listening to us. So, really good contest. Brought the ball to ground and showed some toe, actually.
I was hoping he'd go the whole way.
Yeah, really. Take on Asprey and
just a couple of bounces and see whether he could just
taste his dust.
Do you know what?
Garthwaite actually that dropped a bit of a sitter, so I think that's what Dimmer would be filthy with. But again, great work around the contest and follow-up from Blitzarves. Got the ball forward to a one-on-one and great finish from the big man.
The knee pain goes away when you've got the footy and there's no one in front of you and you're 4 metres out
or just when you got the footy.
Yeah, running downhill.
Or when you think you're going to get it.
All of a sudden, Richmond trailing by 52 points. Guthrie in the middle of the ground gets the clearance for Geelong. Hand pass to Isaac Smith. Kicks towards 50. Dullhouse using his body against Sydney Stack. Couldn't pull in the mark. Stack back onto it. Hand pass towards Mansell. Myers gets in there for Geelong. He's tackled to the turf. The umpire's going to pay holding the ball. Tough call on Graham Myers. Mansell takes the free kick. Switches it across half back. And Grimes takes the mark. Further still to Jack Ross at left half back. Looks up to the southern wing. Sends it towards Castagna. Gets it over the fingertips of Tui. And Castagna has it between wing and half forward on the southern side. Lynch offers up a lead towards the footy. Puts it towards he and Jack Rewald, who comes charging out. Lynch gathered as it hit the turf. Hand pass to Ross. Kicks inside the 50. Wide of Arts. Bounced though off his shin. Got it to Edwards. Couldn't get a lot of purchase on the kick. Lambert back with the flight. Rushed through by Atkins for a minor score. Geelong lead by 51 points at the 11-minute mark of the final term.
Izzy Smith to take the kick out. Finds Tui. Half back, turns and plays on. Goes long down that southern boundary line. Oh, up and a goal. A nice mark into the back of Ross. Geelong short and across the ground to Guthrie. And Guthrie says just pump the brakes. Possession 28 coming up. So 3 goals for Radicalier, 4 for Hawkins. To equal career best for Radicalier. He kicked 3 in the semi-final here against West Coast back in 2019. As Guthrie's kick bounces down towards half forward. Richmond, though, chop it off. Grimes to Pickett. Hand pass away to Bolton. His hand pass to Mansell. Chopped out. And Isaac Smith forces it out of play. So a boundary throwing 70 out from the Geelong goal. Why would they create new change rooms and not have them bigger than the ones that have previously been used?
Didn't need all the space.
Yeah. So that's actually too big, you think?
Yeah, maybe. Staff size has changed a little bit, so you can probably do with a little bit more room than current rooms teams are using, to be fair.
Blitzhouse for the Cats, gets it forward to Dangerfield, good acceleration, kicks inside the 50, Narkle one-on-one with Stack. Stack did his body work well, shoved him underneath it and takes the mark. Kicks out to Edwards, running at full pelt in the back pocket. He pulls in the mark in front of Hughes. Also where all the little leaguers go, isn't it? For the halftime action.
Yep.
Sure a lot of listeners would have favoured memories about getting their chance on the G. Henry trying to kick it in the middle of the ground. Rewalt got a hand into it. Got it to Baker and now to Arts. The kick over the head of Castagna. Henderson misjudged it as well, allowed Castagna to try and race back after it. Hand pass to Lynch, 20 metres out from goal. He can bounce it end over end, and the Tigers get one back. Their first goal of the final term, after the Cats have put on 2 previous at the other end. And the margin back to 45 points Geelong's way. 12-5-77 to the Tigers, 4-8-32. 12 minutes gone, final term.
Well, there's nothing like a Joe the Goose to get on the scoreboard, is there, when you've had a bad day? So, yeah, it was a misjudged kick, and Henderson actually was in the box seat if he didn't come up and try and defend Castagna in the end. So, Blitzars was caught in between when the ball got over the back, and then Castagna got goal side of Henderson, so the overlap came. Easy little handball over the top to Lynch, and a little dribble along the ground to get himself on the scoreboard. He's had a really quiet day, Lynch, 7 possessions, but just his impact, around contests, just providing that target as a tool has been very limited.
Well defended, I reckon.
Yeah.
I think the key backs for Geelong have been really good.
Geelong by 45 points, 14 minutes into the final term. Chol puts it straight down the throat of Bolton. Handpass back into dispute. Cochin comes through, he's clean, got his arms free. Handpass though knocked down by Blitzards. Dangerfield, handpass to Guthrie, puts it to centre half forward. Narkle went without it, Parfitt mops it up, feeds a handpass forward to Close, to answer straight back. Brad Close puts it through, and he's got one. So Close gets in on the party, and the Cats put it out beyond the half century. It's 51 points Geelong's way, 13-5 to 4-8. 14 played in this final term. Brad Close, goalless in 5 of his past 7 games. He's got one today to give him 11 for the year.
It's a real running in wave pressure there from the Cats. Blitzar's ability to get a hand on the Cochin, try and exit handball, kept it in close, but Parfitt's decision to step through and then put Close onto a running ball. And a nice finish in the end, wasn't it? Running with pressure coming on his back, on his opposite side to hook that back. That near on full tilt. Well done. Nice finish.
Yeah, good follow-up from the mids, as you made mention, just hunting the ball, just keeping it alive. And if Geelong didn't win it, they were all there to apply pressure when Richmond got it, which has been a bit of the picture all day.
51 points Geelong's lead. Of course, 63 back in round 8. The Cats without Jeremy Cameron and Mitch Duncan on this occasion. Blitzav's out of the middle of the ground, got it to Guthrie, to Parfitt through traffic. Jams it on the boot towards Radikalia. Danger's there as well. Crash the pack. Myers front and centre. Kick only as far as Asprey. Looks to find the right avenue out of defence for the Tigers. Out wide to Ross, who has it at right half back and kicks to Baker. Henderson charging out, made heavy contact. Henderson's landed awkwardly. Cochin on for the Tigers. Kicks to Bolton into the 50, and Lynch takes the mark. Right forward pocket. Probably about 35 to 40 metres out from goal. Sloppy Henderson slowly gets to his feet.
Yeah.
That was a really good contest from both guys.
Baker bounced straight back up, top his old boots. I thought he was going to go straight through him. Henderson coming from the other direction.
So Tom Lynch, a quiet afternoon, as we just touched on. It's been a hard slog for Richmond forwards this afternoon. A chance to strike back with his second late here. Lynch comes in, just pushes it a bit right, and a minor score. 50 points straight is the Geelong lead at the 16-minute mark of the final term.
Trip to Perth next week for Richmond. They play Fremantle at Perth Stadium. The Dockers on the end of a couple of losses, playing for a final spot. Losing to top 8 teams in Geelong and Sydney in back-to-back weeks. The Cats work it down the northern boundary line. Here's Isaac Smith, long kick too wide, out on the full. Richmond will get it back, defensive side of the wing.
Another one over the fence.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Dylan Grimes.
Second time in 2 days.
Into the third row, jumps the fence. Sanitised. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
He's got the quad strapped up as well. Looks like he got a corky through that second term, Dylan Grimes, so he didn't enjoy getting over the fence there. There's no fans at all. No one in that area, given the MCC's roped it off.
So Grimes, a long kick in the Lynch direction, gets himself free, can't complete the mark, slips to Henry. Gee, heavy tackle from Rewalt. Taking the ground and the ball up. Just forward of the wing for Richmond, coming home to the city end. The game's decided, Geelong by 50, 17 played final term.
You hear all the voices as the umpire's throwing it up. Blitzav's up against Marbiel Chol. Tap down to Narkle. Got the hand pass to Guthrie. To Blitzav. Spun in a tackle by Cochin. Feeds the hand pass back. Close trying to get after it. Hand pass to Isaac Smith. Bumped off it by Short. Another chance for Close. Hand pass to Rowan and now to Isaac Smith. Kicks off the outside of the boot towards Dangerfield. In front position. Marks against Grimes. Radicalea working back towards goal. Puts it in his direction against Garthwaite. Big Sav, too big, too tall, too strong. And he's got the mismatch, and Geelong are exploiting that at the moment.
Yeah, no, how good was that? Paddy Dangerfield off the mark, started behind Grimes, got around him to take that.
Grimes is not slow either.
No, he's not, mate. He's a weapon. But that ability is to quickly roll and then early body contact, as you call Clinchy, from Big Radicalea. Just got Garthwaite out of the contest and strong hands.
Radicalea directly in front, 25 metres out for goal number 4. He puts it straight through the middle. So without Jeremy Cameron, it's been a dominant display by the Cats forwards. Hawkins with 4, Radicalea with 4. I'd love to know the marks inside 50. We'll work on that because the contested marks have been heavily Geelong's way, 9-3. The Cats blow it out to a 56-point lead. 14-5-89 to the Tigers, 4-9-33.
12-6 marks inside 50 for the game. Clinchy, and Big Sav would have taken quite a few of those, I think. Their ability, as we spoke about, to get that secondary as well, once they had taken a mark, to get another one, just to get their teammate into a better position, better shot on goal. You'd be very pleased, wouldn't you, if you're the coach of the... What happened then?
Oh. Still got you?
Yeah. Someone turned you off?
Yeah, I think so.
What I've been impressed with Radicalea is just his ability to hold space, protect the fall of the ball, and I think that's a reflection of probably playing with the guy next to him. He's been one of the great key forwards for a long time and probably the best in the last couple of decades with protecting the fall of the ball in one-on-one marking contests.
Then Curvis down to Bolton, kicks to half forward. Lynch competes offhand, spills to Lambert across the half forward line. But Narkle wins it for Geelong. Hand pass to Parfitt, away to Buse. He links up by hand with Myers. Now over to Menegola, kicks down the southern wing. Here's Radicalea again and whacked away from him late from Garthwaite. Hand pass back, trying to find Parfitt, and he's dragged off it. And Graham collects the footy for Richmond. Kicks down the wing. Castagna flew. Out the back, falls to Rewalt. Hand pass away to Lambert. Down to half forward. Lynch the target. Stewart spoils. At the drop, Baker. Still in Richmond's possession. Hand pass back inboard. Won it. Lambert. Jack tried to take it. He spills it and a pack forms around him. A ball up 50 out from Richmond's goal. A real celebration for Big South today. 23 yesterday. It's his 50th game. And he's kicked 4, which is a career best. His previous effort, as I touched on earlier, was the career best was 3 against West Coast in that final in 2009. From the stoppage, Rewalt hands it to Cochin. Cochin kicks it on the run. From 45, he puts it through. Standing start. And Richmond have got their 5th late in the final term. Time on Q4. Richmond to 5-9-39. Geelong 14-5-89. Back to a clean 50 points Geelong's way.
Well, they're just making up the numbers now. We're just trying to salvage something.
Jake Colladjasny was running back towards goal with his head not even watching the play, and it went straight to Jackie Rewalt, who's standing all on his own. Whoopsie.
Oh, it was. That's very stiff, but a good finish from Koch too, and off a couple of steps, as you made mention, but it's been pretty slim pickings for midfield for Richmond today. They haven't had a huge influence on the play, and lacking the dominance just from Geelong too, from a ball use point of view, that arguably plus 75 in disposals, uncontested possession, uncontested marks has been pretty dominant display from Geelong today.
Now Curvis wins down the tap, got it to Cochin, and kicks towards half forward. Spoiled down by Baker, got it to Lynch, the hand pass to Lambert, works it forward to Arts, can't get it to Castagna. Views with a crucial touch in there, swats it towards the boundary line, it rolls out in front of Menegola for a boundary throw in. And Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Just recapping that earlier sub for Geelong, Joel Selwood subbed out with a corked quad. He's been doing a bit of coaching on the boundary since that moment. Speaking of Mark Blitzavs now, and had long chats in and out with Mark O'Connor throughout the game. He's obviously learning to play as a midfielder.
Tigers deep in attack. Lynch tries to take it out of the ruck against Henry. Gets it to Lambert. Snaps towards a vacant goal mouth. Racing back Stewart. takes the mark going back with the fly. Question on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Lids and BJ, how hard will the flight tonight for Richmond be? Ahead of a trip to Perth, with finals now slipping away. I don't think it'll be the most jovial trip.
No. It's probably a time where... When do they play next week?
TBC.
Oh, really? I was going to say, probably just get a few beers on the plane just to lighten the mood.
A couple of reds. Geelong work it down the boundary line and Close kicks it out on the full, so Richmond get it back at halfback. Mansell to Garthwaite. The hand pass to short, goes back to Mansell. Away to Nankervis. Links up with Garthwaite, who kicks across the half-back line. Nathan Broad told us earlier he'll be on the flight, so he's set to make his return next week against the Dockers. As Graham goes short to Castagna, marks defensive side of the wing. Geelong by 50. They broke the game open in the second quarter. They kicked 5 goals in a 9-minute burst to go from really 10 in front at quarter time to 41 up at the half. It's now a 50-point game. It's been as wide as 56. As Lambert kicks to Rewalt, marks high half forward, pokes the pass inside 50. Bolton spills it, can't complete the mark, comes down to Menegola. Hand pass back through to Castagna. His hand pass picked off too. Kolodjasny likewise, put it into the path to Rewalt. Soccer's back inboard, but Narkle there for Geelong. Some slick hand passes away to Stanley, then to Close, to Smith. He goes back to Guthrie, centre half back for Geelong.
Chips it to Bewes at right half back. He can work it over the top to Isaac Smith, who has space. He marks centre wing on the Great Southern Stand side. Floodlights beating down short to Dangerfield. And the Cats are happy to control the tempo. So with Radigalea kicking 4, Hawkins kicking 4, all of a sudden Cameron, Chris Scott's hoping to get back before the end of the home and away season. Garthwaite backpedaling, takes a good mark against Radigalea. All of a sudden it puts a bit more pressure back on Reece Stanley, does it?
I'm not sure. I think Reece Stanley's probably their preferred option as their ruckman. But how you squeeze them all in, I don't know. Jez is not a pure key forward though. He's more your lead up link player. Yeah.
Get up, get back.
Burnham versus Wrestle.
Graham's kicked towards half forward. Rewalt shovels the hand pass forward. Rewalt and Lynch got it forward, and Arts was able to finish at the top of the goal square. So Jake Arts with his second. Couple of late goals for the Tigers here. As Geelong 14-5-89 to Richmond 6-9-45. So Geelong with 4 goals to 3 Richmond's way in this final term. The Cats by 44 points.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, that one, Clinchy. I think, you know, the ability of Saba to play that forward and ruck roll gives them that flexibility, but how do you squeeze them all in? You do become a bit taller, because Gary Rowan isn't... He plays tall, but he's not... He's
they
pressure
like the movement,
and
don't they?
Speed down there, which is good. Then they're quite small other than that. You know, Dalhouse is not big. Parfitt down there now, Close, Grind Myers. And then Danger spends his time resting forward as well. But
they're just a lot more flexible, aren't they? Because you said Jez is more that link player, so it frees him up a little bit to kind of get up the ground and get back and play to his strengths, where those two, Radigalea, Hawkins,
be the pillars.
Hawkins is not going to get up and get back, is he? So I think it's the same for Radigalea. They continue to change that role, whether they're high and deep, and then Jez has left the roam and free around higher up the ground. Stanley
gets the centre clearance here as he kicks out to half forward, but Asprey there for the Tigers. Kicks out of the defensive arc straight to Tui. Takes the intercept mark, 70 out half forward for the Cats. Kicking to the punt road end of the ground. He kicks wide, wanting Hawkins, and Asprey whacks it out of play. A throw in, 30 out from the Geelong goal.
It's just quite daunting when you throw that mix in, and Danger tends to be that deep one when he is there, because it's purely a resting role, so arguably don't move outside 30 metres kind of thing. So when you got him deep and his ability in the air, on the ground, Jez is pretty, slightly different athletes in terms of stature, but similar kind of strengths. It's pretty daunting for a back six from opposition teams, and who do we stop? But if it's not Hawkins on the day, it's going to be Dangerfield or it's going to be Jez. They're all not going to be having quiet ones, I think.
Geelong by 44 from the throw-in. Richmond tried to clear through Mansell. Geelong win it back. Now Henry, short kick to Stewart. Stewart hands it back to Henry. Logo southern wing. Hand pass back to Stewart. The junk time started early here. It's a 44-point lead for Geelong. Long kick to high half forward. Atkins marks, chips inside 50. And O'Connor takes the mark left half forward, 45 out.
And then you start to look at what are the teams that can defend that.
That's right.
you start to ask some real questions of all defences. One being able to handle two big key forwards, but then if you throw in another one, then the dynamics of Dangerfield and Rowan, because they are so strong in the air, but they're quick as well. So it's going to take a strong team defence, I would have thought.
The old flood.
Only 4 goals in 62 games for Mark O'Connor. This would be a good kick. Boundary line 10 away on his left. He won't have the accuracy, doesn't have the trip, stays alive in the goal square. Dalhouse wrestles Nankervis for it and will have a ball up just outside the goal square, 5 metres out from the Geelong goal.
44 points, the Cats lead. Geelong to take on North Melbourne next week. Expecting that game to take place in Tassie. Edwards cutting through traffic. He does that so well, trying to find an option at halfback. Lynch one-on-one with Henderson. Henderson with an arm over the shoulder. And the umpire spotted it. Tom Lynch to take it at right halfback. Ball not returned to him quickly. Tom Stewart just waiting the loose in defence. Marbiel Chol deep in attack for Richmond as Lynch goes short. And Garthwaite has it. That awkward kicking style as he drops it onto his boot at halfback. Pickett flies in the pack, couldn't take the mark. Front and centre, Graham kicks towards Arts, up, couldn't take the mark. Competes now against Stewart. And a free kick for a hold going Geelong's way. Tom Stewart to take it at half-back.
I think there's going to be a 50 here as well. Everyone runs forward. It's going to be a free kick for Stewart. He's going to be marched 50 metres up into the front half.
Someone gave a bit of feedback, did they, Corb?
I think that may have been it.
Here's Stewart. And the Cats up by 44. Goes deep to Rattigalia. Grimes arrives late. Can't mark. Dalhouse feeds a hand pass to Parfitt. Gets his peg free. Snaps goalward and kicks it. Brandon Parfitt with one late for the Cats to put it back to 50 points Geelong's way. 15-5-95. Richmond 6-9-45. 29 minutes into the final term on Grandstand AFL. Brendan Goddard, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, that was a really good finish, wasn't it, Lids? And there's another contest from Rattigalia. Outnumbered again, Grimes read the ball well, came off Dalhouse. Third man in, aerial support. Oh, he didn't really make a contest, actually. Grimes just dropped the sitter, so I stand corrected. It was a good finish, little side.
Perceived pressure, maybe.
Yeah, the perceived pressure. Oh, yeah, you haven't seen him drop something like that for a long time, and then Parf just having the agility, the awareness around him, a little bit of a sidestep, shimmy, if you like to call it, and then the finish on the left, as you see, Timber just...
Head in hands.
Head in hands, shaking his head. That was, the old coach killers, those ones.
Buzzer in touch on the SMS. Great game of footy. Would love to see a Geelong-Sydney grand final. Buddy Franklin at one end, Lance Franklin at the other. They're both playing some good footy at the moment. Swans winners by...
Lance got a brother.
Yeah. What?
Buddy. What?
Got a twin.
two Buddy Franklins. That'd be daunting for someone.
No. Tommy Hawkins at one end, Lance Franklin at the other. Do I miss something? Wow, Colby, you're shaking.
I'm a million miles away.
Okay. Marbiel Chol has the free kick in the middle of the ground.
I did see on the TV, the graphic, the defensive half goals. They've kicked 8 out of their defensive half, Geelong, which is a really high number.
Mansell kicks towards Revolt, can't take the mark, Pickett onto it, cut through traffic and past Henry, who just made a lunging effort to pull him in. Hand pass to Revolt, who squares it up, and Lambert takes the mark. Directly in front, only about 30 metres out from goal. So Geelong with 5 goals to 3 in this final term. Chance for Richmond to pull another one back here and keep it under the half-century margin. Kane Lambert back in the side last week. Damien Hart, we touched on how important he is to the side. Lambert comes in and steers it through. Something late for Richmond fans with goals hard to come by this afternoon at the MCG. The Tigers 7-9-51 to Geelong 15-5-95. 31 minutes gone final term.
Yeah, well, it's hard. It's kind of an eerie feeling now. There's no supporters here. There's silence. When goals are kicked, and it's kind of a hard game.
They've all cracked it. They've left.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard game to finish with here when they're just salvaging something. But it was good to see him continue just to have a crack and get something out of it. I said it's pretty important next few weeks for the Tigers. If this is going to throw another conversation around that spot where the dynasty's over. See on the text message, people already asking that question or making those statements that the Richmond dynasty's done. So it makes it interesting for that bottom part of the 8 and a couple of teams right in it. As we know, Corbs, our team Essendon, right amongst it.
Cats by 44. Mitch Cleary on the boundary.
Just a stat further to that, BJ. The first time since 2016 that Richmond has lost to the same team twice in a single season.
Oh.
There you go. Things are changing. As Parker comes wide to Arts, kicks to half forward. Lynch can't complete the marks. That's any team losing twice to them in the same season, which is phenomenal. Thinking about the run that Richmond have been on over the last 5 years. Here's Menegola, kicks down to half forward for the Cats. 2 Tigers go up. There's a free. It's a shove in the back. It's a Richmond free. It's coming to Asprey. 44 points, 15-5 to 7-9. So 63 points back in round 8. The second leg of this grand final rematch, it's going to be wide again for the Cats. 44 points at present as Richmond work it up down the southern wing, and Castagna with it. Can look inside the forward 50, lays it off by hand to Rioli, and Rioli chips his pass out to Rewalt, who marks against the boundary line.
Well, they've looked a little bit better late, haven't they? But the sting's certainly gone out of this game.
Yeah.
Cats just going through the motions now, getting to the siren last little bit. Jack should kick a torpy, I reckon.
They've kicked 3 of the last 4 in the game. Rewalt's wide out against the boundary line.
You know he won't run that risk of missing it.
Absolutely.
He wants to kick.
Of course he does.
Add to the tally.
They did fall behind as many as 56 here. Richmond. So after the siren, last kick of the game, Rewalt, the drop punt is pretty good. Sails through off the boot. 1 late for Jack. He's second of the game. Richmond get to 8-9-57. Geelong 15-5-95. 18 games since the grand final. The 2 teams dovetailing. Richmond not the force they once were. And Geelong perhaps as good as they've looked at any time over the last 2 years. The Cats by 38.
The game as it should be played. At home or far away. A balance fly high from nose to nose. Down at Cardinia Park.
It was 56 points as we ticked into time on in the final quarter. Richmond kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game, but the damage was done back in the second term after really an arm wrestle for the first 16 minutes of the second quarter. Geelong caught fire in a 9-minute burst where they kicked 5 unanswered goals to lead by 41 points at the half. In the finish, it's Geelong by 38.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from door to door, down at Cardinia Park.
1 defeat in their last 11 games, Geelong. They move up to second on the premiership table as they leapfrog Melbourne. So Geelong to 14-4, while Richmond fall to 8-10. They need something dramatic from here, the reigning premiers, just to make the 8. They're going to probably need to win. Or 4 of their last 4 games they're going to win. Need to win 3 or 4 of them to get there and have other results go their way, starting with a trip to Perth in round 20 to play the Dockers. The goal kickers today, without Jeremy Cameron, they came up with 8 between Radicalier and Hawkins. They both kicked 4 each. And then singles for Stanley, Parfitt, Narkle, Rowan, Myers, Dangerfield and Close. While for Richmond, 2 each to Rewalt and Arts. And then singles to Cochin, Castagna, Lynch and Lambert. 15 goals to 8, Clenchy. Geelong winners by 38 points. Some ice on the quad of Joel Selwood, the only real concern coming out of the game. He was subbed out early in the second half.
So the Cats up to second position, only percentage behind the Western Bulldogs. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Brendan Goddard on ABC Sport.
Yeah, looked pretty clinical, wasn't it, Beej? I think from the Cats, Chris Scott would be very pleased with how they performed, particularly in that first half, but then also their ability just to finish out the game. We saw the Tigers come out after half-time and put on a couple of quick ones, and they were pretty good early, but the Cats just answered back and has shown the ability just to put it to bed, really, didn't they? And I think, led by Tommy Hawkins up front kicking the 4 goals, and his partner in crime, big Sav Radagalia, kicking 4 as well from his 6 touches. That's very efficient. But I thought right across the board, they led really well early from Paddy Dangerfield. He was terrific all day. Ability to win it in tight and contested, but then to go forward and be damaging as well was very good. So the key backs, though, I was impressed with them, Beej, and I'm not sure whether you want to talk more about them. I thought they were really good for the whole day. Kept Jack and Tom Lynch, didn't really give him a sniff. I'm talking about Henderson, Tom Stewart, Jack Henry down there as well. Very, very good all day.
Views on the smalls.
Yeah, just didn't give him a chance, did they? Which was very impressive. College Asney as well in that mix, so
yeah.
Very good.
The way they set up Geelong is almost they play that aggressive positioning, almost pinch their opponents and stay within a kick of the ball. But what they rely on then is the pressure up the field. So when the opposition do win the ball around clearances through the midfield, there's enough pressure that they don't have time and space to lace someone out. Because I think when it is like that, they have proven that they get exposed a little bit and are vulnerable down there because of the way they play. So it's very much relying on your teammates and the lines, being the backs, relying on the midfielders and the forwards. Can't forget those guys rolling up and applying enough pressure just to make their job a lot easier. So and today that was the case, particularly in that first half. I thought it was a great standard of footy. Both teams doing it in the right manner.
Good contest, wasn't it?
It was a great contest. I said Chris Scott in particular at half-time when they had that little 10-minute purple patch and put on 3 or 4 goals to get that 7-goal lead at half-time, he would have been chuffed with their performance to date. And then what I'm keen to ask them is, was there a conversation at half-time of playing a little bit different, or their focus shift a little bit because they had already got a 7-goal lead and just about managing that lead, managing guys potentially now for the next few weeks and what they got ahead of them. So I said there may be even talk just about focusing on different things, but Chris and the coaches probably got that at the back of their mind. They wouldn't be
having gears. You're talking about?
Yeah, that's right. Just throttling back a little bit, thinking about
the future,
what's ahead of us.
Yep.
But they wouldn't be, I don't think, portraying that to the playing group of that's kind of why. The guys would probably understand why, but they wouldn't be portraying that's why we're actually doing this.
Yep.
Because as I said, in an ideal world, you just want to keep that foot on the throat and arguably win by 15 goals and just keep entrenching those really good habits and a brand of footy that's going to stand up.
I think also Richmond turned the heat up when they first came out, and then Geelong were a little bit like, oh, geez, I didn't expect that. This is wasn't how they finished the half, but they came back out. They'd had a little rev, come back out, and they fired a few shots, but that was what Geelong were able to do is answer that and then kick goals on the back of it as well through some good play. And then the last quarter was just Geelong finishing the job, really, wasn't it? They just went away with it, and a couple of junk time goals for the Tigs late, but ultimately it was a Cats day right
from start to finish, wasn't it?
The other results have gone Richmond's way this weekend, with Fremantle and St Kilda both losing. It makes this game between Essendon and GWS massive. If the Bombers win this, they'll be a game and percentage clear inside the top 8. If they lose, GWS will go into the 8. They'll be 2 points clear of Richmond, so all of a sudden Richmond's only half a game out with 4 to play. So despite the fact that they've been losing recently and they're not in the shape that they obviously have been at this stage of previous seasons, they've got Fremantle, who are also in the mix to make the top 8, North Melbourne, GWS and Hawthorn to come. So they'll run favourites, you'd think, against North and Hawthorn, and GWS and Freo are around their station competing for a spot in the 8. So even though they lose today, you probably only need 11 wins to get there this year.
Yeah, that's it. And then they start to get some players back, hopefully. Down Preston, we heard Nathan Broad tell us who was probably in the mix, played a half today, I think.
Yeah. And we're just not quite sure of their build-up too, whether they can come in and have an impact. Because generally...
Well, we saw Lambert, who's come off limited. He hasn't played a heap. Edwards straight back today.
Tweaked it early, but normally longer, probably longer than 3-4 weeks is when you probably need 1 or 2 games to actually find your feet. There's still guys that come back and have an impact straight away, but we're talking about a team that needs to be prime and at the top of their game, where they will get personnel back, but is it too little too late, where they just don't quite have enough time to really hit really good form? Because that's the thing too, they can make it, but they want to go in there with form, believing and thinking they can win it again from 8. That's limp in and
make up the numbers.
Which I don't think even the sternest of fans could believe on what they've seen in the last month.
Yes, and that's the thing. I think we look at, the Kane Lambert, Jack Graham, Shea Bolton. We said they didn't have big games today, didn't they? If the Tigers were going to go anywhere near it, and they need those good players in there, and they rise to the occasion, and rise with those good players in there around them. So I think with them, be expected to take the game while the scrum.
And they all complement one another, don't they? So the guys with a bit more talent need those other guys to make them better, and vice versa. The guys with lesser talent need the guys with more talent to make them better. So they're up against it, but and I think this afternoon we saw that they just hadn't done it for long enough or consistent enough, Richmond, where they did buckle and the cracks appeared, kind of late in the first quarter. And the second quarter, the damn wall broke, so to speak, because they just haven't done it consistently enough. It's not habit yet. So, the years, that they were here for 4 quarters, they were up for the fight, but for mine, that they just haven't done it long and consistently enough this year.
So they run home Geelong. They've got North Melbourne, GWS, St Kilda and Melbourne. The Bulldogs have got Adelaide, GWS, Hawthorn and Port Adelaide. I mean, it's entirely possible that the last game of the home and away season, Melbourne and Geelong, could almost shape who finishes on top.
Yep, absolutely. It'd be interesting to see what you do in that sense, whether it is just an all-out rehearsal for the finals coming up, or you play a few games and see who wants to do what and where you're going to position. Do you play all your cards and go after it, or do you hold a bit back? That'll be really interesting.
Geelong winners by 38 points at the MCG, 15-5-95 to the Tigers, 8-9-57. Here they are singing their song. Geelong winners by 38 points. They joined Sydney winners by 40 points over Fremantle earlier today. Isaac Heaney kicking 5 goals. Lance Franklin with 2. Thanks for the 15 or so people who've texted me if Franklin and Franklin were playing on the same team. They'd be a good team. Yep.
They would be. Good to see you were paying attention though, Corbin.
Yeah.
And backing up your fellow commentator.
One of those days. I didn't even call 2 games in a day either. I got no excuse. So anyway, the 3-2-1 for the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Big go. It's me.
It is. I was last night. Your turn.
Number one. One vote goes to Tomahawk.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
4 goals, 2. Clearly had an influence on the game, particularly early. Set him up and just let... Big Radical just said, mate, just move over the side now. You've had your time. Let me shine in the second half. 2 goes to Tommy Stewart. You made mention of him a number of times today, Liz, and the defence was really good. Albeit maybe just a recipient of great pressure up the ground, but...
Still got to be in the right spot.
No, that's right, and he always is. And plays that role as good as anyone, as that third floater, +1 at times, but defends when he needs to. Mids, size, smalls, does a terrific job and a great player. And the best man on the field today that both Brett and I agreed with.
Ooh.
Very rare.
Oh, it's not that rare.
That I agree with anyone. Is the man that just had a little flex a couple of weeks ago and continued to find some form today and build towards the end of the year is Paddy Dangerfield.
Socks up, Paddy.
Socks up, Paddy. He's socks up.
Cam Guthrie a bit stiff. Mate.
So 3 to Danger, 2 to Stewart, 1 to Hawkins. We'll let them stand at that. Geelong winners by 38 points. The Cats up to second on the AFL table. Coming up, the final match of the round. Don't go anywhere. Essendon taking on GWS from Carrara. Andrew Mays and Joel Peterson to pick up the commentary. Luke Ball and Nathan Burke, your experts. Thanks for your company on Sunday afternoon footy. We look forward to doing it again next week.